After facing threats from local drug lords and rejecting police protection, Tim and Jenny embark on a dangerous journey of betrayal and revenge. As secrets unravel, their family becomes the epicenter of a violent conflict. In the final showdown, Tim and his allies meticulously prepare to confront their enemies. With intense action and emotional stakes, they fight not only for survival, but also for justice. The climactic battle tests their resilience and leads to a brutal reckoning, cementing a legacy of love, sacrifice, and vengeance. Stay tuned for the next part of the story. Tim discovers that his wife, Karen, has been unfaithful with several other people. She convinced herself that she needed excitement in her life. Tim's actions lead to a dangerous situation for everyone involved, and he eventually decides to get a divorce. He hires a lawyer to start the process. Karen wants to fix their marriage, but Tim has proof of her cheating and is not interested. He files for divorce and seeks to gain full custody of their 2 sons, receiving temporary custody until the divorce is complete. One of Karen's lovers becomes violent and attacks Tim, leaving him in the hospital. Even there, Tim is not safe as someone tries to poison him. Tim tries to catch his attackers but does not succeed. Meanwhile, the sheriff is taken into custody by the Rangers without a struggle and is taken to Austin for questioning. Tim and his friend Randy give statements to the Rangers, Boyd and Bert. After that, Randy takes Tim to a safe place and tells the worried lawyers that everything is okay. Randy leaves to talk to his wife about a hard topic. Meanwhile, Tim goes to the kitchen where Jimmy asks him to share what happened that day. Tim explains his story, and Jimmy shakes his head in disbelief at what he hears. Suddenly, they hear a cheerful voice say, "I'm here! Where is everyone?" Tim quickly hides behind the door. A lovely science teacher walks into the kitchen wearing her school clothes. She notices the sheriff's car outside and asks Jimmy about it. Then Tim jumps out from behind the door, making her scream. She turns and happily hugs him when she sees him smiling. "You're home! It's so nice to see you! How are you?" she asks. "I'm good enough to be out," Tim replies, still holding her close. She smiles and teases him about his compliment. "The last time I saw you, you were in a different outfit," she says playfully. Jimmy cuts in, saying, "Sure, she looks amazing today, but I can't help but think of how great she looked in that blue dress." "You never said anything about that dress before when I wore it," another friend, Patty, chimes in with a sly smile. Jimmy responds with a chuckle, "That's because I hoped it would end up on the floor later." Tim laughs, sensing the friendly joke among them, and so they all share a moment of camaraderie despite the troubled times surrounding them. Patty squinted her eyes but smiled a little. "Now I see why I was attacked so many times last night," she said. Alan and Randy had come into the kitchen too. They laughed, and Alan said she always sparked imaginations wherever she went. Chad and I talked about it after she said no to us and we left the hospital, but I can't share what we said or what I thought of last night. "I missed seeing it," Randy added, "but the nurses had a lot to say." He paused. "Some didn't seem to have much imagination after she left." Jeannie's pretty face turned redder with every nice thing people said. With her head resting on Tim's chest, it looked almost purple. "Maybe they're right, Jeannie. You should go clean up and wear that blue dress for dinner," Tim said honestly. Jeannie frowned and looked up at him. She was about to say something when Patty yelled, "I think that's a great idea! Dinner will be ready by 7, Master Chef!" Surprised, Tim nodded. The girls linked arms and happily walked out of the room together. The men watched the women leave, and Jimmy warned, "We've done it now, boys. Patty loves a challenge. Get ready, Randy. Shouldn't you call your wife and tell her to dress up and come for dinner? I made plenty of food." Randy looked shocked. The fun of the last few minutes vanished when his wife was mentioned. "I don't think that's a good idea. We're having some issues and need to talk. Do you think a nice meal will make it harder?" Ellen asked. "I think a couple of hours talking with friendly people, plus a glass of wine or 2, would help. She really loves you and seems unhappy about everything. You can leave your patrol car here and pick it up in the morning or take it and we'll bring your wife's car to her early," someone said. Randy looked unsure, but then he decided, "Can I use the phone in the office?" Jimmy nodded and went to invite his wife. Once he was gone, Tim turned to Alan and said, "He's a client, so I can't say much. but let's just say he really wants to believe that she's the innocent one mistreated by the bad sheriff. If she tells him the truth and shows that she will never lie again, she might keep her husband and family. Sadness filled Tim's heart. He told the others he was going to clean up and get ready for supper. As he walked away, he thought that his own wife and life didn't have that choice. He was headed for divorce and probably a custody fight. Tim faced a tough life without the person he thought he would grow old with. He only hoped to see his sons sometimes unless he hurt his wife badly, which would solve nothing. There were no good answers for him. Since he couldn't change his bandages with one hand, Tim decided to clean up as best as he could. He shaved, washed with a cloth, and put on tan pants and a green sweater. Then, he went to the kitchen where the other 3 men were. He took a cold beer while waiting for the ladies. The beef bourguignon was ready, but the women were still busy, so they all talked while they waited. When the doorbell rang, Randy moved to answer it, but Jimmy told him to let him greet the guest. Jimmy came back with a beautiful woman who was about 5'9". She had long, dark hair, tanned skin, and bright blue eyes. She wore jeans and high heels. She looked young and innocent, making Tim feel sorry for her and for Randy, too. He hoped she was tricked and mistreated, unlike his wife, who didn't seem to hate what she had done. This feeling made him want to take down the people who hurt her and to do it soon. When Tim met her, he noticed her stiffen and look away, showing she was uncomfortable. Tim knew she connected him with his wife, who had been unfaithful. To be friendly, he warmly greeted her, gave her a light hug, and smiled kindly. When she stepped back, she seemed a bit more relaxed, thinking maybe he didn't know. Still, she looked nervous as she stood beside Randy. They exchanged greetings in the Texas way, and she held onto his arm. Randy smiled at her but showed signs of being tense too, which was clear in his body language. Just then, Patty and Jeannie walked in, breaking the tension in the kitchen. Both looked great in their tight jeans, stylish sweaters, and high heels, similar to Jennifer. They rushed over to welcome her, complimenting her and asking about her kids. As Jennifer talked about her 2 daughters, the mood brightened. Tim noticed that Randy was still tense, so he pulled on his shirt sleeve and motioned for him to step outside to the living room. "Randy, we can all see you're stressed, and I bet your wife sees it too. Let me give you some free advice. Trust her. Yes, she messed up by not telling you the truth, but if I'm right about people, she's still deeply in love with you. Karen said she did what the sheriff told her to do, though she was upset and cried a lot. What you really need to do is hear her story, just like you would with a suspect. If you believe her, then forgive her. Make sure she knows she can tell you anything that bothers her, and promise to get her trust back fully. You and I didn't do anything wrong, but we both seem to have let our wives down. They don't fully trust us. They aren't sure we will be there for them in any situation. If they did trust us completely, they wouldn't have gotten trapped in this messy situation. I'm not sure if I'll have the chance, but you need to clear things up, forgive her, and help her trust you again." Randy looked unsure, but he promised Tim he would let her talk and explain herself before making any choices. They walked back into the kitchen with Tim's hand on Randy's shoulder. Tim smiled, and Jennifer's worried look faded away. She joined the conversation again. Master Chef Jock said dinner was ready and called everyone to the big table. They sat down as couples with Jeannie next to Tim. The food was amazing, and the apple tart for dessert, served by Patty, was heavenly. Everyone but Randy and Tim enjoyed the great wine, chatting happily. Randy didn't drink because he had to drive his wife home, and he needed to have a tough talk that would change both their lives and their kids' lives. Tim wasn't drinking because his doctors warned him against mixing alcohol with pain pills. He wanted to stay fully alert during these hard times. The group was still around the table when suddenly they heard gunshots. Randy shouted for the women to get on the floor, crawl into the kitchen, and hide in the pantry. He took out his gun and told the other men to grab theirs if they had them. Tim quickly crawled to the closet where he kept a rifle, shotgun, pistol, and a bag of bullets. As Tim crawled back, he pushed the shotgun and bag in front of him. He had the rifle on his back and the pistol in his right hand when bullets broke the glass in the front door and the kitchen windows. Jimmy crawled into the pantry for his hidden shotgun and found out the women had gone downstairs into the cellar. Tim handed the shotgun to Alan and found a spot between the dining and living rooms so he could see the kitchen and front doors. He told Jimmy to keep an eye on the back door, which was locked 3 times and had an alarm. Then, when they saw flashes from a gun and more bullets hit the kitchen windows, Tim shot back with his rifle, while Randy fired his pistol at the flashes. Tim turned his focus back to the front door. When he saw someone trying to break it open, he shot twice at the door near the frame. He heard a shout and fired twice more. They stayed alert, ready with their guns, watching carefully, but there were no more gunshots or attempts to break in. During the shooting, Randy grabbed his radio and called for help. Soon, they heard sirens in the distance. Randy provided an update, and soon spotlights began to sweep across the yard, followed by loud knocking on the door. Randy walked to the door with his gun secure in its holster. Tim kept his rifle ready, just in case the 2 uniformed police officers entered. Randy talked with the officers, and 2 more came in through the side door into the kitchen. Tim set his rifle on the floor and raised his hands to shoulder height. Alan did the same with his shotgun. The women came out from the pantry, surprising the officers. Tim quickly told them that the women had been hiding in the pantry since the shooting started, and the officers apologized for treating them roughly. The women smiled back and thanked the officers for arriving so fast to help. The security guard had been shot, but it was not life-threatening. He was an off-duty cop, and the police were not happy about it. Tim knew this would make the manhunt more intense, so he moved to the side, thinking about whether he wanted the attackers caught or if he wanted to handle them himself. Jimmy made a scene by appearing from the back with his shotgun, but Randy calmed everyone down, and the arriving detective gathered everyone in the living room. They had the chance to share what happened. Their lawyers, Patty and Alan, told the story, mentioning that Randy had brought Tim from the hospital and had been asked to stay for dinner. The detective raised his hand, looking worried, and asked Randy if they were the targets of an attempted murder earlier that day. Randy confirmed that they were. The detective's concern grew. "So these guys really want to harm you, right? Do you know who they are?" Everyone turned to Tim, who looked at his 3 lawyers. "Shouldn't one of you answer?" the detective asked. Alan replied that Tim could provide the best answer. Tim gave a brief summary of the events since the blizzard, avoiding any mention of Jennifer's involvement in the films. When he mentioned the films Karen was in, he watched her for any signs of distress. Jennifer turned pale, wobbled a bit on her feet, and looked at her husband. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders but kept his focus on Tim. As the story unfolded, questions were asked and answered. Finally, the group said goodbye to the officers and welcomed the officers left on guard to use the kitchen door for the restroom when needed. Jimmy handed one of them a key, and the officers returned to the living room. Jennifer called their neighbor in Jonestown, who was watching her kids, and she agreed to keep them overnight. Alan was also staying overnight since there was 1 bedroom free in their 5-bedroom house for the Jacksons. Jimmy offered to show them to their room. Randy followed him, and Alan, Jeannie, and Patty turned to go to their rooms. Tim stayed back and signaled for Jennifer to come to him. She looked scared as she watched her husband. "You've probably guessed that I'm Karen's husband, but I'm not here to hurt you, Jennifer. Tonight and tomorrow are really important for you. Be honest with Randy. Answer all his questions completely. If you do, I think things will turn out all right." She seemed like she was about to cry as she softly said, "If I do, he will leave me. He can't ever know what happened. Jennifer, he's a cop. He knows more than you realize. I'm warning you." "Be honest," Tim whispered urgently. He then took her arm and walked her to their assigned bedroom before turning to go into his own. He watched her nervously enter her room and wished someone had talked to his wife when she started going down this path. Saturday morning came with the smell of bacon and biscuits. A cheerful blonde bounced into the room. "Wake up, sleepyhead. Breakfast is getting cold." Tim pushed the sheets away and got out of bed. It was only when he saw her face that he realized he was naked. "Too late now," he thought as he walked into the bathroom without any clothes. He looked back and saw sweet Jeannie still staring at him. He smiled and said, "Like what you see?" She turned red from her head to her chest and quickly ran away from the doorway. When Tim entered the kitchen, everyone laughed at him, and Jeannie blushed again. "What did you do to this sweet girl?" "You creep?" Patty asked. "She has been blushing ever since she woke you up." This made everyone laugh even louder. Tim shrugged and said, "Me? I was sleeping when someone loudly told me to get up, so I got out of bed and went to the bathroom. She was staring at me from the moment I kicked off the covers until I ran into the bathroom. Randy, Jennifer, Alan, Patty, and Jimmy laughed loudly, while Jeannie turned bright red. "I didn't know you would be sleeping naked," she said, embarrassed. The laughter echoed around the room, and Tim replied to Jeannie with a teasing tone, "A true lady would look away. You were staring at me on purpose. You seem all sweet and innocent, but now I know better." Jeannie put her head down on the table, still blushing, while the others kept laughing. Eventually, she joined in the laughter. "I'm completely humiliated," Tim said loudly. Jennifer took a sip of her coffee, looked him over, and said with a smile, "Well, you don't have anything to be embarrassed about, but I didn't see you naked." Everyone burst out laughing again. Tim gave up pretending to be upset, smiled, kissed Jeannie on the head, and jokingly threatened her. "Fair is fair, you jokester," he laughed when she turned red and walked over to the coffee pot. "Scrambled eggs, bacon, and homemade biscuits with butter and peach jam. Someone knows what I like," Tim said as he filled his plate. "It was Patty," she replied. "She got up, made coffee, set the table, and got everything ready to cook. She started it all when she thought you would wake up, and then she came to get you because the rest of us are really hungry." "Or maybe she just wanted to see you without your clothes," Jeannie said, her cheeks getting red again. Realizing that the teasing would go on until she fought back, she got up, walked over to Tim, who was piling food on his plate, playfully slapped him on the back, smiled up at him, and said, "Nice job, big guy." Tim pretended to be shocked. "A piece of meat. That's all I am to you? Just a handsome guy? Well, I have a brain, and I'd like you to look at that instead of just my body," he joked. The others laughed loudly. Jeannie playfully hit him again and walked back to the table. "Stop staring at my back, silly. If I can't look, neither can you," Randy chimed in, copying his kids. Everyone laughed again. Jeannie gave Tim a flirty look and sat down. Tim walked to his seat next to hers, pulled it out, poked her on the shoulder, and shook his butt in her face. When she turned toward him, he sat down and started to eat with a straight face. "You two are so funny. You must really know each other well to tease like that," Jennifer said with a laugh. Tim was happy to see her in a good mood and noticed how Randy looked at her warmly while she joked. It seemed like someone was going to have a good day, but his own marriage was not going well. The conversation was light and easy as they ate, and after a second pot of coffee, Jeannie said, "My parents and my big sister Kathy are coming this morning. They want to meet everyone, and then we'll go shopping." "They should be here soon. Can everyone stay until they arrive?" Jeannie asked. "We will. We're waiting for the repairman to fix everything," Patty replied. Tim nodded in agreement, and the Jacksons smiled. After sharing a knowing look like a couple should, Alan glanced at his watch. "I have to leave soon." Jeannie touched his arm and said, "Please stay. I want you to meet my sister. She's feeling lonely after her divorce last year." "Sounds like a setup," Tim teased, and everyone laughed. Alan smiled and shook his head. "If she looks anything like you, I will definitely want to meet her." "Well, she's taller than me and very pretty, but she's a bit upset with men because her husband left her for his secretary," Jeannie said. "So we both have stories to share. I realize I haven't been very nice to women a few times since then." "This should be fun," Jimmy said with a laugh. "Hey, if she's divorced and looks better than you, why not set her up with me? I'm almost divorced too." "My wife's friends have been after me for weeks. Her story can't be worse than mine. We could be good for each other," Tim said with a serious face. Jeannie squinted her green eyes at Tim and shot him a look that felt sharp. "You are not a free man, and you might never be," she said. "Alan could be your problem for a long time." "How do you know?" Tim asked. "I filed for divorce. My lawyers say it's an easy win. I should be free soon." The group at the table tried not to laugh. Jeannie tossed her hair back and pretended to be snobby. She looked down at him and said, "Remember that girl in the blue dress? She chose to stay with you in the hospital instead of going out with two handsome guys. You made promises to her that you haven't kept. That means you're still tied down. After she tries you out and moves on, maybe then you might meet my sister if Alan hasn't gotten to her first." The group laughed loudly, and Tim looked down as if he accepted defeat. "After tonight, I'm heading back home to my ranch. I have a nice cabin on a hill with a concrete slab, rock walls, and a metal roof," he said. Alan tried to speak up, but Tim kept going. It's a mile to the county road, and there are 2 locked gates between there and my cabin. I'll bring one of my brothers and train German shepherds to guard the place. I'll be ready and far enough away so no one else gets hurt as long as I'm alive, or until these idiots stop bothering me. My wife, kids, and even her parents could be in danger. I can't keep putting everyone else at risk. This is my fight. You promised you'd do your part, Tim. That was part of your deal to get out. If you don't, you won't get full use of your arm or leg again. Please stay with us. The police will protect us now, Jeannie pleaded. He turned to her, holding her hands, and said, Petey is available too. I've used him before. The therapist is good and a friend. They even gave me a sheet with all the exercises, and I know how to do them. I've thought this through, Jeannie. I talked with someone I trust last night. They won't stop trying to hurt us no matter how safe we feel. Some police might get hurt. My family might get hurt. You could get hurt. And that would be because of me. I can't live with that. I have family and friends who know a lot about the woods. Some of them are veterans from the military, while others are skilled hunters. They are all very good with their guns. Most people know me well, so when someone unfamiliar shows up, it gets noticed. Once my story spreads, there will be about 4,000 people watching out for me and looking for the 5 spots I mentioned. Believe me, we'll all be safer when I'm in that location. But that doesn't mean everyone will be entirely safe. The bad people still want to hurt you or at least make your life very difficult. When I go away, they might try to take one of my friends to find out where I have gone. Randy and Jennifer are still at risk because of the corrupt sheriff. The more I learn, the more I think there are some powerful people involved that we don't yet know about. Karen will be asked questions by 2 Texas Rangers and a senior state trooper from the Criminal Investigations Division about anyone she might have seen or heard about. These same officers will talk to others who might have helpful information, including some people from the Williamson County Sheriff's Department. I plan to watch some films while I am staying at home to keep safe, which might give me more clues. I'll keep in touch with Ranger Boyd by phone and radio so we both know what's happening. We need to solve this problem, and we need to do it quickly. I don't like being an easy target, and I don't want to put others at risk, like the people sitting here with me. This is the best plan we have. And don't worry, I will be armed and well protected. My guards won't be in marked police cars, but they will be on alert and ready. Jeannie started to argue again, but Randy stopped her. He's right. We can't keep him safe in the city as well as he can be in the countryside. He and the Rangers came up with this plan, and I believe it's the best option. If he stays here without catching them, it's only a matter of time before they catch him off guard. He'll be with people he knows well, and I know he has good friends willing to help him because they care about him and owe him for past help. It's not a perfect plan, but it's much safer than staying here and being an easy target. Jeannie looked unsure and unhappy, wanting to argue, but then the doorbell rang. Oh no, it's my family. Quick, get ready. We'll welcome them in and introduce ourselves while you prepare, Patty said. Jeannie hurried back to her bedroom. The rest of the group greeted them at the open door, where the workers had taken away the old door to put in a new one. The Hildebrand family was a nice-looking couple in their 40s, along with a strong young woman in her 20s with red hair. Jeannie looked a lot like her mom, Amelia, who was 5 feet 4 inches tall, lovely, and had a warm smile. Daddy Joe was tall and thin, over 6 feet high. He had short hair and stood straight like a soldier. Sister Kathy looked a lot like Jeannie, but with red hair instead of blonde. She was between 5 feet 6 and 5 feet 7, curvier, and had the same pretty face. Amelia and Kathy wore nice jeans and sweaters. Joe wore khaki pants and a polo shirt. Jimmy explained why Jeannie wasn't there, and he introduced everyone, with Tim being the last person mentioned. While they met each other, everyone in the family was friendly and warm, just like you expect from folks in San Antonio. But when Tim was introduced, their friendly smiles turned into hugs and kisses, along with thanks for helping their daughter. They also looked him over carefully. Tim downplayed his role, saying it was all about what Jeannie did. He pointed to Jimmy and Patty, saying they supported Jeannie in getting away from her mean husband. She was the brave one. Mom looked at him thoughtfully and said Jeannie had told them a very different story, and they trusted their daughter. She smiled, hugged Tim, kissed him on one cheek, and patted him on the other before turning back to thank everyone. Noticing that Jeannie was still missing, she playfully asked, with a big smile, "So our youngest daughter isn't ready yet? How strange, right?" Her husband and daughter laughed, but others looked a bit confused. Sister Kathy saw their puzzled faces and explained, "You look confused. Jeannie always dressed the best and looked perfect everywhere she went, but she was always late. I swear, even at volleyball, track, and cheerleading, she looked amazing. But every time her dates had to wait for her grand entrance. We called her Princess Jeannie. Isn't that still her now?" Patty looked at the others and then replied, "No, that's not how she is now. She dresses casually, wears little makeup, and is always ready when we are. The reason she isn't ready now is that we had a late breakfast and talked too long. Tim, you work with her. What do you think?" "She's the most down-to-earth, humble, kind, and caring woman I know," Tim said, sounding a bit defensive. "I've seen her dressed up, so I know how beautiful she can be. But that was once in nearly 2 years. Most of the time I've known her, she's just been casually dressed, with only a little makeup, and has kept a nice hairstyle for being a teacher and a dance team coach. She's been more of an all-American girl than a princess around me." Sister Kathy looked shocked. Mom seemed to think Jeannie had tricked Tim, and Dad smiled proudly. "See, I told you she had grown out of it." "Oh, Dad, she's always been your little princess." Kathy said this with a bit of jealousy. "Speaking of," Alan replied, looking toward the hallway. Jeannie was so happy to see her family. She wore a navy jumpsuit with 3/4 sleeves that zipped up the front, and she had on comfy sneakers. Her hair was tidy, and she wore a simple heart necklace with matching earrings. The jumpsuit showed off her curves, and her hairstyle highlighted her lovely face. The light makeup made her bright green eyes stand out even more, but she looked less like a spoiled princess than her sister or mother. The 3 women hugged each other excitedly, kissed, and gave each other compliments. Then Jeannie broke away to go to her dad, who was thrilled to see her and hold his little girl. Tim thought maybe Jeannie did get a bit more attention and praise while growing up. He smiled at how happy they were and admired her amazing figure. As she hugged her dad and stood on tiptoe, Patty told Mom Hildebrand they would expect them for dinner. She mentioned that Jimmy and Tim would be grilling steak, shrimp, and a mix of vegetables, followed by her famous Texas chocolate sheet cake with chocolate pecans on top. Mama said they would come back for dinner and asked what time to arrive. Patty replied it was up to them, just let them know when to be ready. Jeannie turned back to the others and told Patty and Jimmy they would return by 4:30. She thanked the Jacksons for meeting her and hoped to see them again. She asked Alan if he could join them and show her some of the new stores he had mentioned, even though they had talked about it before. Alan turned red. Kathy smiled at her younger sister and shook her head, knowing this was a plan between them. But she liked Alan's good looks and personality enough to go along with it. Jeannie eagerly led her family and Alan to the car, but then remembered she had left her purse inside and rushed back to the door. She went in, grabbed her purse from the chair by the door, and gave him a playful look. "You better be here when I come back, or I'll find you," she teased before gently touching his cheek and promising him a kiss. With that, she giggled and ran back to the car. He received some light teasing from Jennifer and Randy about their friendship, but their parents just closed their eyes as if they hadn't seen anything. The Jacksons had to leave but promised to keep in touch. They waved for Tim to come outside, where Randy put his arm around Tim's shoulders and Jennifer hugged him around the waist. "We want to thank you for the good advice you gave us yesterday," Randy began. "I can guess how you feel, and I have to say I was really upset, almost losing my mind. But after I listened to my sweet West Texas girl, I saw that she didn't have the skills to outsmart the sheriff. I realized I needed to help her more. She's too beautiful for her own good, and that means she will always catch the eye of men, including some bad ones who might take advantage of her. We are going to work on this, and we want you to stay in our lives every day. You have become someone I trust and count on, and Jennifer feels the same way." She hugged him tightly, enough to make his hurt hip ache, but he pushed through the pain and hugged her back. "Thank you, Tim. I was scared when I first heard your name yesterday, but now you are my best friend in the world. Next to Randy Jackson, of course." She eased her grip a little and leaned back to look at him, her eyes glistening with tears. "There are some things I need to tell you. I know Karen was forced into making those films like I was, but Tim, she wasn't really being forced. By the time I got involved, it seemed like she was in charge. She told me she was done after this movie and wanted to be the best wife and mom for you and your boys because she truly loves you. I could hear it in her voice. But when the movies started, she would change, becoming someone different. They changed the story so it looked like I was being hurt, and all I could do was cry. I hated those men. I would be happy to hurt every one of them. As for Karen, she seemed to enjoy the whole thing but was still kind and caring towards me. She is the only one I wouldn't harm. I told Randy that the only part I liked was being with her. I'm not bi, or at least I never was before or after, but being with her was exciting and different. Maybe. Everyone around her feels it, including you, I'm sure. I believe she truly wants to go back to being a devoted mom and wife, but can she really do it? Can she stop being with other people, both men and women? I wasn't the only girl, you know, and there are men she hasn't told you about. She said she only had about 10 to 12 days of fun, but she acted like she had a lot more experience. I can see the pain in your eyes. I'm sorry for that. I owe my new chance with Randy to you. I just don't want to think about her hurting you again. I know you will make the right choice. Just remember, you can call us anytime if you need help, okay? The rest of the day went by in a blur. Workmen were everywhere. Jimmy and Patty were busy directing them in the repairs and improvements, including adding deadbolts and making the security system stronger to cover all the doors and windows. Tim kept himself busy. He chopped some oak and mesquite wood for the fire pits and stacked it in the big fire pit on the patio. Mostly, he did what he needed to do. As he lit the fires at 3:45 p.m., he thought about the tough spot he was in. He had made some important decisions he needed to share that night. Kathy was holding Alan's arm as they walked into the backyard. They followed her parents to where Tim was getting ready to cook the steaks. Jeannie told us everything over lunch. "Thank you for helping her leave Larry and for looking after our girl while she got better," Tim said. "Your daughter did way more for me when I was hurt than I did for her," he added. "I owe her and your family thanks for raising such a kind person," Tim said. Just then, Jimmy came over with the grilled vegetables. Mr. Hildebrand asked him what happened last night. "We saw the repairmen when we arrived, and some are still here, but Jeannie was hiding, so she doesn't know much," he explained. "When we asked Alan, he said to ask you. So what happened?" Jimmy then told them everything that had taken place the day before. He started with Tim coming out of the hospital and ended with the shootout from last night. Tim was talked about as a hero, and Jeannie's parents began to look at him differently. "You have a very interesting life for a school teacher," Tim's mom said. "I've never heard of such things. Why do they want to hurt you?" her dad asked. "This is very strange," Tim replied. "I'll let my lawyers sort out my month with you so I don't say anything I shouldn't." "Jimmy, you can share what you think is okay to share. I don't want to keep anything from Jeannie's family. Just tell me how you like your steaks and then go sit on the patio." "I don't want to hear the story again," Tim said. Jeannie went to join her family on the patio. Jimmy and Alan told the whole story while Patty got the needed tools and carried them to the big table on the patio, listening and sometimes adding bits for the other women. Tim focused on cooking the veggies and steaks right. Joe wanted his steak medium, but the three women wanted theirs well done. Tim cooked carefully and said, "I'll make sure they are cooked right. Then I'll hand you the tongs so you can cook them more if you want. I won't ruin a good ribeye by overcooking it." Joe laughed and said, "See, I've been telling you." Kathy rolled her eyes but agreed to try a well-prepared medium steak if she could grill it more if she didn't like it. Jeannie and Amelia agreed to help, so Tim went back to the grill. The other three steaks were cooked medium rare. Patty's steak was medium, so Tim changed the cooking time a bit. All the steaks were picked up by their owners around the same time when veggies were placed on their plates. Since the Hilda family was driving back to San Antonio, they chose tea, either sweet or unsweet, served in tall glasses filled with ice. The lack of alcohol didn't stop Kathy from making a face when she cut into her steak. "You? It looks juicy," Tim said, raising an eyebrow at her. "Of course it is. Ever heard the phrase, a big juicy steak? Can't say I've ever heard anyone ask for a dry steak, right? Give it a try. The tongs are over by the grill." He then glanced at Jeannie and her mom, who quickly said, "Okay, I'll try it." Everyone watched closely as each woman cut a piece of her steak and took a bite, a bit nervous. Amelia was the first to speak. Surprised, she said, "Wow, I didn't know steak could taste this great." "What did you do, Tim?" He smiled and replied, "I seasoned it just right, cooked it to medium and put it on your plate." "Medium?" Amelia asked, wide-eyed. "Yes," Tim replied. "Anyone who wanted medium well got something that's warm and pink in the center. It keeps the juices without being bloody." Tim then turned to Kathy. "How did your steak turn out?" "It would have been perfect if you hadn't told me," she said, looking shocked at the thought of eating nearly raw meat. Tim turned to Jeannie, who smiled sweetly and said, "It's perfect, Tim, the best I've ever had. Thanks for teaching us something new about steak today." Tim noticed the curious look Papa Joe gave them before the topic shifted and everyone went back to eating. The conversation was lively and nobody wanted it to end. As time went on, it cooled down outside, so they moved to the living room to keep chatting. The Hilda family brought 2 bottles of nice wine as gifts for their hosts, deciding that everyone should have 1 drink before they left for home. Tim thanked them, but chose to open a cold Lone Star beer instead, saying it would be a shame to waste good wine on his simple taste. After everyone enjoyed their first drink, a second round was poured when the doorbell rang. Jimmy grabbed his new pistol from under the counter near the door. Alan and Tim took their places on either side of the hall, opening the closet doors and stepping in to grab their hidden rifles. Jimmy nodded to the other 2 men as he opened the door. Tim looked back into the living room and saw Mr. Hildebrand watching closely while the women kept chatting. Then, Ranger Jim Boyd walked in. He smiled when he saw Alan and Tim together, with Jimmy holding a gun, but then his face became serious. He said he had important news to tell everyone. He was invited to sit in the living room where everyone was quiet and watching him. After introducing himself, he stopped for a moment, looking unsure about speaking in front of Jeannie's parents. Tim told him to go ahead because they already knew part of the story and should hear this too. He agreed and announced news that shocked everyone. "We caught one of the men from last night," he said. "The shout you heard when Tim shot was from a bullet that hurt him badly. He then went to get help. The police gave us a call about it. This man wasn't one we had been looking for, but we asked him how he got the gunshot. His story seemed suspicious, so we took him in for questioning. He complained about his pain, but no one could find his pain medicine. Then he started talking about what happened. Luckily, the officer who took him in found his pills in the back of his car. After he got a pain pill, he kept talking until he shared everything he knew." The ranger looked at Tim and Jeannie, who were sitting together on a couch, and asked them, "Are you sure you want me to keep talking in front of everyone? This is about you 2, and it is personal." They talked it over and decided they wanted everyone to hear, so he shared that the attack was meant to kill Tim and take Jeannie. The attackers were part of a local gang trying to collect rewards that had been put on them by unknown people. The reward for Jeannie said she had to be taken alive and unharmed, while the reward for Tim was for either dead or alive. The room fell silent. Tim shook his head, saying, "I can guess who those unknown people are. A bounty? Really? Have we gone back in time to 1882? What is happening?" The ranger let them express their anger, then warned, "Tim, Jeannie, this changes everything. We need to put you both in protective care while we search for the others. We don't have enough officers to watch over you both as you go about your lives, and doing so would put you, your friends, and our officers in danger. Jeannie, you need to stop teaching right away. You can't go back until this is all sorted out. Tim, we'll help you get the therapy you need, but we have to move you both to a safe place where they can't find you. We need to do this soon, maybe even tomorrow. We're also going to put your wife, kids, and her parents in a safe place because there seems to be a reward for capturing her too. They will be kept in a different location," he added. "You 2 will be taken to a safe place nearby." Tim's mind was racing as the ranger explained what was happening. He noticed Joe Hildebrand sitting stiffly on the edge of his chair, paying close attention. Tim could see different feelings on the faces of the others, mostly surprise, worry, and fear. The only exception was Jeannie. She looked angry and serious. Tim turned to Ranger Boyd and started to explain his idea. "Jim, I have a different plan. You need to put Jeannie in a safe place and keep her hidden. Call the sheriff from my county. Let him know what's happening, but tell him to keep it private. Ask if I can stay at my ranch. If he agrees, I will leave tomorrow morning and be there by early afternoon. My brother will bring food and other supplies when he comes to feed the cattle. I'll use back roads so no one will see me. I'll be safe, Jeannie will be safe, and no one will be in danger guarding me. I have to do something like this, or they will get me sooner or later. We both know a good sniper can take me out from too far away for my guards to help. But out there, I'll have the high ground with binoculars, guard dogs, and friendly neighbors. Plus, I'm a good shot if they do find me. He leaned back, feeling pleased with himself. But then Jeannie jumped in. That makes no sense. I need to be where you are. We need real protection. I know what you're doing. You're planning to lure them in and face them directly. Without thinking, Tim replied, I get how you feel, but these guys won't stop. They aren't acting like normal people. They've gone too far. Do you think they want you safe because Larry wants to say sorry? You know their real plans. Are you ready to take the risk of becoming a target? If not, you should accept being safe while I handle things at home. Out in the wild, I can defend myself. Here, I'm too exposed. I need to go home. You need to be protected. That way, we'll both be safer. Before Jeannie could argue, her father spoke up. You both have a point, but you're also mistaken. Tim is right that you can't expect normal behavior from them. They have turned dangerous like wild wolves hunting. It's not about hiding. At some point, you must go after them and stop them. I'm sorry, Ranger, but I think you know that's true. The Ranger looked down for a moment, then looked back up and said, I have explained my official position, and I have made an offer. Now just imagine this. When regular people start acting like they don't care about others at all, our usual plans don't work well. Joe Hildebrand jumped in again. Tim, I get what you're saying, but Jeannie has a point too. If she's with you, then the trap is set twice, and it's easier to keep you both safe. You might not know me, but when I heard how Jeannie talks about you, I quickly hired someone to find out more about you. I know, Tim replied. But if I had looked into Larry the same way, we wouldn't be in this mess right now. I learned you're more than just a typical college athlete. You're a teacher, a coach, a father. Seems like you're trying to include everyone here. Joe continued. Lois, your ringtones are famous almost like stories of Robin Hood and his friends down here. Tim, you're like Robin Hood, fixing wrongs, standing up for the people, and leading others to help. I believe you can make one call and get a group of sharpshooters together in no time. They owe you, he said. I saw the official report. It didn't connect the missing drug dealers with the burned house out in the country where they said they lived. It didn't show any proof that anyone ever lived there, Joe said. The buildings that burned never held the girls who went missing. Then, out of nowhere, the girls came back the next day. But they remembered very little, just that they had been drugged and kept in a dark place for days. No bodies were ever found, but the sale of dangerous drugs stopped, and no more girls vanished. There were similar cases in 2 nearby counties, too. Those places had bad fires because of thunderstorms and were lucky enough to have the girls come back, though they had similar memory loss from drugs. When you returned home after that game, the sheriff said it was just a coincidence that nothing happened to the drug dealers. Joe turned to Tim, saying, Ranger Boyd and everyone listening, my wife knows, but my daughters don't that I served in Special Forces during the Vietnam War. I've been through some tough times and seen things I don't like to talk about. But those experiences tell me we can't keep Jeannie, Tim, his sons, Karen and her family, maybe even Jennifer and Randy, safe from these awful people without doing something different. Here's my plan. The police will keep Amelia, Kathy, Alan, Jimmy, Patty, and anyone else they see in danger protected and safe. Jeannie and I will go with Tim to his ranch to stay safe, and we will be ready to protect ourselves if anyone bad tries to come after us. The ranger will help us and keep everyone updated as things happen. If things are still not okay in 10 days, we will meet again and think about other plans. Ranger, I need to say that I can't support any plan that leaves safety in the hands of people who are not trained. It's true that we can't do much under the rules that let the bad guys go free, but we can't endorse anyone taking the law into their own hands. That being said, if you 3 want to stay at a quiet ranch until the police catch the people after you, I won't say no. Is that clear? Tim and Joe looked at one another and both agreed. Joe turned to his family and said, Since we learned what happened tonight, I think it's best for us to spend the night here if there is space, or somewhere close. If not, that will give the ranger time to make plans. I also think that tomorrow night, Tim, Jeannie, and I should head to the ranch after dark, while the rest of you go to the safe house with the ranger. Tim's family will help us with the supplies we need. My team will make sure we have protection gear and tools. We will check in often through the ranger unless he thinks it's safe to talk directly. But we all need to be careful not to let anyone know where we are hiding. Are there any worries or changes you want to suggest about this plan? Tim smiled and said, "Not from me, Captain Hildebrand." Joe looked a bit confused until Tim explained. "What? You don't think you're the only one who looks up people before meeting them, do you?" Jeannie had been quiet, but now she spoke up with a glimmer in her eye. She said, "I think we should find a vehicle they don't know about that will be good for what we will face in South Texas and change it at some point during our drive. Dad, do you have a car like that at your place or at one of your stores?" Dad smiled at her and said that was a great idea, and he did have a vehicle ready. Tim jumped into their talk and said, "I have the ranch sorted out. I know the perfect vehicle for moving around on the ranch, on roads, or through bushes. We need something fast enough to help us get away quickly but can also handle dirt roads." Joe smiled and nodded. "I've got that taken care of." To fix the one-room shortage, Kathy was told she would share a room with Jeannie. Kathy smiled, winked at Alan, and said, "Okay, but Jeannie better not snore." "I'll be there in a few babysits," Jeannie said with a smile. "We all know who snores, big sister, and it's not me." After saying goodbyes and goodnights, everyone except Alan and Kathy went to their rooms. As Jeannie and Tim walked down the hall, Tim whispered that if Kathy snored or took up too much space in bed, Kathy could sleep in his room. Jeannie gave him a playful elbow to the ribs, reminding him that would never happen. The next morning, Tim turned on the coffee maker as soon as he woke up. He found Mr. Hildebrand dressed and sitting on the porch reading the Austin American Statesman. Tim brought him a cup of black coffee with a spoonful of sugar, just like Jeannie had told him he liked. The newspaper was folded and put on the table. They enjoyed the beautiful sunrise in silence for a while. Then Mr. Hildebrand broke the quiet, asking, "What will you do when it snows, Will?" "I want a friend," Tim replied. It seemed that everyone had only one number to call and no names, so by nightfall everyone in Raton would know where and when to meet. "Is Monday night at 9 too soon for you?" Mr. Hildebrand asked. "No, that's perfect," Tim said. "We can figure out the details while driving down tonight, check the area tomorrow, and get everything ready. I'm not sure how your followers will find us, but if we can delay them for 2 days, we will be set." "I'm not sure we can guarantee 2 days," said Joe. "Jim Boyd, the ranger, won't share anything about us or move everyone to the safe houses until Monday. If there is a leak in the police department, they might find out how long it would take them to reach the ranch." "We can't assume they won't send someone," Joe added with confidence. "Larry wants to be there when Jeannie is caught, and they all want to see you fail." Just then, they heard Jeannie in the kitchen. A moment later, she came outside with coffee, dressed in wind pants and a windbreaker. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she wasn't wearing any makeup. Tim thought she looked great. Mr. Hildebrand greeted her happily, accepting a cheek kiss from her with a big smile. "So did you sleep well, sweetheart? Did Kathy keep you up with her snoring?" he asked. "No, not at all," Jeannie replied, winking at Tim. "I didn't hear a thing. I felt like I was alone." Tim got the hint and winked back at her. Mr. Hildebrand just smiled. Soon after, Patty, Jimmy, Kathy, and Alan joined them. Patty suggested moving to the big table on the patio. "I made us some more coffee," Patty said. "And I woke up early to make donuts." Jimmy grinned. "I also made some apple fritters and bear claws," he added. "They should be ready soon." "I hope you made enough for the police officers who watched over us all night, too," Patty said. "They need breakfast before their next shift comes in at 7. Mister was supposed to bring food at 6:45. "Oops, I guess I let that slip out." Jimmy laughed at this. "Yeah, like anyone here believes you woke up at 4 a.m. to make donuts," Alan joked. "I'm pretty sure we would have smelled that even if you were quiet." Tim enjoyed the friendly mood at the table. He thought for a moment about his sweet wife and how much she would fit in if he could just push his sadness away, smile, and look around. No one but Jeannie noticed his moment of sadness, and she shared the same sad look. He smiled and winked at her, and she smiled back. The 2 police officers that had just finished their shift were on the patio. The new team got donuts and donut holes to eat at their posts. Patty made some ham to go with the sweet treats and brought a gallon of milk to the table. She nodded at Tim, knowing someone here can't eat breakfast without meat and milk. It turned out that everyone at the table liked meat and milk with their sweets, so she made a note to buy more on her shopping list. After breakfast, Tim called Ranger Boy to make sure everything was set. He confirmed that Karen's phone was being listened to by the police. At 9 p.m., Ranger Bird would move Karen and her family to a safe house. Boyd would help them all stay safe. Tim, Joe, Jeannie, and Mintz planned to leave together for San Antonio when it got dark. They would leave San Antonio for Tim's ranch exactly at 9 p.m. This would help them shake off any following cars, switch vehicles, and get close to Mr. Hildebrand. Since both safe houses were in the country, everyone was told to wear jeans and boots. Jeannie and her family, along with Alan, had to visit the nearest Western store to buy what they needed since they couldn't go home. Tim rode with another officer to grab what he needed from his house. After he got his clothes and gear, Tim had the officer take him to a payphone outside a convenience store where he called Karen. The boys were excited to talk to him and wanted to share everything that had happened since he was in the hospital. After their grandmother bribed them with a fruit snack, Karen finally took the phone and Tim went over the plans with her. She sounded scared and unsure, so he asked to talk to her dad. He remained calm about needing to hide and said they would wait for the ranger to reach out. Karen asked where he would be hiding. He told her he couldn't say much and asked if there was anything she remembered that could help keep them safe. She thought about it but couldn't think of anything. Tim hung up and was taken back to the horseman's house. He quickly started watching more videos. Even though the videos were gross and upsetting, he learned which high school students were involved and why one babysitter wouldn't speak up. He also found out about 2 elected officials they didn't know, including one working in law enforcement. Officers showed up in uniforms to raid the party, but ended up joining in with Karen and a recent graduate. Tim called Jim Boyd and asked him to come over right away. The group met at the house at 4 p.m. and found that Jimmy had a big pot of catfish and hush puppies ready to cook, while Patty had all the sides prepared. Tim and Jim Boyd stayed in the study, watching the videos until they were called for dinner at 6. They looked worried when they came out. The 3 lawyers took them aside and Jeannie walked over. "What's wrong?" Ellen asked. "You guys look upset." The ranger answered, "Let's just say we now have a better idea of where our leaks are, why the suspects have stayed hidden from us, and we understand the crimes they've committed much better." Tim shook his head, his eyes closed, and said, "I had no idea. I can't believe I worked with those guys. I can't believe some of them are supposed to be teachers." The ranger replied, "No, they are not teachers. They are predators pretending to be teachers. Should we put the food in the oven and talk now, or eat first?" Patty asked. "It sounds like we need to rethink our plans." "Let's eat," Jim said firmly. "Then we can think things over a bit before we change our plans. I think we can still move forward, but we know better now about who we should share information with. Anyway, let's enjoy our meal and then discuss it." They had an excellent meal and even better company. "I can't believe it, but we all feel like old friends, not just new acquaintances," Kathy said after Alan told a funny joke that made everyone laugh. "By the end of this, we will be close friends, being stuck together in this safe house for days or weeks," Patty replied. That reminded them of the real danger they were in, and the lively talk quieted down. Ranger Boyd called a meeting in the living room, and they changed their plans based on the new information he shared. When he revealed the names of the students, Jeannie looked shocked, and her dad turned red, mumbling angry words under his breath. After Boyd talked with the ranger taking care of Tim's sons, Karen and her family, they decided to delay the evacuations until midnight. Now, they would go to different safe houses than they had planned. Tim, Jeannie, and Joe would sneak out the back door, climb over the fence, and head down the alley. A plain car would be waiting for them. They would drive to Joe's car dealership to switch cars, then stop by Joe's place to grab some weapons and suitable clothes for the Brush Country Ranch. After that, they would head southwest. Tim called his in-laws again. He had a tender chat with his kids that lasted 20 minutes and then spoke with his wife. The more he thought about their life together, the more upset he felt with her. Still, he wanted to give her one last chance to share any information that might help them stay safe. Have you thought of anything else to tell me? Or about Sheriff or Ranger Bird? We need to hurry. It's a matter of life and death. Do you have any names or other details? Karen hesitated, then said no. So, Karen, are there no other teachers, students, cops, or officials you remember being involved? There must be someone else who knows what's going on, someone in law enforcement who might be warning the criminals about us. I know you don't want anything bad to happen to our kids or your family. So why are you holding back? The line went quiet for almost a minute before she spoke again. Let me talk to Ranger Bird. I don't feel safe talking to you because I think these calls are being listened to. Okay, Tim replied. Take care of our boys and follow the instructions you've been given. I'll call you when this is over. At 11:55, they were driving south on I-35 in a 1978 Dodge Ram Charger, a sturdy 4x4 with a big 440 cubic inch engine. It had heavy steel bumpers and a winch on the front, plus tires that Joe claimed were almost puncture-proof. The ride wasn't quiet, the tires made noise and the engine roared, but Joe drove with confidence, like he owned the vehicle, because he did. They took several turns to check if anyone was following them, but saw no signs of a tail. Joe filled up the gas tank in the last town before they turned onto smaller country roads towards their destination. They all used the restroom, and Tim bought big cups of coffee since it was already past 1:30 a.m. After driving about a mile on the dirt road, they came to a long curve. There were piles of dirt for roadwork on the side, so Tim told Joe to pull in behind them to wait for 10 minutes to see if anyone was following. When no one came, they continued to the ranch. They left the paved road and drove the final 2 miles on a bumpy dirt road. They reached the entrance to the ranch, turned in, and Tim opened and locked the 2 gates that blocked the way to the ranch house. He took off his athletic shoes and climbed on the hood of the SUV while in his socks. He wanted to check if anyone was following them. Once he felt sure they were safe, they drove closer to the house. When they reached the top of the first hill, they could see the ranch house on the taller hill. The light by the water tank was on, but no other lights showed. They stopped in the bushes and quietly walked toward the house from the dark side, ready with their guns. Joe ran back to the SUV while Jeannie and Tim entered the house. They looked inside the fridge and pantry. They found plenty of food there thanks to Tim's brother, Nate. They checked the bedsheets to make sure they were clean and looked for any scorpions hiding under the blankets. Joe parked by the back door. They brought their clothes, weapons, and gear inside and set up their sleeping spaces. Jeannie took the bedroom, which had a full bathroom and a place to get dressed. Tim and Joe slept in the bunk beds along the south wall and shared a small bathroom with a shower and sink. Tired from the day, they slept well until 8 the next morning. Tim woke up first, used the bathroom, and made coffee, which woke Jeannie and her dad. They enjoyed Tim's breakfast of eggs, bacon, and biscuits made from Pioneer Mix while talking about their plans for the day. Tim noticed that Jeannie seemed less open about her feelings with her dad around, but she still gave him little touches and looks. When her dad wasn't watching, they got dressed for outside. They planned to check the area around the house first, and then look at the ways the bad guys might come to the ranch. Jeannie was eager to explore the house both inside and outside. She asked many questions about the old furniture, which Tim explained came from his grandparents and great-grandparents. Joe asked Tim if the ranch really belonged to him or if it was owned by his family. To calm both Jeannie and her dad, Tim shared the whole story. This was where his dad's parents spent time before Tim's mom's parents decided to split their land among their children. They made that choice based on what they had learned from dealing with taxes and legal issues when their parents passed away. They followed the advice of their shared lawyer. Both families were land poor, which meant they owned a lot of land that usually made very little money, but the government taxed it as if it were worth a lot. By giving smaller pieces of land to their heirs, they avoided the taxes that could force their families to sell their land. It seemed strange that the government could not see the irony in that, but his grandparents understood and started giving parts of their property to their kids and grandkids before they turned 60. Tim inherited a ranch from his grandparents. They gave him 125 acres each year for 6 years. He loved them very much. The money for the rest of the ranch came from selling cattle, even though most of those cattle belonged to his grandparents. Tim's grandparents wanted to keep the ranch big enough to raise cattle, His brother and sister also got land. His brother Nate received 400 acres near town. This land had good fields for farming and a nice family house. Nate and his wife, Linda, loved the hills and fields. They wanted to fill their big home with children. Tim's sister, Jan, chose a 500-acre ranch about 10 miles away on the Nueces River. This land had irrigation rights and good soil for farming. Jan's husband, Gary, had a big cattle and horse ranch nearby. They lived on the ranch but also grew hay for Gary's horses on Jan's land. Tim, the youngest grandchild, wanted the most remote ranch. He got 800 acres while he was still in high school. He convinced his friends to help him fix it up and spend time there hunting, fishing, and camping. Tim learned how to use many different machines. He taught himself to drive a front loader, a small bulldozer, and a tractor. His neighbors loaned him other machines in exchange for his help on their farms. They liked Tim and his friends because they worked hard for little money and enjoyed good food. Tim had a special friendship with Mr. Thurman, an old man who lived next door. Mr. Thurman was lonely and did not have family, so he often asked Tim for help. Mr. Thurman owned the bulldozer and asked Tim to clear paths and clean up his land. Driving the bulldozer was very different from using a tractor. There were many levers and pedals to learn, but Tim mastered it quickly with Mr. Thurman's guidance. Land in their area was often handed down through families, so it was hard to find more land to buy. Tim asked his neighbors to let him know first if they wanted to sell land next to his. 2 years later, Mr. Thurman accepted the offer. He owned 320 acres of land with a big tank on a large creek and a small one-bedroom house. He had cancer and knew his time was short. He didn't want to be alone at the end, so he chose to go to a nursing home with hospice care for his last days. His asking price for the land was really low, but Tim offered him a better deal. Thurman turned it down, saying he would just leave the land to Tim in his will. Instead, he asked if Tim and his friends could carry his casket and say a few words for him before he was buried. Tim bought the land with his college money, which he didn't need because of a football scholarship. He paid cash, which got him a nice discount on legal fees and title insurance. The land cost him just over $50 per acre, plus he agreed to be a pallbearer and speak at the service. In the will, he also received a tractor and some money, more than he had paid for the land. After the story was shared, they walked around the cleared area to make sure there was nothing a stalker could hide behind if they needed to fight. The 7-acre clearing included a well, a small pump shed, a concrete water tank, and a small cattle trap made from 2-inch pipes. There was also a cattle dip left over from when screw worms killed many cows. This area was now fenced, but water would collect in it after it rained. Tim made sure pesticides were put in the water from time to time to kill mosquito larvae. They decided that if they were attacked, one sharpshooter would need to guard the open areas so no one could use them for cover to shoot at the house. Luckily, the house was on the top of a hill, with its foundation raised a foot above the ground. Anyone shooting at it would be shooting uphill, likely hitting the roof rather than someone inside. They walked back to the house to figure out the areas they could watch from the limited windows. If an attack happened, Joe spent half an hour checking the walls and windows. The walls were made of concrete blocks with 8 inches of stone on the outside, and Joe said they were very strong against regular weapons. He also liked that there were not many windows on the west side, except for a small 2-foot by 2-foot window in the bathroom that stuck out from the house. In South Texas, people often avoid putting windows on the west side because the sun can make the rooms very hot. If they did have windows, there were also high sliding windows on the south wall that were 18 inches by 4 feet. These let light in the bedroom and bathroom while keeping the heat out. Shots fired through these would hit the top of the inside walls, which were also concrete. The north wall of the house had a chimney and just one small window. It was a 3-foot by 3-foot window above the sink. A little risky, but it was at least 5 feet above the ground. They would be shooting from a lower place because the land dropped off quickly. Joe was mainly worried about the windows on the east side, where the screened porch was. Those windows were also 3 feet above the floor, but shots fired through them could be dangerous for anyone standing or sitting nearby. Since the county road was to the east and both ways into the ranch came from that road, they needed to watch that direction carefully. After making plans for safety, They climbed into Joe's truck and drove to the mesquite pins where cattle were moved during branding and shipping. This area was in the southeast corner of the ranch. A ranch worker and his family lived in a wooden house near the well, just southeast of the pins and barns. Daniel and Dora had worked for Joe's family for many years, and their kids were friends with Tim and his siblings. Although their children had moved away, the Mendez family felt like family to Joe and Jeannie. Joe and Jeannie were curious about the stacked mesquite pins and the shipping chutes. They also liked the palm arbor that provided shade for the big table and benches. Nearby were 2 barbecue pits, and an old chuck wagon was kept under a tin roof by the larger barn. Tim gave them a quick tour and shared some history as he led them to the barn. After looking at the chuck wagon and learning how food was served from it during the spring roundup and branding, Tim opened the large barn doors. He pulled back a tarp to show off his special vehicle, a well-kept 1948 Dodge Power Wagon with a quad cab. It was painted a strong battleship gray, and the inside was also gray. The truck was raised 6 inches off the ground and had all-terrain tires for 4-wheel drive. It had a 3.9L Cummins diesel engine. The classic Power Wagon looked tough and ready for anything. Tim encouraged them to open the 4 doors and check out the perfect condition of the seats and the inside. He could afford to fix it up after he bought Mr. Thurman's land for a good price. Jeannie was amazed, while her dad couldn't stop talking about what he thought was an incredible truck. He pointed out feature after feature and wondered how much it would cost if he ever tried to sell it, saying it must be priceless. When Tim mentioned it had less than 20,000 miles on it, Joe shook his head and said it was truly priceless. This is something special. If you take care of it and never sell it, someday it could be worth more than a 3-bedroom house. Jeannie, amazed by everything around her, wrapped her arm around Tim's waist. She looked up at him and said, "Can we take it for a ride?" Tim quickly glanced at her dad, who was watching him closely after she called him honey. Realizing her mistake, Jeannie turned to her dad and said, "I don't know why I called him that, Dad. I wasn't thinking." Her dad frowned for a moment, but then he started to laugh. After he calmed down a bit, he turned to a nervous Jeannie and said, "I wanted to see how long you two could pretend to be just friends. But when you called him honey, it was clear something was going on." He chuckled again and added, "Do you really think we didn't notice? You looked so happy the first time you mentioned him, and that was almost 2 years ago. Remember when your mom warned you about having guy friends? You had a dreamy look after he helped you." He continued, "Your mom, sister, and I talked on the way to Austin. We agreed to let you both keep pretending. I know your lawyers say you need to wait until you are both divorced to show any feelings, but honestly, your spouse has already made the choice to end things." He smiled and said, "Besides, it's just us here. You're not hiding anything from me, so just relax. I don't want to see you two kissing or anything like that right in front of me, but calling him honey is fine." With that, he pulled Jeannie into a hug, looked down at her, and kissed her forehead. Jeannie smiled widely. Her dad looked at Tim, who now seemed relieved. Joe reached out his hand, and Tim took it. Joe pulled him into a warm embrace, and Jeannie said, "My 2 favorite guys are hugging me at the same time. I think we should just stay here." After a moment, her dad let go and said, "We still have things to do. But first I want to see what else is in this barn and the other buildings. After that, I want to take the big wagon for a ride." Jeannie held on to him when he tried to walk away, so they went to look at the tractor before heading to the tack room. The tack room had a wooden floor raised a bit above the dirt floor of the barn. Inside, there were over a dozen saddles on wooden stands, with saddle blankets hanging from a rope across the room, and reins hung on hooks. 4 branding irons were hanging up, and there were bags of colored plastic tags and some tools on a wooden bench. Jeannie was really interested in the saddles and looked at each one closely. Joe pointed to a can of kerosene and another marked burnt oil. He asked, "What are those for?" "The burnt oil is used on the calf after it's branded," Joe explained. "It helps seal the brand and lets it heal. We use kerosene for many things. We use it to start fires for lanterns and torches, and we also put it on scorpion and wasp stings to help with the pain. Dad is the only wholesaler who still sells kerosene. Many old ranchers buy 5 gallons at a time because it has so many uses." Jeannie was looking closely at another saddle. Tim couldn't help but notice her, especially when she asked about a symbol under one of the strap holders. "What does that mean?" she said. "That's the symbol the saddle maker uses," Tim explained. "Trey Hayward is the best around. That's how you know it's one of his saddles and not a fake. Pretty detailed, huh?" Jeannie nodded and asked, "Which one is yours?" Tim pointed to 3 saddles sitting together. 2 are the same except for size. He continued, "The small one is my saddle. I got the big one when I turned 14. I'm saving the youth saddle for my future kids. See that saddle by the wall? It looks like mine but has silver on the horn. That's my grandfather's. The other one is my grandmother's. These are for Mom and Dad, and these belong to Daniel and Doris." He added, "The rest of Trey's saddles belong to the ranch. Anyone can use them. Usually it's my friends or people we hire to help with cattle, cowpunchers or cowboys if you like. But what about this one?" Jeannie asked, pointing at a saddle with many designs. "Whose is it?" "It's mine," Tim said proudly. "I wanted it in high school. It's the only rodeo I ever entered. I like watching rodeos, but I don't always understand some events. I get calf roping, bronc riding, and team roping. We do those things at the ranch sometimes, but we try not to get horses that buck. I never understood why someone would jump off a running horse onto a running steer. And why would anyone climb on a bull?" Jeannie moved on to look at 2 other saddles. "Can I use one of these?" she asked excitedly, pointing at 2 pretty saddles with smaller seats and short stirrups made for women. Tim smiled and said, "Sure, you can use any saddle you want. I bet my mom and grandmother will let you use theirs after they meet you." "Oh, these are your mom and grandmother's saddles? Maybe I should wait," Jeannie said. Tim reassured her it would be fine. As they walked out of the barn, they saw Daniel washing up outside their house. Dora came toward them with her arms open wide. She shouted happily, "We saw the truck up on the hill this morning, so we knew you were here. Come introduce us to your friends and come eat. I made all your favorites." Tim's face lit up. He hurried to meet her, hugged her, and lifted her off the ground while spinning her around. Daniel quickly joined them, smiling widely and giving Tim a pat on the back. Tim hugged him back and called him Tio Daniel, which made Daniel laugh. "This is Jeannie and her dad, Joe Hildebrand." After they finished shaking hands, saying hello, and hugging, Tim told them they were here to help with a problem and that he would need their help too. But first he said, "Let's eat some tortillas. Dorina brought out carne asada, beans, and Mexican rice." "That's great. It's so good, Tia," Tim said happily. Dora laughed and said, "Good food. Let's eat." She put her arm around Tim as they walked to their house. "Wow, where have you been so long? We missed you," Daniel cried out. Tim hugged him back and said, "It's been way too long. I won't let that happen again." While they enjoyed the delicious food, Jeannie and Joe listened as Tia and Tio talked to them about the cattle. They discussed planting spring crops and shared stories about past events and plans in the area. Finally, Daniel asked, "What's the problem?" "We can help you." Tim started to explain quickly, but Dora wanted to know more. She shook her head when she heard about Karen's actions that led to the current problems and cursed in Spanish. When she learned about the gunshot wounds from the first attack on Tim, she gasped. "Is that why you're walking funny and flinch when I hug you? Where were you hurt?" Tim showed her his wounds, and she cursed again, angrily describing the person who shot him. Daniel, a World War II veteran, looked more upset as the story continued. "So, have you told the police?" he asked. Tim said he had not because they wanted to understand the situation first. Daniel shook his head. "No, you need to tell them, son. Sure, you can use our phone." Tim looked at Joe, who said, "We're ready, Tim. After we ride around, we will know what we need." Tim walked to the phone and called a man at his office in New Braunfels. The man answered on the second ring. "What's going on?" Tim asked. "There's a big party at the Mendez Ranch in Austin tomorrow night. Can you come?" The man paused and replied, "Yes, bring your cousins here and we will be ready." Tim said, "Great, see you tomorrow." He hung up and thought, "Now we just have to get ready." Jeannie looked at him with curiosity and asked, "You speak Spanish?" "Sure, most people here speak English and Spanish, or even a mix we call Tex-Mex," he replied with a smile. "They made us learn 2 languages in high school." Teodora nodded in agreement. "Without Tomatillos' help, my son would not have passed Spanish and wouldn't have graduated. I don't know where they speak that kind of Spanish, but it's not in Texas or Mexico." Daniel asked if the party would be in the shed and corral again. Tim said yes, and Dora asked Jeannie to help hang up the lights and decorations. Jeannie agreed right away, and Dora asked if they could start tomorrow morning at about 8:30 if she made breakfast. They all said yes happily. Dora's cooking was amazing. Tim and Daniel decided to split the cattle between the Thurman pasture on the east and the back quarter on the west. Tim asked who wanted to help gather the cattle this afternoon, and he was glad that Jeannie volunteered before the two men could say anything. She had never said she was a cowgirl or even that she rode horses, but she surprised him every day. So why not? Daniel said he would have the horses at the barn in an hour. Tim unplugged the charger, and the old power wagon started right up. Jeannie and her dad climbed in with him, and they drove around the ranch for an hour, looking for anything unusual and places to set up traps for any intruders. Once the cattle were safely in the 320-acre Thurman pasture and the 160-acre western quarter, they could set up lookout spots and traps without worrying about the cattle getting hurt. Back at the barn, Tim insisted that everyone wear chaps, a brush jacket, and a hat. Jeannie looked a bit unsure in the outfit, but Tim thought she looked cute. She picked out a saddle blanket, reins, and Tim's grandmother's saddle. She squealed with joy when Daniel offered her the shiny black mare with a star on her forehead, cleverly named the Black Mare. Tim helped her saddle the horse and then saddled his favorite mare, Blue. The blue roan was happy to see him and nuzzled against his face. He gave her a handful of sweet feed and rubbed her neck before putting on the bridle and saddle. After making sure he was a good rider, Daniel got on Joe, a red quarter horse. Joe was a great cutting horse, and he took the big black stallion because it needed to be ridden. He was being a little stubborn, which Tim said meant he was feeling grumpy. They rode in a big loop around the herd of nearly 100 red Santa Gertrudis cattle. Daniel led the way, Jeannie rode to the right, Joe stayed behind on the right, and Tim rode on the left. The cattle were calm, and the longhorn steer quickly followed along as he had been trained. The ride was smooth, but Jeannie and Joe soon learned why you wear chaps and brush jackets as they moved the cattle over the hill toward the ranch house. Tim looked back and saw his brother's truck turning onto the ranch road. When they finished moving the cattle through the gate to the back area and secured it, Nate was sitting on the tailgate of his pickup, parked by a tank dump. Daniel closed the gate as he rode back out. Then they walked over to Nate's pickup. "Would you like a cold beer?" Nate asked as he opened the cooler. Everyone nodded yes, so Nate took out some long-neck bottles and opened them. He smiled at Joe and Jeannie and said, "Sorry, all I have is Lone Star Red. That's all my brother Daniel and I drink." He got off the tailgate, took off his hat, and introduced himself to Jeannie and then to Joe. After putting his hat back on, he handed out the cold beers. "So, Miss Jeannie, are you a cowgirl for real?" Nate asked. Jeannie took a big sip of her cold beer, smiled, and replied, "Actually, this is my first roundup, but I can tell you're teasing me just like your brother does." Nate tilted his head and said, "You're right. You might want to hold on tighter, otherwise you could be sore tomorrow." Joe grinned. Tim and Daniel Gafford were there too, and Jeannie blushed a bit, looking at Nate before she said, "I can tell you're really Tim's brother. The first thing you notice is my bottom, but thanks for the advice. I wouldn't want to be sore." Nate laughed at her answer and said, "Sorry, Miss Jeannie. I didn't think Tim would bring someone here without a good sense of humor and some confidence, especially to meet our crazy family and friends. But I had to check. You look too put together for this rough place." Jeannie joined the others on the ground, faced away, bent over, and asked him, "Is my bottom still okay? Did I hurt it?" Daniel and Joe laughed hard, and Jeannie's leather chaps caught their eyes. Nate and Tim grinned widely. "What do you think, brother?" Tim asked. Nate shrugged and said, "I can't tell from here. Why don't you come closer so we can look?" Jeannie stepped back a bit, staying just out of reach, and glanced over her shoulder. The brothers leaned forward to see better. Finally, Nate said, "Yep, I'd say your bottom is in great shape, even after the bouncing." She wiggled and asked Tim, "Is that what you think too?" Tim replied, "It might be even better than that, but yes, I think your bottom is perfect, no matter the bumps." He added, reaching out, "But I'd need to check more closely to give a full opinion." Jeannie moved away from his hand and waved her fingers at him. "No touching my bottom. It's sore," she said with a giggle. She took a big drink of her beer, winked at both brothers, and went back to pet her horse. "You got beat, didn't you?" Daniel said with a grin. The brothers nodded shyly. Joe chuckled at his daughter's fun side and wondered where she had been hiding it for so long. But then the mood changed when Nate asked, "I heard there's a party at Daniel and Doris's tomorrow night. The missus and I got an invite. What's the celebration about?" "Don't get involved, Nate," Joe said. "We're expecting a baby. I want to know what the party is for," Nate replied, cutting him off. "After we hear what it's about, Linda and I will decide if we want to join." Tim hesitated before Joe and Jeannie shared the troubling story. Tim listened quietly, sipping his beer as they talked, with Nate asking more questions. When they finished, Nate patted Tim on the shoulder and said, "Wow, bro, I never thought Karen would do something like that. You seem to be handling it better than I expected, better than I would if Linda did something like that." "Are you really?" Tim looked down and then at Jeannie. "I've had a lot of support from my friends, and I've had time to think. I won't ever feel okay about what she did, and I worry about my boys. Right now, though, I'm focused on keeping Jeannie and myself safe, along with my sons, Karen, her family, and my lawyers away from us. As for the party, we'll see who's still around, make plans, and let the bad guys know where we are. If I'm still standing and not in jail after they show up, I guess I'll have to make some hard choices again. Right now, I want to keep everyone safe and get some payback. I can't promise this will end well, but I will make sure the ones hunting us won't be able to hire people from prison, so you might want to stay clear of it. Most of what happens will be kept secret, but my brother, they'll want to talk to you. You need a good alibi, like being downtown at a restaurant and bar." "Where should I go then?" asked Nate. "Because everyone who matters in this county will wonder why I'm in town. They'd think I was here to deal with the bad guys, which is better than what I think about myself or what Linda would think." "Stop that. Have I ever run away from a fight? Have I ever let you down? Do you really think I've changed enough to go hide when there are people trying to hurt my little brother? Come on, you can't think that badly of me." Tim hung his head low, then looked up at his older brother with tears in his eyes. "I know you don't, but I can't bear the idea of you getting hurt, or your kids not knowing their dad. Still, I trust you, so thank you. I love you. My son will know his father and his uncle. We've faced tough times before and beat the odds together," said Tim. "And we've handled a few problems while you've been gone. Trust the brotherhood. We'll look out for you and the brave woman here," replied Joe. Jeannie came to them, her eyes wet with tears. She stood between them, resting on the tailgate, and hugged both of them tightly. "We're going to be all right, Tim. With you two, Dad, Daniel, and the friends you call brush rats for some reason, we'll take care of the bad guys," she said. Tim then joked and squeezed her. "Looks like you'll be okay too." She stepped back, playfully hit him on the arm, and said, "Let's get back on the horses. I'm ready to ride, and I'll push down harder in the stirrups, but you two need to stay in front of me the whole way back, got it?" They made a stop by the house where Nate left more food, some ammunition, a shotgun, and 3 semi-automatic rifles, each with a big clip. Nate said he got them with cash at a couple of gun shows upstate and winked. Or maybe they came from some bad people who ran off when they saw something spooky in the bushes. I really can't say for sure. Tim asked if the rattlesnakes got the rest of them. Nate shrugged. Joe checked the rifles and said they were good quality weapons. He really liked the shotgun, saying it would stop anyone right in their tracks if they tried to break in. Daniel watched closely but said he would stick with his own guns when offered one to use. Daniel drove Nate's truck back to the barn so Nate and the others could check out the best spots to shoot and possible traps that Joe and Tim had talked about. When they got back to the barn, Joe shouted that Tim had a call to return right away. Tim hurried to the house to call the number that was written by the phone. The ranger, Jim Boyd, answered. "How can I help you?" Tim said who he was, and they talked for a while. After they finished, Tim was glad Nate had stayed. He told Jim he would call back early the next morning after the party to make some final plans. When he went back to the barn, the horses were restless and getting washed off. Joe and Nate looked at him, curious about what had happened. Here's a simpler version of your text. The good news is that the ranger said there are 2 important people chosen by the state, a district judge and 4 police officers. This includes high-ranking members of the state highway patrol and 2 state troopers. When the governor heard this, he called it a huge mess. He told me that almost everyone was involved with young girls, but Karen wasn't one of them. However, one person was involved with both Karen and Jennifer, just like the sheriff, who is already in jail. Now they understand how news got out when the leaders were told about their plans. If that's the good news, Joe wondered what the bad news could be. It turns out that Benson and Rogers were working with someone connected to a Mexican drug group. They aren't sure how many people are involved, but the group is supposed to be sending them fighters. He wants to cancel it, but unless they get a lot of good fighters, I think we should just end it. Joe thought he would support Tim no matter what he decided. Jeannie said she would back her team, and Daniel just shrugged. Nate thought for a moment before saying that they didn't want to start a fight with the drug group, but they had to stop this. "Give me time until the pachanga," he said. "I'll see what I can find out." Nate told them to keep making plans because things could change quickly and they couldn't be caught off guard. Then he paused, looked at Jeannie with a smirk and joked, "Of course, I wouldn't mind seeing you in a different state." She was surprised, turned red, then quickly replied, "I see that being a jokester runs in your family." He laughed, gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, and said, "You'd fit right in with us." "You can give as good as you get, and not many can handle our teasing," he added. The smell of coffee, bacon, and biscuits woke Tim early in the morning. Jeannie and her dad were softly chatting and cooking together in the kitchen. "Good morning, sleepyhead," Jeannie said as he walked into the bathroom. He wanted to grab a cup of coffee. Jeannie was smiling brightly at him, which warmed him on this cold morning. But when she gave him a teasing glance and winked, it almost caused him to get flustered again. "Dad and I are taking Dora shopping in Laredo for the party tonight. We're leaving at 7:30 and we'll be back after lunch. Don't worry about decorations. The wives of your friends will handle that later this morning, so you have time to move everything out. Oh, and Dora said you need to call Nate soon," she added. "Did I sleep for 24 hours? Tim asked, confused. "When did all of this get decided?" "Dad and I got up at 5:30 and watched the sunrise. Dora and Daniel came over around 6:15 with the new plan. And what about your pet? I haven't seen you take care of that." "Do you think you should call for help?" Jeannie asked. Tim sat quietly, sipping his coffee and eating biscuits covered in gravy, acting like he didn't hear her. "Earth to Tim! Hello?" she called, tapping his arm. He kept eating, looking around and ignoring her. "Tim!" she said again, shaking his arm gently. He glanced at his food, poking a biscuit with his fork, and mumbled, "A man should be able to drink his coffee and eat his breakfast without being bothered by his woman, not even with a kiss." Joe grinned at this, while Jeannie frowned, trying to understand his folksy way of speaking. Once it clicked, she smiled, turned to Joe and gave him a sweet kiss. "How do you do, my dear? And just to be clear, did you really just call me your woman?" "Well, I guess you're my woman now," Tim replied. "No other cowboy can make you shout like you did last night," Tim added in his country tone. Joe laughed, and Jeannie turned red. She playfully hit Joe on the shoulder and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry." When he flinched, he rubbed his shoulder and said in a childlike voice, "It hurts. Will you kiss it better?" Jeannie looked at him with suspicion, but leaned in to kiss his shoulder as he asked. Tim pulled her onto his lap and kissed her again, this time more seriously. "You better hurry back and don't waste all your dad's money shopping," he said when he finally let her go. Jeannie was a bit breathless and held on to him like she wanted another kiss. "Even if your dad is watching?" she teased. "Nope, no more kisses for now. It's almost 7:30. Let's see how good you look tonight before I decide on more kisses. Some old girlfriends will be there, and they are quite attractive," he replied. She playfully pushed him and then covered her face, saying, "I keep hurting you. I'm really sorry." Tim laughed and said, "I was just teasing about it hurting. I think all the fresh air and exercise have made me feel better because I hardly feel anything anymore." While it wasn't completely true that he felt nothing, his arm and leg were getting better quickly. They had bigger issues to focus on, though. Tim got dressed and took the power wagon to meet Daniel and call Nate. When Nate answered, he sounded unusually excited. "You're going to love this, brother. They're not cartel guys. They're those same wannabe gangsters we took down before. In fact, we've beaten them twice. They may be a danger, but they aren't very smart or well-trained like the cartel soldiers. If we do this right, we can finish this before it even starts," Nate said confidently. "Good. I'll be out with a couple of men in an hour. We'll bring supplies and equipment," Tim replied. One thing I want you to do is run the irrigation well enough so we can fill your tank and get some water in the stream between the hills. I'll explain when I get there. Okay, Tim replied. Dora has gone shopping with Jeannie and her dad, so you might want to bring lunch. Daniel is cooking brisket for the party, but we have too much to do to stop for food, Nate suggested. How about a pan of enchiladas from tomorrow? Echo's Cafe, along with a salad and some marcy. I'm sure Daniel can find some flour tortillas too, Tim said. That sounds great, but they might need a nap. After that, Tim and Daniel turned on the irrigation well. The holding tank was already full, so water started flowing out into the stream. They turned it off and talked about what to do next. Tim started smiling after a moment, then they went back to the shed and began moving things. They took out tractors, combines, grain drills, discs, plows, and shredders so the women could decorate. There was a grease spot under the tractor. Daniel put cat litter on it to soak it up, then he pulled out tables and chairs from the storage building at the end of the shed. Tim used a gas blower to clean the dirt off the concrete floor and then washed the dirt and oil off with a power washer. They had everything ready when the decorating team arrived, bringing lots of hugs, kisses, and cheerful hellos. Tim knew all of them and had been close friends with some before they got married. There were some warm hugs exchanged. Tim used a tall ladder to connect the extension cord to the old-fashioned Christmas lights that were left hanging in the rafters year-round. He then helped Daniel set up the tables and chairs according to what the decorating team wanted. The team covered and decorated the tables and hung colorful banners between the posts. The DJ arrived with his gear, and the two men helped him set up the sound system with 6 big speakers. He tested the equipment and adjusted the sound for the open shed before heading back to town. The decorating team said goodbye with hugs and left soon after. Nate and Chewie arrived minutes later, and they had lunch on an extra table to avoid upsetting the decorating team if the tablecloth got dirty. They talked about Nate's plan for facing the invaders they expected. In the following days, some changes were made after they rode through the area they thought would be the battleground. Tim insisted that things not be finalized until the colonel had more input. Chewie, another Vietnam vet, had a lot of good ideas for traps, but traps meant every rat had to know about them and stay away. The shoppers came back around 3 instead of 1:30, and Joe's truck was filled with bags. They unloaded 2 bags from the truck and went into the house. Tim, Nate, Chewie, and Daniel were sitting under the palm trees watching. Joe waved from the window and went to the ranch house. By the time the others got there, Joe and Jeannie had already taken 6 bags inside. Some bags were clearly from Nuevo Laredo, but Tim also saw bags from Hagar's, Richter's, Foley's, and Joe Brand. He wondered how they could visit all those places between 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. Joe laughed and said he and Dora kept the other shopper on a short leash. He wasn't sure how long they would be there or what they would do, but he knew they wouldn't have a washer and dryer. I needed clothes, Jeannie said. You got some clothes, Nate joked. But is that enough for staying here a month? Not even close, Jeannie replied. Then she looked at Tim and said, I got you and Dad something. She showed them 2 nice leather belts with silver buckles from Mexico, new Wrangler jeans, and Mexican-style shirts from Joe Brand. Tim raised an eyebrow. So you got 5 bags of clothes and we got a belt, jeans, and a shirt. Kind of selfish, don't you think? She smiled. Next time you should come with me. With the big fiesta only hours away, Nate and Chewie headed to town while Jeannie began getting ready. Tim took Joe to see the area they had picked for their plan and talked about the changes they made, including the traps Chewie suggested. Like Chewie, Joe was a Vietnam vet. He agreed that traps would help catch the enemy, but was unsure about Nate's idea to shoot them from high up. Still, he thought it could make things easier if it worked. If not, their other plans would be good enough. Back at the house, the men used the small bathroom to shower and shave. Jeannie took the larger bathroom for her things. When Tim came out, fully dressed in the new clothes Jeannie bought, he and Joe burst into laughter, pointing at each other in surprise. Joe's Western shirt was black with gold and silver designs on the front and back. Tim's shirt was shiny white with green vines and bright red roses on it. Even the cuffs had roses and leaves on them. After they calmed down, they opened some beers, sat at the table, and joked about their outfits. They liked each other from the start, but in the past few days they became really close friends. Part of their bond was their shared love for Jeannie, but mostly, they just enjoyed each other's company. They were on their second beers when they heard the door handle turn. Both changed their positions to catch a glimpse of Jeannie's grand entrance. And it was grand. Her beautiful horn-o'-gold hair fell in soft waves to her shoulders. Her lovely face was lightly made up, and her lips were bright pink. She wore a dress full of bright Mexican colors, pink, blue, green, and yellow. The colors swirled from the lightest to the darkest shades. She twirled gracefully, making her skirt flare out and showing a bit more of her shapely legs. With a big smile, she asked, "How do I look?" The question was obvious, and she knew it. Tim and her dad hadn't closed their mouths since she walked in. "You must have bought that dress when you and Dora sent me back to the Cadillac bar to get lunch," Joe said. "As pretty as it is, I'm not sure I approve, not on my youngest daughter." His face looked serious, but his eyes showed he was happy. Tim jumped in. "Sorry, Dad, but I have to disagree. She looks really nice." Jeannie beamed and twirled again, giving Tim a quick peek at her white lace underwear. Dad covered his eyes, but Tim's eyes got wide. She smiled and said, "They match," with a playful grin. "Are you two ready to go? You both look so good in your new clothes, I can't wait to show you off." "You mean you want to show yourself off, don't you?" Tim joked. "You're going to cause a scene when we walk in fashionably late," he said, looking at his watch. "And I'm telling you now, I won't fight half the county to keep your honor, so don't drink too much or flirt." As Jeannie walked out the door, she shook her hips and teased, "I can't help it if guys think I'm cute and want to talk to me." "Dad, this is your daughter. Can't you handle her?" Tim joked. They both laughed. Tonight was going to be interesting. Tim had a feeling Jeannie was going to turn heads in her tight electric blue dress. He wondered if Dad had ever seen her like this before. Joe parked in a spot that Dora had saved right next to the shed, with the passenger door facing the crowd of people. Some noticed the new truck pull up, but most continued chatting happily. Jeannie waited for Tim to open her door and help her step down carefully from her dad's tall truck. Usually, she would jump right out, but tonight was special. She wanted to make a good impression in front of Tim's friends and old flames. Teodora had told her that wearing a striking outfit to the party would get people's attention. It was then up to her to be charming. She could see it was working. The noise of the crowd faded as many people looked at her and her tall, strong friend Tim. He looked good in his tight jeans and fitted shirt, wearing a black hat and smart boots. Her dad stood back, letting his daughter have the spotlight. He wondered if the princess inside her was still there, even just a little. For the next 30 minutes, Jeannie and her dad met new people while Tim reconnected with old friends. Even though Tim and Joe joked about their clothes, they fit in well. Jeannie felt confident in her outfit, too. Teodora had been right. Nate, though not as tall or strong as Tim, looked great in his cowboy wear. Jeannie also noticed that his wife, Linda, was beautiful. Linda was about 5 feet 9 inches tall, with wavy brown hair and a slim, curvy figure. Jeannie felt a little jealous of her until Linda openly admired Jeannie's looks, saying she had the best legs she had ever seen. After a moment, Jeannie and Linda walked away together, excited to meet Linda's friends. Nate, with his arm around Tim's shoulder, teased his wife about how she needed to catch up with everyone and hear all about Jeannie and Tim. Tim nudged Nate playfully, and they laughed as they headed toward a group of men by the beer keg. The friends welcomed them back like old times. About a dozen men stood around the kegs while just as many women gathered around Jeannie at the punch bowl. This punch was famous, made with a special rum recipe said to be passed down from Cheetah's grandmother, but many joked it tasted like a pirate's mix. It was delicious, but could easily make someone drunk after a few cups. Jeannie was drinking and talking happily, but Tim worried about her. "Does she ever slow down?" Tim wondered as he watched her enjoy the drink. Nate asked Joe when he arrived, "Isn't she a little small for that strong punch?" Joe shook his head and replied, "Not really, but she drinks when she's nervous. She's been nervous all day, so keep watch over her." Nate nodded and added, "Don't worry, there are plenty of eyes on her at all times." Nate called out to the men gathered around. Almost all of them said they would keep a close eye on her all night, smiling at Tim while they spoke. Someone from another group chatted with Jeannie and Linda, and soon all the women waved to the men. They refreshed their drinks and came over to join the crowd. Tim wasn't sure if Jeannie was a bit tipsy from the punch or just excited about the party and all the new faces. He then heard a whistle from the cooking area. Daniel was signaling for help to carry the ice chests filled with brisket. Daniel and his team had been checking on the briskets and adding sauce to them all afternoon. They had let the meat rest for a few hours in the ice chests, wrapped in paper. It took 2 men to carry each 64-quart chest, and there were 3 chests packed with brisket. That was too much for the evening, but there would be plenty for guests to take home. That's how they showed hospitality in South Texas. The brisket was laid out on a cutting board at the end of a long table filled with dishes that guests had brought. Daniel began to slice it, asking how everyone wanted their meat. The Kelly boys, Linda, Jeannie, and Joe, waited until last to speak to each of their many guests. After that, they got their plates and food. Doris stood behind the table, ready to bring out more food from a nearby table where extra dishes were stored. Jeannie had quickly won over many of the women, and the men seemed amazed just by being near her. Tim felt she was already part of their group. Linda treated her like a sister, and since she came with him, everyone accepted her right away. He wondered how she explained her connection to him to the other women. He hadn't shown much affection, but it seemed everyone accepted that they were a couple. Debbie asked why no one mentioned Karen. Tim thought that Linda, Doris, and Daniel were the answer to that question. The meal was fantastic. Daniel was great at cooking meat. Doris's special sauce was different from what you'd find in Central Texas, and it was also unlike typical South Texas dishes. The other food was also delicious and unique. Doris's special recipe had secret ingredients that made everyone guess about the amazing flavors. When the first guests arrived at the dessert table, the DJ started playing lively music. By the time the Kellys, Hildebrandt, and Mendez finished their Tres Leches cake, upbeat Mexican polka music filled the air, and people started dancing. Jeannie and Linda were having fun dancing in their seats, looking at their dates with big, sweet eyes. After a few songs, the brothers got up and asked the girls to dance. Suddenly, the DJ played a country song that made everyone feel cozy, and Hank Williams sang, "I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry." As couples started to look at each other and hug, Jeannie lifted her lovely face to Tim, gazed into his eyes, then laid her head on his chest and held his waist tightly. They danced quietly together, and Tim noticed other couples smiling at them. She smelled so nice, moved lightly, and was great at dancing. They flowed together, and he found it hard to ignore how lovely she felt against him. Feeling the warmth of him, she looked up and smiled playfully, pressing closer. When the song ended, he held her still and whispered, "You made this happen. You have to keep it between us." Another slow song began, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, leaned back so her chest was away from him, and pressed her body against him. She tilted her head, gave him a sweet smile, and blinked her eyes. "What do you mean, Tim? You told everyone we are just work colleagues and friends with a shared issue. Surely a friend wouldn't make you feel like this." "Maybe I was being a little too modest," he admitted. "A little?" she questioned. "So, more than a little? Do you mean a lot? Or do you really like me?" He whispered, "I really like you, but we're both married, and I don't want my friends to get the wrong idea about you." "Don't worry. With Dora, Linda, and Nate, everyone already knows our story. Your old girlfriend, who is a lawyer, said that when people break a promise, it's over. They all see our marriages as done, and they're just glad I'm not someone who wants to cause trouble." She cuddled closer to him as they swayed around the dance floor. Tim saw her dad talking with some older couples, like Chewy and his wife Alicia, as well as Dora and Daniel. Their talk seemed serious, and sometimes Joe and the others glanced in Tim's direction. He couldn't tell if it was because of what they were discussing, or how Joe's daughter was dancing with him. As Patsy Cline sang Willie Nelson's "Crazy," their dance felt even warmer. Tim looked at the other couples, recalling how he was connected to each one. It hit him that these were his people. Even though he felt betrayed by his wife and fellow coaches, he realized tonight that not one of them was truly a friend. Except Karen. No one here, not a man or a woman, would have treated him the way they did. Sure, Karen was very pretty, but his real friends would never have tried to win her over. If she had tried to charm them, they would have rejected her and told him about it. His heart grew harder, like concrete drying each day, making his anger and determination stronger. He didn't just feel betrayed, he felt disrespected. Every one of them, even his loving wife, showed him disrespect in the worst way possible. To make things worse, Karen disrespected her husband, her family, and the promises she made in front of 400 guests at their wedding. Even though she was also being chaste and seemed to take care of their sons, he felt less sure about leaving her quickly and harshly. Now he knew that no woman here tonight would do what she had done, and his determination became solid. Jeannie seemed to notice he was troubled. She hugged him tighter and whispered something against his chest that sounded like, "I love you." He squeezed her back, whispered those same words into her hair, and looked over at her dad and the others to check how they were doing. They were gone. He lifted Jeannie and danced her in a circle to look around the shed. He didn't see any of them, but he noticed a new fire lighting up in the calf pen. "It's time, sweetie," he said to the blonde angel in his arms. "We need to meet." She released her hold and looked up at him. "You and Dora will explain things to the women. I'll be with you. The men need to know that we can't say when or how many. They have to be ready. Starting tomorrow afternoon, anyone could be in danger because of what Los Diablos has been doing. They must understand that some of the men have been part of these bad events over the years. At least 2 of them were among the girls saved who were meant for slavery. Make them understand. Tell them anything they need to know about the people trying to hurt me and kidnap you, but make sure they see the danger. We can't lose friends because they are being careless." Jeannie stepped back. Tim nodded at the DJ, who stopped the music and asked the ladies to stay in the shed while the men went to the cattle pens. Tim got up and followed him, while Jeannie went to the middle to meet up with Dora. When all the men gathered in the calf pen around the fire, Tim called Nate, Joe, Chewy, and Daniel to join him. Chewy called his younger brother Abel over. Tim quickly explained the situation, then said that anyone with other duties could leave without hard feelings. No one moved. He nodded and continued, this time with more details about who was involved and why. He said they didn't know when the fight would happen or how many people they would face. So everyone needed to stay alert and ready for days without knowing when anything would happen. He warned that the presence of Los Diablos meant that some people were at risk. Maybe all of them were in danger, as were their families. He told them that the women were being told the same things at the shed. He asked Nate, Joe, Chewy, and Daniel to explain the plans for what they would do. Nate talked about their battle plans. Joe added more details, and Chewy and his brother discussed the traps and materials they would need. Daniel explained his role in communication before, during, and after the fight. He then turned to 2 off-duty deputy sheriffs and asked them to share their part in the plan. Jose nodded to Jesse, who replied that you all knew Miguel. He knew you too, but neither the sheriff's office nor state law enforcement would get involved until after an attack, which could be too late. They asked everyone to respect the law and the main purpose of the law, which is to keep people safe from bad guys. His office was worried about rumors they had heard. These rumors involved a drug gang that had caused trouble in South Texas before, working with a group of men who planned to kill, kidnap, or harm several people out of revenge. He wanted one of them to be here at all times, starting tomorrow. They would drive unmarked cars with the best radio equipment. If intruders entered the ranch, they were to inform him in a code through the radio and then help defend their friends. Other deputies would be hidden along the roads leading to the ranch and would alert them if they saw anything strange. My friends, we are now the protectors of La Rosada. We must defend our families and ourselves from these bad men. This is our land, and these are our people. They have saved us before, and now we come together again to protect our own and drive away the evil for good. When he finished, the group of 48 men shouted together, raising their fists to the sky. Tim let out a battle cry. Nate joined in, and soon 47 more cheered back. When the noise faded, Joe asked who could meet tomorrow at 6 p.m. for a practice run. This led to another wave of cheers and excited shouts. Tim felt a rush of energy and excitement as he headed toward the tool shed. After one person yelled, "Brothers, let's go!" others shouted about drinks and fun. Tim thought of the lovely lady waiting for him, remembering how great it felt when they danced together. He wanted another beer, but he couldn't stop thinking about the beautiful women. The women cheered loudly when they saw their men come back. They hugged each other excitedly. The DJ started playing music again, a mix of polkas and salsas, which made everyone happy. The traditional Mexican hat dance began. There weren't enough hats, and the dresses were shorter than usual. This meant the spinning women showed a lot more leg. Tim was surprised to see that Jeannie knew the dance, but then again, it didn't shock him. At La Guerra, Bonita got the loudest cheers when it was her turn. Her blonde hair swirled around her pretty face, and her long legs were on display as she danced gracefully. Her fun and lively style made the crowd shout with joy. She was completely focused on dancing, not caring about the crowd's cheers. Later, she told Tim that she had danced for much bigger groups before. And anyway, she was dancing for him. The DJ let everyone take a moment to catch their breath and praise each other, then announced that it was late, so this would be the last song. He played a final song for all the lovers, and everyone danced, even Joe, who was dancing with Dora's youngest sister, the only single woman there. As they held each other, Tim quietly translated the words of Cuando Calienta el Sol, one of the most romantic songs ever. Jeannie snuggled closer to him as he spoke sweet words of love. When the song finished, she looked up at him with dreamy eyes and softly said, "I want you." He kissed her forehead and held her for a moment until people started coming by to say goodbye and thank them for the party. Tim made sure to give credit to Daniel and Dora for hosting. When the crowd was smaller, Tim used his phone to call Jim Boyd. "We'll be ready after tomorrow night." "Do you have any last thoughts or updates?" Boyd asked. "We're sure we've found the leaks because we caught them on tape." "What day works best for you?" Boyd replied. "We have a dress rehearsal tomorrow at dark. Any time after that is good. In fact, the sooner the better. My team has real lives to get back to, and we're ready to finish this." As soon as they got into Joe's truck, he said, "Jeannie, Tim needs to tell you more about his life before things get too serious." "Tim, I bet Karen never knew about your training, your adventures with Lois Returns, or your Viking roots, did she? You don't have to answer right now, but you need to share all of this with my daughter. If I know her, it won't matter, but she deserves to know who she is with. Everyone sees you as the great teacher, coach, and supporter of kids and teachers, the FCA leader, and a champion of doing what's right. But tonight, I realized you are a lot more complex than I thought. Do you understand? I'm not judging you. I'm also more complicated than Dad, the car dealer and church helper. Jeannie and I will see things about each other over the next few days that we never thought we could. But Amelia knows my past and still wants to be with me. You should give Jeannie the same chance to decide." "Yes, sir. I agree. I'll talk to her tonight or tomorrow if you want," Tim said. "I'm staying with Chewy and Imelda tonight. We're getting up really early to prepare for the big event. So you two will have time alone until tomorrow evening," Joe said. "I'll see you then." He gave Jeannie a kiss on the cheek, shook Tim's hand, and drove off. "What was that about?" she asked, looking puzzled. "He, Chewy, Daniel, and their wives had a serious talk about me in the shed. Tim told me he wants me to share some things that might worry or upset you. When do you want me to do that?" Jeannie studied his face. She noticed her frown turn into a smile. "Well, we have until tomorrow evening. Let's have that serious talk over coffee then. The dance was great fun, and I have other plans for tonight." She could see Tim was feeling torn. He was clearly drawn to her, but they were both still married. They were married to people who didn't treat them right and had tried to hurt them. At least with Jeannie, it was true. But as the lawyer said, when one side breaks a contract, it no longer counts. Once she got him into the dark house, she turned to face him, pressed herself against him, and pulled his head down for a kiss that showed her feelings for him. Tim hesitated, but she could still feel his inner conflict. They broke the contract, not us. There is no contract if one side breaks it, and they broke ours. I know my dad is worried about your past, but it doesn't matter to me. I know who you are now, and I love that person. We'll see about that tomorrow, Tim whispered into her hair. Tonight, I'm going to show you how I feel about you. If tomorrow you want nothing to do with me anymore, that's your choice, and I'll respect it. Sweetheart, I know more than you think, Jeannie told him. The women weren't quiet during your meeting. They were talking about the event coming up and how you saved some of them from terrible things. I might seem innocent, but I know more about Daddy than he realizes, and I know more about you than you think. Her eyes locked onto his. Her voice dropped low, and she added, I'm going to surprise you tonight, Tim. Do you think you can handle it? Love filled their hearts, convincing them that they had found a new level of happiness. They smiled at each other, feeling so much love. It was mid-morning when they poured their first cup of coffee, and they felt very hungry. "Should we eat breakfast or just have lunch?" Tim asked. She looked at the clock and thought lunch would be better. Tim went to his truck and brought back some brisket that Daniel had put in his cooler earlier. Daniel hadn't mentioned it, but Tim had noticed him putting it in there with some chopped lettuce, tomatoes, and a jar of salsa. They found a package of flour tortillas lying in the warm sun, so they had everything they needed for brisket tacos. The tacos and coffee tasted great and made them feel energized. After they cleaned the table and put away the leftover food, Tim poured more coffee and asked her to sit with him at the glass table on the porch. Once they were seated, he asked, "Would you like to hear my life story, or do you have questions?" Jeannie looked at him with her bright green eyes and said, "You are the kindest man I know, always protecting your friends and family. Everyone loves you for that. But when it comes to your family and friends being hurt, you become very tough and fierce. People say you can be both the best friend and the worst enemy. What else can you share?" Jeannie asked. Tim nodded. "That's kind of true," he replied, "but it doesn't really show the full story. Saying I'm hard means nothing compared to the time I faced someone who was hurting others. I had to do something very serious." He took a deep breath. "It also doesn't tell the story of how I helped end the party they were having at a place where bad things were happening. Everything went up in flames and there was a lot of chaos. People were calling for help, but it was too late for them. They thought talking would save them, but it didn't. While I might seem tough and fierce, those words don't really show the whole truth. So if you want to know everything, I will tell you. I respect you too much not to be honest. But you have to understand, after you learn everything or see me act how I need to, you might not want to be with me anymore." He paused, looking serious. "If that happens, I will understand, even if it will hurt. When someone hurts me or my loved ones, something changes in me. I feel so angry, but I also become cold inside. I can be unfeeling and relentless when it comes to justice. My dad thinks I have a mix of Irish, Scottish, and Viking blood. I'm not sure if that's true, but I've read that people like that are strong fighters. I never told Karen about this because I didn't want to scare her. I didn't want her to find out that the man she married could be a monster. Now I can't hide who I am anymore. You might see it soon, even though I hoped that wouldn't happen, just like with Karen. Your dad knows about this side of me, and he understands because he has faced similar struggles. It worries him, but he knows he and your mom have had a good life despite his past. That doesn't mean we can have the same, but at least we have them to look up to. I want to enjoy every moment with you, no matter how long it lasts. Even if it's just a day or two, I will love you from a distance if I have to." Jeannie looked at him and her gaze never wavered. She took his hand, touched his cheek, and made a promise. "I already see your heart, Timothy. I won't back away from the challenges. I trust you to be good to me, our family, and our friends. I'm not scared of any fight or what you might do. We became one last night, and that's how it will stay." Mom told us stories about Dad's time in the Army. She said he did things during the war that he didn't like, but it was war. Saving girls who had been taken wasn't something to be ashamed of. When someone comes to harm you or kidnap me, that is also war. You do what you need to do. I have a question for you, Tim. Am I strong enough for you? That worries me. I should have stood up to Larry a long time ago. I should have told him to leave me alone when he got angry that I was talking to one of his friends. I should have found my voice when we got married, and he kept me away from my family. I should have fought back when he hurt me and blamed it on me. I was too weak then, but I promise if he tries to take me again, I won't hold back. Maybe then I would be a monster too. I don't know. I just know I get my strength from you, and I hope I'm not taking too much from you." Tim smiled and asked her to sit next to him on the soft couch beside the wall. He pulled her into his lap when she came over. "Can't you two get enough?" Nate said, smiling. "This is entertaining, but come on, stop." Jeannie turned red when Nate caught them. She looked back at him and said, "Your timing is funny, Nate." Tim lifted his head, pulled the blanket back over them, and replied, "Joe said we had until 3. You're 3 hours too early. Before we got the call that they were coming this afternoon and would arrive around dark, there were still a few things to finish." Let your girl go, get yourself together, and let's get to work, man, Nate said with a laugh, shaking his head. Damn, was all he replied before heading to his truck. Tim put on his jeans and boots. Jeannie kept her pretty dress but added some socks and boots once they got into the truck. Jeannie walked to the back door, but Tim winked and said, "Come sit up here with us. I'm sure you won't distract Nate." They were getting closer to the pens and barn and saw a lot of cars already there. Nate parked by the barn, and they greeted the men and women gathered, joking, "Looks like the troublemakers are in a rush to get here and finish their work." Tim chuckled and asked for an update. "We slept in a bit this morning, so fill me in," he said, but his words made everyone burst into laughter. He faked a confused frown. "What? I didn't say anything funny," he said, pretending to be annoyed. They all laughed even more, and Jeannie turned red when everyone looked at her. "Sleeping in isn't what everyone out here is trying to do," someone teased. Daniel chimed in. "In fact, I don't think you slept at all last night. Maybe the coyotes and wildcats kept you up." Jeannie blushed deeper and buried her face in Tim's back, trying to avoid her dad's gaze and the stares from people she hardly knew. Tim tried to hold back his laughter, but when he saw Joe chuckling along, he shrugged and said, "Yeah, I did hear a wildcat yowling a couple of times, but Jeannie kept drifting off, so she probably missed it." She pinched him hard on the back, hiding her face in his shirt for a moment as the laughter faded. Then she stepped out from behind him to face her teasing friends. "Okay, you all are being mean to me. Just because I'm from the city and don't know much about the wild animals out here doesn't mean you can make fun of me." They laughed again, but she stood her ground. "Some of you even warned me last night, but I didn't know what to expect. So yeah, I might have screamed a little." Even her dad laughed at this, but she kept going. "Maybe my night terrors run in the family. I heard my mom scream plenty of times when I lived at home," she said, giving her dad a pointed look. He just laughed even harder. "So I think you all should let me keep some dignity and stop bringing up my family's quirks." With her hands on her hips and a serious look on her face, she finished her speech, but a small smile was sneaking onto her lips. "Okay, folks," she said, trying to keep her cool. One day, a group of friends was hanging out together. One of the guys asked, "Hey, do you know those funny guys who wear bright clothes and dance around?" Another friend joked back, "There are no funny guys like that here, and really, how can we be scared at night when it's morning?" Everyone, including Tim, tried hard to stay serious, but then burst into laughter. Jeannie couldn't hold back anymore and joined in. When the laughter started to fade, she playfully shoved Tim on his chest and said, "This is all your fault." Tim just smiled. "I guess I am to blame, but honestly, you get scared so easily." Jeannie playfully hit him again with a silly grin and leaned her head on his shoulder. Linda and the other women quickly came to help, saying, "Come on, let's get away from these mean guys." They walked towards the house. The men watched the women leave. One of them shouted, "Look, here come the pumas." The four women linked arms and walked with a fun bounce, making the men laugh. But then, one of the guys said seriously, "I'm sorry I got you all involved in this. You should go home and take care of your own families. We can manage this without you getting hurt." Pablo replied, pointing at another. "You mean like when my wife and his sister were taken? That wasn't your problem, but you decided to help. We're all making this our problem now. No one is going to just stand by while you face danger." Another man added, "I can't believe you would think that way about us." Everyone agreed. Tim nodded, feeling a bit emotional, and said, "Sorry, it was my mistake." Chewy gave him a friendly pat on the back and said, "No worries, brother." Tim then walked into the tack room and moved the biggest saddle stand aside. Underneath it, he found a hidden lock and opened a trap door. He went down a few steps and opened a strong door with a lock that needed a code. Joe, Daniel, Chewy, and Nate started passing up weapons to the others, stacking them neatly. Each stack had 2 sniper rifles, 3 shotguns, and 6 assault rifles, along with extra bullets and magazines. They finished with a grenade launcher and a shoulder missile. When Tim returned and closed up everything, he saw his friends looking surprised. "Wow, Tim, you really have some good stuff here. When did you get all this?" Nate asked. "I've been adding things each time I go to town this past year. Daniel knows how to get it. It's always ready when we need it." Deputy Sheriff Jesse Sturgeon, who worked closely with the sheriff, asked, "Just how illegal is this stuff?" Tim looked at him and said, After the fight, we need to make sure our areas are safe, pick up the shells, and put everything back in the underground vault. We should probably avoid using the big weapons unless it's really necessary. I've been told that if there's an investigation, it won't be very deep, but we might have to hide more than I expected, if 3 vans are coming. Don't worry, boss, I dug an extra hole after Nate called me, Daniel reassured him. But it's not 3 vans. It's 3 big vans. They could have 8 or 9 people each, maybe even 10, said Deputy Sturgeon, looking at Daniel. No, Lucy, we have enough space, even if we need to hide the vans, he replied with a shrug. Leroy, come to the front, Tim. I need to set up the phone with the speaker soon. I got here early and worked on your power lines. I also made a repair call in Millet. All I need to do now is connect the line from the pole to your house and set up the equipment. I'll also run a line from where we put the speaker to your cassette player. It won't take long, but I need to start now to stay on schedule. We don't want anyone at the co-op asking too many questions. Do you want to come with me or just tell me where to put everything? You all know what to do. Set up your station before the others arrive. If you have questions, ask Joe, Nate, Chewy, or Daniel. I'll get Jeannie and go to the house with Leroy. She might have some preferences, Tim explained. He looked at Joe, who smiled and said, Good idea. I bet she has preferences for good reasons. He borrowed Nate's truck and went to get Jeannie. He told her why he needed her, and she hurried out as others said, Good girl, she already trained him. They led Leroy to the house while Jeannie stuck close to Tim. She did have her own ideas and good reasons for them. Leroy put in 2 phone jacks, tested everything, and checked the phones. Everything is good. I'm heading back to town to do some paperwork. I'll be back at 5 with most of the others. See you then. Jeannie hugged him as he drove away and asked, Do we have time for a quick moment together? I need you again, he thought. She looks like an angel but has a wild side. What have I gotten myself into? Tim wondered. They were resting together for a few minutes when they heard, Wow, what a sound show! Linda called out as she knocked and then walked into the cabin. Tim and Jeannie quickly pulled the covers over them just in time for Linda to peek in. Oh, you're all covered up. I'm disappointed. Can you go again? It sounds so exciting. Nate and I can sit quietly in the corner and watch. That should help make things more exciting for us, Linda said happily, while Nate smiled. Wipe those grins off your faces and get out of our bedroom, Tim shouted angrily. We can leave, but Dad will be here soon and he might not want to see you two having fun, Nate warned. Jeannie tried to get out of bed but realized she was only wearing her boots, let out a scream and told everyone to leave so she could get cleaned up and dressed. They left, laughing. The shower stopped. They heard Jeannie moving around. She came out of the bathroom and froze when she saw her dad. She looked nice and was fully dressed now, though her face was a bit red. She stared at the table for a moment, which made her family grin. Finally, she relaxed her hands, lifted her chin, and walked over to them. Why were you showering in the middle of the day? Jeannie smirked at Linda. I felt sweaty and needed to wash up, Linda replied. I bet you did, Nate said, making them all laugh again, and even Tim chuckled. Am I going to have to call you Wild Kitten now? Joe asked. Linda says even a pillow can't quiet your yells. E.T. too, Dad? Jeannie said with a frown. Even you are teasing me now? I wasn't teasing when I told him I was jealous, Linda jumped in. Those happy sounds sounded like fun. Jeannie then motioned for Tim to move his chair and she sat on his lap. She gave him a quick kiss, turned to Linda with a wink and said, Let me just say I've never had as much fun. Being with Tim is a life-changing experience, if you know what I mean. Her dad put his hands over his ears. Tim smiled proudly. Nate laughed, and Linda, with a sparkle in her eye and a wink, added, I wouldn't know about that, but Tim's brother sure knows how to have fun. Everyone was laughing and talking until the new phone rang. After a short chat, Tim said quietly, Well, I guess we can't put this off any longer. A pickup truck with Rogers, Slaughter, Barnes, Hughes, and Benton left Lake Travis at noon. No one knows where they're going, but they didn't go east, so they are probably heading down 281, maybe to 87 or using back roads. Word is, they'll meet a van coming from Del Rio and one from Seguin, plus another that's already in San Antonio. We should expect them around 5 p.m. I doubt they'll come here right away, but we need to spread the word so we can be ready if they get here before dark. I don't think that will happen, though. They'll likely wait until it's dark. It's probably closer to 8, but we still have a few last-minute tasks to do. Nate, should we call or are we okay? Let's call to be sure, but we can manage either way, Nate answered. Joe, Jeannie, and Linda went to Mendez's house to tell everyone gathered there what was happening. Tim and Nate headed to the oil storage tanks on the hillside. They connected the hose to the tank, ran it all the way down to the creek, and then hooked it up. All that was left was to open the valve and turn on the pump at the well. They checked each lookout spot to make sure they had enough cover and checked the generators for the lights on each side. Everything looked good, so they drove to the equipment shed. The sheriff's truck arrived just before them. Justin was already there, waiting. He greeted them as the Kelly boys and walked over to a bigger group of men sitting on hay bales, chairs, and benches. He carried a canvas bag which he put on a table. He called each man by name and then casually spoke to the group. It's great to see Jose and Jesse relaxing on their days off. I heard you guys are going wild hog hunting tonight and maybe fishing tomorrow after you take care of the pigs. Sounds like a good time, and I wish I could join you, but my job keeps me busy. Turning to Tim, he added, You are even more alone out here than usual. I got your neighbors to go to town for a few days. I don't think I will have much luck with Dora, Daniel, and the others, but we found out today that 5 criminals from Austin linked to serious crimes have teamed up with a new gang. They call themselves Los Angeles Del Diablo now, but they have been around for a while. A few years ago, they did some bad things here before moving on. Now they say they control the areas west of San Antonio along US 90. They are known for smuggling drugs and people and making and selling bad movies. These 5 criminals might be working with the Devil's Angels, but we don't know why they are together. This is just a rumor for now, but an informant told us they plan to hunt down and kill a man and take a woman in our county. The man is said to be the leader of a rival gang they are fighting with. The woman is the ex-wife of one of the criminals. Los Angeles thinks that if they succeed, they can regain power in the area by getting rid of law enforcement and improving their smuggling routes. However, the police do not think they can wipe out all lawmen. They agree that if we deal with this situation quickly, everyone will be safer here. We are keeping patrols active and have hidden scouts along the county roads. We're also moving some people from isolated areas to town until this situation calms down or gets sorted out. Like I said, all the neighbors around here are in town, so it looks like it's just you ladies left. He stopped and noticed the 5 women who had come over to listen. I know most of you here except for the Mendez family. You all have houses in town or friends to stay with if you want to be safe. Is anyone ready to head to town? Nobody moved, so he went on. I figured as much, so I brought some special handheld radios for you to use if you see anything. They're set to a private channel so you can talk to each other. If you need to call us, one of the deputies can help you find the right channel. He looked around and joked, Noah, are you still out there? Be careful with drinking and hunting wild boar. That can lead to trouble. It's good that you have a couple of nurses here, just in case something happens. He nodded to the men, tipped his hat to the women, and said, Well, I need to get back to work. Take care, everyone. The sheriff opened the door to his truck, paused, smiled, and said, I almost wish those troublemakers would show up. I've heard all the stories about them, and I think they would really want to take over this area. If they respond poorly, I'm betting on them. Stay safe, help each other, and remember to duck if someone shoots at you instead of a pig. By 5 o'clock, the table was loaded with everything for soft tacos, and the coolers were filled with drinks. The number of men had grown to 48, and there were about 12 women around. They ate, talked, discussed their plans, and then split into 6 groups to go over their team roles. The women set up several cots and opened 2 boxes of medical supplies. By 6, half the group moved south on the ranch, while the other half took trucks to the north side. Tim, Jeannie, and Joe took a power wagon to the gate, where a small bulldozer was parked. A big sign near the gate read, No trespassing. Intruders will be prosecuted. Armed intruders will be shot. Next to it was a new banner that asked, Do you believe in heaven and hell? If you cross this sign, you will find out. Tim could see the tops of the portable light towers, but they would not be seen at night. When they reached the small creek before the hill where the ranch house stood, they saw a mix of water and oil flowing slowly downstream towards the earthen dam to the south. The dam held back water all the way to the northern edge of the property. There was a road built up with a 5-foot-wide pipe going under it. "Everything is ready," Joe said. "We have done our planning and set everything up. We are as prepared as we can be before things get started. Have you heard the saying, 'Men plan, but the gods laugh'? That's why we have gone through so many plans. Even though we feel sure we can stick to plan A, we now need to wait and see what happens and be ready to change our approach if needed. Tim, our main priority is Jeannie, then our team, and finally ourselves. Now you two should put on clothes that you don't mind losing, just in case trouble comes our way." Tim nodded. Jeannie held onto his arm tighter and looked worried. Waiting was hard, but the radios helped a lot with last-minute questions and problems. As darkness fell, countless stars appeared in the moonless sky. The night sky in South Texas looks like what early explorers saw, clear and with few clouds, so you can see stars and parts of the Milky Way that most people have never seen. The West Texas sky is the best in Texas for stargazing, but this area was also great. Tim, Joe, and Jeannie sat in wooden chairs around the fire pit, looking up and talking about the shapes and animals they could see in the sky. There was no fire since they needed to keep their eyes sharp, but they enjoyed the cool weather and the starry night. The radio buzzed with news that the sheriff's department had seen a group of 4 vehicles on the nearby road about 15 minutes away. Everyone was prepared and everything was set up. They said a short prayer and kept talking, even though their hearts were racing. They saw headlights on the road and watched as the cars turned into the ranch entrance. They lingered for a while, cutting the chain and talking before moving on. The lights vanished into the valley where the creek ran. Joe grabbed his rifle and 2 extra magazines and moved to his spot behind a pile of dirt near the house. He could see anyone coming from the east, where the ranch road connected to the west. It was unlikely they would come that way since they'd have to walk 3 miles through the thick brush. Tim and Jeannie went inside and turned on the lights. Tim switched on the microphone, used the speakers outside, and in a strong voice repeated the warning that was posted at the gate in Spanish, which translates to, "It's an invitation you won't want to accept." After a moment, he said it again in English. Jeannie pressed play, and the haunting sounds of D'Angelo filled the air across the ranch. The outsiders wouldn't understand the message, but the locals would know what it meant. No mercy. The music, with bugles and drums, echoed the same tunes that Santa Ana played at the Alamo as the night came to life. First, a glow rose from the creek that Daniel and Chewy had set ablaze. The bright lights on the tall towers by the battle zone turned on, lighting up the ground and the men sneaking through it. Some of the men shot at the lights, and that brought heavy fire from nearby positions. A vehicle in the back blew up, blocking any way out. Some of the invaders were hit by bullets. Others started running toward the house on the hill but were met with deadly fire from the next positions in the north and west. Some tried to retreat, but the fire from the first positions came in behind them, pushing the survivors deeper into the trap. This place had been set up for battle, and it turned into a deadly zone. More invaders fell as the shooting grew louder. 3 men got past the last battle positions and ran toward the house, shooting through the windows at the shadows they saw inside. 1 shot rang out, and 1 man fell. The other 2 kept running and shooting. They got through the fence without any trouble. 1 ran toward the front door while the other went around to the back. Larry Barnes opened the front door and saw Jeannie standing across the room in the doorway of the bedroom. He was pointing his rifle at her as he walked closer. "You worthless creep! I'm going to hurt you badly and then sell you in Mexico!" Jeannie shouted. "I know you won't! You're going straight to hell!" Larry paused when he saw a shotgun appear in her hands from behind the wall. He aimed his rifle at her, but Jeannie fired without aiming. A huge hole opened in his lower body. Larry collapsed onto the plastic covering the floor. Pain and shock showed on his face as he lay there, trying to catch the blood and hold himself together. Then the back door burst open and JW came in with his weapon ready, looking for a target. He saw Larry jump into the room and quickly turned to the right. A machete came from behind the door and deeply cut into his arm. He screamed and dropped his weapon. Tim stepped out from behind the door and hit JW in the face with the flat side of the bloody machete, knocking him onto the table where he lay, dazed and bleeding. Larry's gun fell to the floor and Tim kicked it under the table. He cut into Larry's other arm, then placed the sharp machete between his legs. He looked into Larry's terrified eyes and said, "You are to blame for all this. You just had to charm every woman you met, married or single. The ones you couldn't charm, you drugged and bragged about it." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." She stepped outside and called out, but then she heard another scream from you. Your right cheek was cut open and blood was running down your face onto your shoulder. Joe took her in his arms and hugged her tight. He wanted to make sure she was okay. Then he told her to stay outside and calm down. As he went inside, he heard a terrible scream. Your pants were torn and blood was coming out. Joe talked to Tim and gently placed his hand on the arm that held the machete. "We need to know some things, Tim, and he can help us. Hand me the machete and step outside for a moment. Jeannie just shot her husband and she needs you." Tim looked at the old soldier, nodded, and stepped outside to take Jeannie in his arms. He heard Joe talking softly to Rogers, saying they needed answers, but that Tim could take over after. "If you don't tell the truth..." Nate's truck came up the road and stopped. He, Daniel, Chewy, Jesse, and Jose got out, and Chivo came from the back. He said, "We have another one of yours in the back. The coward was hiding in the bushes, crying like a little kid. He smells bad, so don't bring him inside." Tim looked over the side wall at Barry Benton, tied up tightly. He turned to Chivo and said, "Back up to the hoist where we skin deer. We'll pull him up, clean him off, take his clothes off, and then cut him up piece by piece until he tells us everything." Joe was questioning JW, but Tim worried he might have cut him too deep. They would let Chivo handle this one since he was better with a knife. Tim turned to Chewy and Daniel. "Are you both okay?" They smiled widely, with Chewy replying, "Just a few scratches, but the bad guys lost almost everything except this guy and 3 of the Devil's Angels." "And those 3 are hurt. What happened here?" Tim asked. "You know we didn't want to let those 3 go, but you insisted. Still, it looks like you, Jeannie, and Joe are all right." Jeannie walked up, put her arm around him, and said, "We're fine. Larry is shot and dying, and Rogers wishes he could die. My shotgun nearly hurt Larry badly, and Tim was using his machete on Rogers." Chewy, Daniel, and Nate looked at Jeannie closely, and then at Tim. Jeannie didn't blink or change her face as she said, "I know you're all worried about me, but I'm okay. We tried to do everything right. I pressed charges for abuse. Tim went to court for custody of the kids. We made our case and the courts agreed. Then Karen worked with 7 men to kill Tim and take our sons. And tonight it all ended here. My only question is, what do we do now?" Tim asked. "Now we clean up the mess," shouted Jesse as he walked up to them. "The cleaning crew is on the way. I'll keep an eye on them." A team is loading the pieces of a destroyed truck onto a flatbed trailer with a front loader. At the same time, another team is putting bodies onto another flatbed. Others are collecting weapons and shell casings. The weapons and shells will go with the bodies into the ground along with the truck. We will decide what to do with the vans after I speak with Tim. What are your plans for the man you have hanging up? We want to learn everything we can from him. If he tells us what we need to know, we will decide his fate. If he doesn't, he will be buried with the others in an hour or 2. After he stops suffering and dies, Tim replied. 2 sets of headlights came down the road from the barn, and 4 women stepped out of each vehicle. The cleanup crew went inside with supplies while the nurses checked on him and Jeannie, then went to see Joe. Moments later, Joe called out for help. Chewy and Daniel dragged Roger outside, and he was crying hard. He had many cuts and scratches in addition to the serious wounds Tim had given him. Joe said plainly, "I don't think he knows anything else." "Tim, he's your responsibility now." Tim grabbed Roger by his curly black hair, which he was always proud of, and started pulling him to the hoist. Roger screamed and twisted, but he couldn't fight back since his arms and legs were tied. Daniel and Chewy grabbed his legs and lifted him off the ground. Roger screamed even louder. They dropped him in front of the hoist where Chivo had hanged another man and cut off his clothes. Chivo shined a light on Roger and then on the other man. "See that man? That's how you'll look in 15 minutes unless you tell us everything you know. We need the names of everyone involved and what they did, and where the others are now." Tim felt satisfied by the fear on Roger's face and the pain he was in. "Take your time with him, but make sure he talks. I haven't decided yet whether to kill both of them or just cut off their tongues and make them suffer. Keep them alive if you can, but if they won't cooperate, Make sure they die as painfully as possible, and we'll figure it out from there." 2 hours later, the house was clean, even though it had a strong smell of bleach. Jenny and Tim had blood on them, so they showered, changed clothes, and threw their old clothes into a fire. The remains of the truck were gone, and all the bodies were removed. Neither Roger nor the other man survived the questioning, but both spoke freely to the recorder. Ranger Boyd would be very interested in the names they gave. The 2 deputies had talked to someone, and soon after, all 3 vans left with the remaining Devil's Angels. Jenny and Tim stayed outside while the teams worked. Everyone was gone except Joe. The 3 of them made a small fire and sat around it. Not much was said, but it felt nice to be quiet. By midnight, the fire had burned out, and everyone was tired. They each went to their beds, surprised at how quickly they fell asleep. Tim was meeting Jenny's family. The police suggested they take extra care for safety, but Tim didn't want that. He had his own idea. Later, it became known that Tim was linked to the missing drug leaders from his old town. Jenny and her family agreed to Tim's plan. Eventually, the bad guys came after Tim and Jenny one last time. Jenny got her revenge by killing her husband. Tim also got back at JW. He told him, "You'll scream, you'll beg for mercy, you'll cry, and you'll be scared. You will wish for death, but I'll keep you alive and in pain as long as I can. Now it's time to deal with the others, one by one." The phone rang loudly and woke everyone up at 6:30 a.m. Tim, who was closest, answered it. Jenny came in and sat on her dad's bed, watching the look on Tim's face change from sleepy to worried and then to angry. After a moment of silence, Tim took 5 slow, deep breaths. Jenny quickly sat next to him, but he shook his head and focused on the call. "Sorry for my outburst, Jim. What's going on?" He listened for a few minutes, his face turning red, and then he shouted, "Don't give me that nonsense. I trusted you and the Texas Rangers. You messed up a simple task." He continued, "What happens next is on you all. I'll find out where they are, and then I'm coming for them. You had your chance and you failed. Stay in Austin and wait for the news to explain everything. And don't tell your bosses anything," he added. "They're part of this, along with some of our crooked politicians. We have proof, so don't say a word." Frustrated, he hung up the phone and went to make coffee. He poured a cup and stared out the window, lost in thought. Then he called Nate. "Let's have a meeting in 1 hour. Tell Jesse and Jose they need to come with the 3 captives. I only want you 3, Daniel, Chewy, and Chivo. This is important." He turned to Jeannie and Joe. "Karen and my boys were taken last night during the shift change. It seems to be an inside job, but those fools don't know what they're doing." He continued, "I'll be heading north after the meeting and questioning. Things could get messy, so it might be best if you go back to San Antonio. They might come after Jeannie and Joe, so grab what you need and get help to keep safe." Jeannie was in shock, her eyes wide. Then she snapped out of it, hugged him tightly, and exclaimed, "Oh my God, not your sons! How could this happen?" The explanation they had was terrible. A ranger was in charge, and 2 local deputies were watching over them. All they knew was that a shift change happened at 2 a.m., and when the sheriff's office began calling at 6 a.m., no one picked up. They sent a car. Karen's parents were tied up in the safe house. Karen, Patrick, Mark, and the deputies were gone. The ranger didn't answer either. What do I think? I think the ranger, the deputies, and maybe others were involved. My family is being held somewhere to stop us from telling the truth about the corrupt people in Austin who have allowed this and have been getting paid for it. They believe they are above the law, and maybe they are, but they are not safe from a bullet to the head. With those thoughts in mind, Tim called his friend while in New Braunfels. He gave a quick update and said he would need help. He planned to let Ratan, who lived nearby, know so they could get ready. Jeannie was nervous, wringing her hands. Joe was packing things up and told Jeannie to do the same. She hugged him tightly and ran to the bedroom. Tim called Deputy Jackson. It took a while for Jackson to find a private phone and call back. Tim told him what was happening and asked for help. Jackson said he would take a few days off after his shift ended that afternoon and would spend the day looking for information. Nate arrived early, but 3 cars followed him. Everyone he wanted was there, including Sheriff Rodriguez. Tim looked at Nate, then glanced at the sheriff. "You probably shouldn't be here, Sheriff." Miguel looked behind him, frowned, and said, "I don't see any sheriff around here." He pointed to the others and asked, "Anyone see a sheriff?" I'm here with my friends for the fishing tournament." Tim waved him over and they shook hands. "Can't do anything right," Tim said firmly. They walked into the cabin, grabbed the coffee cups Jeannie had prepared, and took seats around the table. "Where?" Tim asked with a frown. "Los Angeles?" "It's a secured location, just in case," Miguel replied. "Let's talk this through for a bit, and then we can ask for their help," Nate said calmly. "Let me start," Miguel said. "I've been on the phone all morning and learned some things that might help." He shared what he had gathered from different sources, including Jim Boyd. He looked at Tim and mentioned the ranger. He added, "Jim Boyd is embarrassed. He's taking leave and coming down for the fishing tournament himself. Anyone who wants to join the fishing must understand the rules. If they can't follow them, they should stay away." "What are the rules?" Nate asked. "My family lives. Everyone involved dies, no mercy." Everyone at the table exchanged looks and shrugged. "That sounds like a good start for a plan. I'd like to suggest an addition. Your family is gone, but we can be happy again at home. How does that sound?" Tim smiled. "Thank you. I should say that this idea has been in every plan before, and it needs to be in this one, too. Can we ask the prisoners to help us now?" Joe walked over, gave Tim's hand a quick shake, hugged him tight, and promised to keep Jeannie safe. But he said he would also be there if needed. Jeannie stayed calm, but her lips shook as she held him. She kissed him like it was their last moment together, then turned and walked to her dad's truck, taking her suitcase and clothes with her. The spot where they were going turned out to be the pit where others had been buried. 3 tall hoists were set up, and each one had a bandito hanging over a small fire. Nearby, a pile of mesquite branches lay waiting. Chivo walked up to the 3, smiled at them, and showed off his Bowie knife. "Which one can I take? You can't cook all 3. I need some fun, too." After 30 minutes, they had everything they needed. The drug groups kept information separate. "But these fools are too stupid and full of themselves," Miguel said. "Or maybe they think we won't go after them on Lake Travis. They aren't scared. That could be a big mistake. But they might really be that foolish. They trust the big bosses to protect them, just like before." Nate spoke up. "These guys are definitely dumb. But are their protectors really as clueless, or are we walking into a trap?" Tim replied coldly, "I don't care either way. I'm coming for them, and anyone in my path will pay." They buried the bloody remains in that same pit using a backhoe. They put trees and bushes over the grave and laid some sandstone rocks around it in a haphazard way. There was no hint of a dig or what was buried. However, Daniel promised he would make it look better when he had time. By tomorrow, it would blend in with the rest of the land back at home. Miguel called Boyd on his private line. They spoke for a few minutes, sharing news and information, and then Miguel handed the phone to Tim. Tim tried to say sorry again, but Kelly cut him off and said nothing would be forgiven until his family was safe. "If you really want to help, connect with Randy Jackson. My friend Will is bringing some others from New Braunfels, and you all can come to the fishing tournament together. I'll give you his number in a moment. But Jim, let me warn you, if anyone gets in my way, or if there's a spy, they will regret it." He passed the phone back to Miguel and told him to keep talking. Tim and the others began their last preparations. By 3:30, they had everything loaded up and ready to go. They made a few changes to the plan based on new information and then headed north. At 3:55, about 30 miles later, they saw a military convoy moving for training, and Nate wondered out loud who was better armed. They met at a ranch near Henley, which is west of Dripping Springs. The owner of the ranch lived in Houston. A ranch worker named Daniel Mendez Jr. was there. Boyd told them that Gomez, the leader of the Devil's Angels, was in charge of security at a lakehouse near Spicewood. Gomez and 10 men were at the lakehouse. Karen and her sons were also there, along with at least 5 other women. 2 of those women had come with the Assistant Attorney General and the Railroad Commissioner. Boyd didn't know who the other 3 were, but there were missing person reports for 2 high school girls who were thought to have run away. Randy Jackson was out scouting and would give them more information when they met up near the Railroad Commissioner's lake house. Everyone dressed in camouflage and wore boots. They painted their faces with black marks. Their weapons included 2 sniper rifles with silencers from a gunsmith in Marble Falls. They also had 2 automatic shotguns, a bazooka, and a grenade launcher. They planned to use the last 3 weapons only if things went wrong, but they were ready if needed. They met Jackson on a ranch road in a valley about a mile from the big lakehouse. He had been part of a Marine sniper team, and Miguel was his Army partner. After Jackson filled them in on the operation, they made some changes to the plan, then parked the 2 vans in the bushes away from the road. They all climbed into the back of a pickup truck and drove toward the house with the lights off. The night was dark, but the road was made of limestone, and there were white stones on the side, which made it easier to see. Jackson dropped off 2 groups of 3 at chosen spots. They were to sneak around to the right and left sides of the lake house. The other 2 teams moved without headlights a quarter mile up the hillside. They turned off the main road onto a dirt road and parked the truck. Miguel took the sniper rifle to the right, and Randy Jackson took the other rifle to the left. They created a crossfire pattern to cover more ground. The distance wasn't hard, but they aimed to eliminate as many threats as possible quickly. So, patience and timing mattered just as much as being accurate. Tim, Nate, and the older and younger Mendez climbed up the hill, spread out, and used binoculars to look inside the house. They easily spotted 8 guards outside. The guards were well armed with AK-47s, but they moved carelessly. The guards walked along the stone patio that surrounded the house and paused to chat with each other now and then. Jackson had one of the sniper rifles, and Miguel had the other. Their paths crossed in front, allowing them to aim more effectively. The fire would signal the others to move from the bushes across the open space by the stone patio and into the house. The attack would start from the west, which was the front, as well as from the right and left sides. The snipers would stay back for a few minutes to shoot and give cover. The other 10 men would move into the house, which sat on the edge of the cliffs by the lake. There was no way in or out to the east. 2 guards were talking at the southwest corner, and 2 more were at the northwest corner when the snipers fired twice. They heard 2 muffled sounds from each side. The bullets hit their targets. The 4 guards fell to the ground made of limestone. The other guards were walking around when more muffled sounds took them out. The 3 teams ran across the open ground from 3 sides. They checked on the guards and then moved across the patio to the walls of the house. They looked through the windows and raised their fingers to show how many they saw. There were only 6 people downstairs, all in the living room at the back of the house. 2 were girls Tim did not recognize. They were both completely without clothes, as were the 4 men near them at the bar. Tim entered through the front door. Jesse's team came in from the south, and Jim Boyd's team came around the north side through the open patio doors. The east side faced the lake. Tim signaled for Jim's team to watch the stairs. His team moved from the entry hall to the bar in just a few steps. They quietly got closer to the 4 men. Jesse's team moved behind the 2 women. They held suppressors near the heads of the naked people. The men saw Jesse's team. The girls saw Tim's team. Tim quietly said, "If you scream or make any noise, you will die. Do you understand?" They nodded, and he went on. "I'm here to find my wife and 2 sons. Where are they?" No one answered. Tim reached behind his neck and pulled out a sword from its holder. He placed the blade under the neck of the man standing still, with Tim's rifle still pointed at his head. "You have 10 seconds to talk or you will never speak again. 10, 9, 8. The man gasped. "They are upstairs." "Upstairs? Where exactly?" Tim asked again. The man turned his head slightly to see Tim and said, "Kelly, I should have known. You are in way over your head. Let us go and we will give you the kids. We keep your wife. But I doubt you care about that." "Hello, Sheriff. Fancy seeing you here," Tim replied. "Why do you think I'm in over my head? It seems like we are in control right now." "Boy, you have no idea who you are messing with. If, and that is a big if, you survive the night, we will hunt you down like a dog and kill you. Then we will hurt everyone you love. We have more power here than anyone else, and we don't hold back." Tim cut the throat of the man in front of him. Then he swung his sword again and hit the sheriff in the face. The blow broke teeth and left the sheriff's jaw hanging. He fell to his knees, blood spraying from his mouth and fear in his eyes. Tim stood over him, shoved the sword into his neck and twisted it. The sheriff fell over, dead. "We aren't doing anything, Sheriff, because you're going to hell." He turned to the others and pointed his bloody sword at a young woman. "Tell me what I want to know. Are you going to join him?" 9, 8. She fell to her knees and quickly spoke. Please don't kill me. The boys are locked in the small bedroom upstairs. Go to the end of the hall and turn left. It's all the way down the hallway. The blonde woman and the 2 girls are with the other men in the bedroom across the hall. The big bedroom with a glass wall looking at the lake. Tim looked at the other young woman. How many men are there? She spoke right away. I think there are 6, but maybe 9. We were on the couch with the commissioner and the sheriff, so I didn't see. I haven't been up there all night, but I saw the Gomez brothers and General Spaeth go up with 4 men I didn't know. She pointed to the man next to Tim. Commissioner Landon knows. Ask him, Tim asked sharply, touching his sword to the bald man's nose. Commissioner, the commissioner said, we need to negotiate here. Tim pushed the sword into his nose, cutting it. No negotiating, tell me or die. Commissioner Landon held his nose and looked like he would scream. Daniel the younger poked him in the eye with his rifle, and the commissioner fell to the floor. Tim turned to the last man. He had been quiet and calm. Your turn, Tim said softly. The unknown man looked straight ahead and replied in a calm voice. There are 2 guards with guns and 8 others, just so you know. One is the Assistant Attorney General of Texas, one is a Texas Ranger, one is a deputy sheriff, and another is the leader of a Mexican gang. You might want to think carefully about your plan to get your family back if you want to stay alive. Oh, great, Tim said with fake worry. You're talking about the Mexican gang, Los Angeles del Diablo, right? The Devil's Angels? Yes. Manuel Gomez and his brother are up there. The man shrugged. I don't know who the women are, but they've stopped screaming, so they may be alive or not. The Gomez brothers are dangerous, but Spaeth is worse. And who are you? Tim asked. Someone you don't want to mess with, he replied. Tim nodded, and Daniel the elder pulled the trigger. Okay, I won't, Tim said, looking at the body on the ground. Now, girls, you see what can happen. He looked at the young women there. Landon would be dead, too. But I think he knows more about the bad guys behind this drug and slavery issue than he has been able to tell us. You know, too. So we are going to take you upstairs to talk to the men there. You will lay still, be quiet, and wait for us to come back. If we hear even a whisper from you. Well, Miguel and Randy came through the front doors ready for anything with their shotguns in their hands. They nodded at each other. Jesse told them what was going on, and everyone followed them up the stairs. There were no guards around as they walked down the hall, but they could hear voices coming from a room on the right. Tim gestured to Chivo, who moved forward with throwing knives in each hand. The others spread out into doorways and rooms on both sides as Boss K. Paso Chivo called out when he was close to the 2 men looking into the open door. They stepped back, pulling the door partly closed, and asked Quian about it. As they raised their cases, Chivo threw both knives with a quick motion. Each knife hit a guard right in the throat, and they fell onto the carpet. The sound of their guns hitting the ground was softened by the thick carpet. Tim and his crew hurried to the doorway, ready for anything in case any noise came from the room. They dragged the guards away from the door and took up positions around it. Tim raised his hand. He, Nate, and Daniel Jr. went left down the hall into his son's room, rifles ready. The boys were sleeping together on a big bed. Tim quietly let out a breath of relief, stepped back outside, and asked Nate and Daniel to look after his boys. They promised to take care of them as if they were their own. Tim heard the door lock behind him. Miguel and Randy stood at the master bedroom door, shotguns ready, waiting for their leader's order. He slowly opened the door and peeked inside. Katie lay in the center of a big bed, crying. There were young women on either side of her. They were also in trouble, with a knife held to each of their faces by a man. Katie was lying over a large pillow, and a small, thin man was hitting her while pulling her head up with something. She was very quiet, pale, and seemed to be in shock. The Gomez brothers leaned against the window looking out at the lake, talking in Spanish. 2 other men stood by the south wall watching. One of them held a video camera, filming the awful scene on the bed. Everyone in the room was naked. Tim quietly counted the men and their positions. Then he opened the door wider and moved into the room with his crew. Leaving the brothers and the other men with their guns, he quickly attacked the nearest person with a knife. The second knife wielder tried to back away, but Tim stopped him by cutting his leg. The man cried out in pain and fell backward, bleeding heavily. The Gomez brothers raised their hands in surrender. One man, watching from the wall, ran toward a chair where a pistol was sitting, but Randy's shotgun fired and took him down. Chewie grabbed the video camera from another man and told him to face the wall, putting his hands up high. Tim looked at the man behind Katie and saw that he was bothering her. The man just stood there, scared. Tim raised his sword and moved closer. The man let go of the garrote and tried to crawl back, whimpering as he pressed against the headboard. The two men who had been bothering the young women also backed away. The one nearest the door tried to grab a gun that was hanging on the bedpost. Ranger Boyd stepped closer and aimed at him. "Go ahead and try," he said. "I'll shoot you and make you suffer." Then he sat back on the bed, hands raised. Boyd held his pistol while keeping his rifle close to the man's belly. Katie leaned forward on the pillow. Tim could see she was lifeless but checked her pulse anyway. He softly kissed her cheek and covered her with a sheet. Turning to the two young girls, he spoke gently. "Wrap yourselves in the blanket and go sit quietly in that corner. We'll help you in a bit, but first, we need to handle these men. Do you understand?" Both girls nodded eagerly, grabbed some bed covers, and hurried to the corner behind Randy Jackson. The anger Tim had held all night began to rise, and the thin man noticed the danger in his eyes. He went pale but quickly tried to act tough. "Do you know who I am? I'm the Assistant Attorney General of Texas. You're in big trouble," he blustered. Tim's crew laughed heartily. Tim smiled menacingly and asked, "Do you know who I am?" The man shook his head. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Karma come to life. I'm God's avenging angel. I'm your worst nightmare." The man's face changed to one of fear as he tried to shrink into the sheets. Tim reached in front of him and lightly cut his shoulder, just enough to make him bleed, then glared at him. The man curled up and cried. Boyd grabbed his man by the hair and pulled him off the bed. When the man's knees hit the floor, Boyd kicked him hard in the stomach. The man hunched over, and Boyd slammed his head down. His head hit the floor, but his rear was still in the air. Boyd stepped behind him and lifted him off the ground with a strong kick. The man squealed and then vomited. Boyd put his boot on the man's head, pushing his face into the mess. He then turned to look at his crew. "Let me tell you about the Texas Ranger whose job is to protect Tim's wife and their son. This is the room where Terry Jones, the traitor, is kept. The man on the bed is Deputy Sheriff Don Long. He was supposed to be with them for protection." He pointed at the two other men and asked who would tell him where the other deputy was. No one spoke up. Tim nodded at Chivo, who walked over to the ranger, moved his wrist and cut off his ear. Terry Jones let out a scream that ended when Boyd's boot hit his cheek. Chivo then moved towards Deputy Long, who raised his hand in a gesture to stop. He hurriedly said he wouldn't help them and that Long shot the other deputy. They had thrown his body in a creek near Taylor. Long had made him do it. He was just a friend. Tim jumped in. "But you let him kill Jones, your partner, didn't you? You helped Long with the kidnapping, right? You were the one hurting this young woman, weren't you?" The men around them voted loudly, and all 12 said he was guilty. Tim nodded to Will and Guillermo. Another person from New Braunfels ordered them to find out what else he knew and to carry out the punishment. Chivo smiled madly, like he always did when a fight started. The doomed deputy was pulled out of the room and down the stairs. His quiet screams were heard for less than 10 minutes before they stopped. Randy was watching the cameraman. Tim, Daniel, Chewie, and Jesse stood in a line around the Gomez brothers, who were known as cruel leaders of a cartel. The Gomez brothers looked terrified, and one of them even wet himself. The glass on the floor showed this. The two scared men shrunk away from the glass, and Manuel tried to make a deal. He offered millions of dollars if they were let go unharmed. Chewie flicked his knife and cut him on the chest. When Manuel stopped screaming, Chewie said, "You won't come out unhurt, but you might live. It depends on how angry El Rey Dallas gets about this." He continued, "Take them downstairs to Chivo. He'll be done with the other one soon. Tell him to make them remember every girl they ever hurt or sold," he added. "That includes his niece. Let him carve her name into them if he wants." Tim said this calmly with a small smile. He then said, "Before you go downstairs, tell them what happened to the men they sent. They need to know what will happen to their family and friends before their suffering starts. Their little empire is over, and their loved ones will be dead in just a week." He turned to the Gomez brothers, asking if they had any last words. They started begging loudly, asking him to spare their families, saying they were innocent. Tim's sadistic smile returned as he replied, "My sons were innocent too. I'm sorry, but that content is inappropriate for me to work on. If you have another text or topic you would like me to rewrite or simplify, feel free to share. He will help you find clothes and make sure you feel okay. Randy put you in a room away from the chaos, but he wants you to stay there until we can talk. The people who work for Speth and Landon can have water and go to the bathroom, but keep them bare and afraid. I haven't made a choice about them yet. Girls, you've seen how harsh we can be. Don't think that our kindness means we won't hurt you if you try to leave without asking first. When we are done, we will talk about what's next for you. Do you have any questions?" Jackson stood next to the girls. Adam stood in front of him with a gun against his back. The girls stood up. They held on to each other but were no longer crying. The tall girl with long brown hair took a deep breath and spoke up. "We want to thank you, Coach Kelly. Yes, we recognized you even with the stuff on your face. I'm Sharon from your advanced physics class. This is Jenna. She doesn't have you as a teacher. We want to tell you what happened and how we ended up here. We left Dairy Queen and I was taking Jenna home to Jonestown. Then suddenly someone forced our car off the road when we were on a quiet stretch near the park with no one around. We saw it was Coach Rogers and Coach Slaughter, and we began screaming. They tied us up and put us in the trunk of their car. We drove for a while and then turned onto a bumpy dirt road. We stopped at an old house. They left us tied up but took off the gags, warned us that no one could hear our screams, and told us how we were treated would depend on how well we followed their orders. You know us, Coach. We are good girls. We are both 18 years old, but those awful men hurt us in that filthy house. Then other men came and hurt us too. They brought us here on a boat. As soon as they took us upstairs, it began again, and Mrs. Kelly was already here. They had her on the bed, but she fought back with all her might. That inspired us, and we started fighting too. The men brought your sons in from another room and told her if she didn't do what the skinny guy wanted, he would kill your sons. She stopped fighting and cried. She called her sons by name, told them she loved them so much, and to be good for Daddy when he came to get them. They were crying and fighting the men who carried them out of the room, screaming, "Don't hurt our mommy!" The men laughed about Daddy coming while the skinny man hurt her. "We're so sorry. Maybe if we had fought harder." "No, don't blame yourselves. You did nothing wrong. These are bad men who hurt women and girls. Tonight they will face the consequences of their actions. Go with Randy now. I want to be alone with the skinny man. I will talk to you later." Randy went downstairs to make at least 2 copies of the tape. Tim, Randy, and Jim looked around, making sure nothing important was lost or could be used by the wrong people. They felt sorry for the girls. They understood that things would never be the same for them. Still, keeping the girls safe was a big risk. They were innocent and needed protection. The hard part was figuring out how to keep them safe without getting into trouble. Tim asked Ranger Boyd, "Where do you want to question the traitor?" "I'd rather do it somewhere I can use tools," Boyd replied. "I'm not great with knives and swords, but I'm good with things like hammers and pliers." "I saw some tools in the garage," Tim said. "I'll get help and take him there. Do you understand? After what we've just seen and heard, I want to take my time with him." Jim smirked and asked, "What about Assistant Attorney General Gordon Speth? This skinny guy is going to enjoy the soft bed." "He killed my wife," Tim said angrily. "Send Will, Gizmo, and someone else if you can. But not Chivo. He's got too much on his plate." Tim glanced at Speth, who was trembling and whimpering on the bed, just a few feet from where Karen lay. Tim approached him and gently placed the sword on his back, dragging it across lightly. Speth yelped as blood trickled from the shallow cut. He was so scared that he wet the pillow he held. Tim laughed at Speth's fear and called for Will, Elmo, and Jesse, saying, "Rough him up a bit, but don't kill him. I'm taking Karen's body to another room." He wrapped Karen in a sheet and lifted her, carrying her out like he had done on their wedding night. A wave of feelings hit him, but he pushed them down. "I'm so sorry, Angel," he whispered to Karen. "I hope you're with God in heaven." "I need to take care of your killers first," he continued. "But I've forgiven them for what they did. You were a hero, saving our sons as best as you could. If I'd known, I would have come sooner to save you." He gently closed her eyes and brushed his forehead and nose against hers. "I'll always love you, Karen. I'm sorry you had to suffer. Know that Rogers, Barnes, Benton Slaughter, and Hughes are all dead. They all suffered before they died. Spaeth, the ranger, and the deputy who turned on you will die too. Speth will be the last one to go, and he will welcome his own end. You won't see any of them again in heaven. I hope one day I can find forgiveness to be with you again. That depends on God's mercy for what I have done and what I'm planning to do. Maybe you can help me, my darling. I love you now. I've loved you from the first time we met. Now rest in peace, my angel. Tim gently moved her hair away from her face. She was beautiful, even now. She looked calm, given how she had died. Tim kissed her lips and then covered her face. As he walked back to the main bedroom to face the people who hurt her, his sadness turned into anger and a strong desire for revenge. Speth and the others would pay for what they had done. Speth lay on his stomach, pinned down. His head was pressed into a wet pillow as Tim punched him in the ribs. Wayne and Jesse held his feet, where nails were driven into his heels. Speth screamed in pain, begging them to stop, but the pillow muffled his cries. Wayne got off when he noticed Tim. His hands were tied to the bed frame just as Tim wanted. "What now?" he asked. "Lift his hips and put a big pillow under him. Tie his feet to the corners," Tim ordered. Tim took a rubber plunger from the bathroom and pushed it up Speth's back inch by inch. Speth screamed louder. "How many women and girls have you hurt?" Tim asked. "What happens next is something you could never do, but I want you to feel pain for the rest of your life, just like Karen did when you killed her." With that, he forced the handle of the plunger further. Speth screamed and lost consciousness. Wayne poured cold water on him, waking him up with a scream. Tim put a clear trash bag over his head and taped it around his neck. They watched as Speth struggled for air, but Tim cut a hole in the bag before he passed out. He gasped and choked as he caught his breath. Tim said, "We'll tape over the hole now." They watched him panic as he gasped for air again. Tim leaned close to him. "Do you want to live? We can keep this going all night. Are you ready to answer us?" Speth nodded quickly, saying yes. "Your chief of staff knows where the videos and tapes are, so we might not need you. But maybe you can help us. Do you have anything else that could get others into trouble?" Tim asked. "Yes," Speth said eagerly. "I have a box of photos of rich and powerful people with underage girls and boys, from local leaders to national politicians. I can get them for you. Just let me live." As a sign of good faith, Tim told him, "Give us the exact location and tell us how you will get them to us." "I know you will kill me if I tell, but I promise I will take you there," Speth bargained. "In 30 minutes I can give you maps and keys." Tim spoke softly. He saw through their tough act. They were scared inside. The pain he was about to bring would be worse than anything they had faced before. "Do you really want that? Just give us what we need, and the hurting will stop." It didn't take long. The sound of the drill was too much for him after everything he had gone through. They had already found out everything they needed to know. They knew where everything was and how to get it before any real harm was done. In the end, he was just a broken man. But Tim still felt angry. There were other bad people out there who needed to face justice. Downstairs, Tim was shocked to see a woman dead and another one hardly alive as Chievo worked on her. "They are deep in trouble," Tim said. They were recruiters for a man named Spaeth and Landon. They used the girls they kidnapped after drugging them, then sold them to Manuel Gomez, who sent them all over the world. When Chievo confronted them, they talked without holding back. They had a lot of details and proof that they might not even be able to use in court. They knew the names of some of the missing young people, but not all of them. Tim thought they could solve many of the missing persons cases in Texas from the last 4 or 5 years. They also had the places where the videos and recordings were kept. There was a list of people that could change Texas politics, but they had to be careful because many powerful people were involved. Tim asked if Smith had shared more. "Not right now. Jesse has the tape. You can look at it later. It goes back over 3 years with a lot of names you will recognize." Tim had a box of photos which kept him safe for now. "Unless you need something else, we should make some plans," he said. "Where are the girls?" They told him to check the guest room behind the stairs. He sat with the 2 young girls and talked to them for a while. When he came out, he told Daniel Sr. to go get Daniel Jr., Nate, and his sons. He asked Randy to take the girls outside and down the road a bit. Tim then carried his wife's body down to the lake and gently placed her in a boat. He uncovered her face to talk to her one last time. Once he was done, he turned the boat around, secured the steering wheel, and let it drift toward a quiet beach far away. He said a final prayer for Karen, then walked back up the hill to join the others waiting down the road. The boys were still sound asleep as the girls, with Nate and Tim, carried them over 2 hills and into a deep valley behind the second hill. The girls made a small camp with blankets against a limestone cliff on one side and sat down, still holding the sleeping boys they were looking after. Nate quietly reminded them about what was next and how to talk to the police and firefighters who would come first. Tim kissed each boy on the cheek and each girl on her cheek too. He asked the girls to go over the plan again, and they did, which made him happy. Nate told them they were very brave girls and he hoped to meet them in better times. The other men were waiting on the road in their cars. Nate and Tim got into their vehicle and drove away. About 30 minutes later, they reached a closed convenience store in a small town called Cave. Tim got out and used a payphone to make a call. Their cars were facing north when they saw a big fire and a bright light in the northeastern sky. They heard police sirens and watched as the rural fire department volunteers rushed in and got ready quickly. The station was just down US 71, heading north. The men each said a prayer before heading back to the ranch near Dripping Springs. Later, Nate and Tim were at Tim's house in Cedar Park watching the early morning news on Austin TV. On the news, there was live footage of a pile of burning rubble. The reporter talked about an explosion and fire at a house near Lake Travis. A fire investigator was interviewed but said they wouldn't know much until the fire cooled down and they could look at the evidence. It seemed there had been an explosion, maybe from gas, that caused the fire. No one talked about any survivors, which made the brothers worried. The girls and their sons should have been mentioned at 7 o'clock. Tim called the sheriff's office in Karen's hometown, but they said there was no new information and thanked him for his phone numbers. He called the local police and heard the same thing. Tim wanted to call Jeannie. Nate wanted to call Linda, but their plan said no calls that could be heard, so they waited. The anxious waiting ended just after 9:30. A detective from the police department told them the boys were at Brackenridge Medical Center in Austin. He assured them the boys were fine physically, but upset emotionally. They were with a social worker and a child psychologist. The detective asked him to come to the medical center right away. Tim said he would, but asked about their mother. The detective said he had no information about anyone but the boys. Nate drove quickly down US 183, scaring even the roughest drivers on that road. There were no crashes, but their big pickup truck zoomed past the slower cars. Cars were parked on the side of the road, and the red lights acted like stop signs. They traveled 20 miles in just 20 minutes. Nate dropped Tim off at the emergency entrance and went to find a parking spot. Tim hurried inside to the front desk. He said who he was, and they made a call. A plain-clothes police officer came in. He introduced himself as Detective Cox and asked Tim to follow him. Just then, Nate arrived as they were leaving. Tim introduced him to the detective as his brother, and they quickly went to the children's floor. The detective knocked on a conference room door where Tim's boys were. A woman with red hair and a suit opened the door and signaled them to come in. Patrick and Mark were sitting and listening to an older woman in scrubs who was reading to them. Patrick turned when he heard the door open. He jumped up, shouted, "Daddy!" and ran to him, knocking his chair over. Mark looked confused at first, but then his face brightened, and he ran over crying, "Daddy! Daddy! Daddy!" Tim hugged both his sons and felt tears of happiness as they kissed his cheeks and hugged him tightly. Nate stood back with the detective and the woman. Tim saw big smiles on both their faces as he lifted his boys and kissed them back. The happy reunion lasted a few minutes until little Mark held Tim's face with both hands and said seriously, "Daddy, bad men took us from Granny and Gramps. We drove a long way, and then they took us for Mommy." Patrick added to the story, "Daddy, they took us in a big room and Mommy was crying. The bad men were hurting her and she was crying. They said they were going to hurt us too, but Mommy begged them to leave us alone. They took us outside, but Mommy told us she loved us and to be good until you came to get us." Mark said, "I hate those mean men." Then he turned Tim's face back to him and said, "Mommy said she loved us to the moon, but she was crying. Daddy, you need to find those bad men and get our Mommy back." Tears filled the eyes of the adults around. but Tim tried to hold his back for his boys. He said, "Right now, there are many men looking for Mommy. We need to get you home and wait for them to find her. We'll call Granny and Gramps, and we can see them after the men find Mommy." Then Tim looked at the detective and asked, "Have you found her?" The detective shook his head and said, "I'll share what I know in a few minutes. Just focus on your sons right now." Tim asked, confused, "How did you find my sons but not my wife? They should have been together." The detective explained, "Your sons were with two young women. They were hiding in a ditch near a house fire on Lake Travis. I'll tell you more later." He added, "For now, I'm going to leave you with your sons. There's a phone you can use to call their grandparents or anyone else you want. Is it okay if I talk to your brother while you are with your boys?" Tim replied, "Sure. If you hear anything about Karen, please let me know right away before you leave. Do you know the names of the girls they were with?" The detective shared their names and asked if he recognized either of them. He said he did know them. They were students at the high school where he taught. One was in his second period physics class, and he knew they were on the dance team and the track team. As far as he knew, they had never babysat for his sons, so he was confused about why they were with the boys instead of his wife in such a remote place. Cox promised again that he would share what he knew with Tim. After talking to his sons a bit longer, Tim turned to the woman in scrubs and asked if she could stay and read to the boys while he called their grandparents to let them know the boys were safe. She agreed quickly, and the boys sat back on their little chairs, a little unwilling while she read to them. Tim called his parents first and asked them to tell Linda, Daniel, and Dora the news. Then he called Karen's parents to share the good news that their sons were okay and with him, but also the bad news that their daughter was still missing. They wanted to come to the hospital, but he suggested they stay home in case Karen tried to contact them. Next, Tim called Andy. He shared what he had learned about his sons and wife and asked him to pass the information along to their housemates. "I know the girls my boys were with, but I don't know what they were doing together. I'm worried they need a lawyer to help explain things. They will have to talk about how they took the boys and vanished right before an explosion." "Don't worry, they both have help," Andy replied. "Janice's dad is a friend. I called him as soon as they went missing, and he called me back right after they were found. We're meeting with the police this afternoon at 3:30 in my office. I'm also helping with Sharon." The little boys were tired and fell asleep on Tim's lap almost as soon as he sat down with them. The woman in scrubs quietly introduced herself as a doctor who helps children who have been through tough times. She explained that she was there to help his sons and offered to stay with them if he needed to talk to the police. Tim was then taken to a conference room on the ground floor, where he found Detective Cox, his brother, and two Texas Rangers speaking softly. They stopped their conversation when he walked in, and the detective invited him to sit at the table. One of the Rangers was named Jim Boyd, and he introduced the other as his boss, Chief Alley. The serious tone in Chief Alley's voice matched the worried looks on the faces of the officers and Tim's brother. "Mr. Kelly, we have some difficult news. We found a body on a boat across the lake from a house that exploded and burned last night. We believe it is your wife. We will need you to identify the body. Your brother carefully said she might be the woman in this picture. Can you take a look?" Tim walked into the room full of strong feelings. He had held back his emotions ever since the surprise attack at the ranch, through what happened at the lake, and his reunion with his sons. The picture of Karen broke down his wall and he cried hard. He let the tears flow for several minutes without holding back. No one tried to comfort him, they just watched him in silence, feeling his pain. When he finally calmed down, Tim wiped his tears, looked at the chief and said, "That's Karen, my wife. I'm sorry for losing control. We had some issues in the past few months. We said hurtful things and did terrible things, and now we won't get to sort it all out. I loved her more than anything from the first moment I saw her." Tears filled Tim's eyes again, but he lowered his head and focused on the table, trying not to cry again over something he couldn't change. Boyd left the room, leaving Nate and Tim alone. Nate placed a hand on Tim's arm. "I know those tears are real. Aside from the last few months, she was an amazing woman, a wonderful wife, and a great mother. We all make mistakes sometimes. Sadly, hers was a huge one. Now you have to raise your two great kids alone. No one knows how things will turn out with Jeannie, but, you know, Linda and I will always be here for you." "I know," Tim replied. And that helps. Those boys will need all the family they have left. Like you said, she was a wonderful mother. An hour later, Karen's parents came. The boys were asleep, and Tim was glad for that. When he told them that Karen's body had been found, they were both devastated. Karen's mom needed help from a doctor to calm down as Tim spoke. Tim drove to the morgue to identify his wife's body, leaving Nate with her parents. He knew what he would see, yet it still broke his heart. He wished he could go back and make those who hurt her suffer even more. He knew Spaeth had begged for death before his own end, but if he could do it again, he would want him to suffer longer. The only hope for revenge rested on what Boyd would find when the film and tapes were checked. He was eager for that. An investigator from the sheriff's department in Travis County asked to speak with him, and he agreed without question. The questions were simple and did not help him understand more. Instead, they showed him how little they actually knew. The investigator learned nothing from the grieving husband, but Tim learned something important. They had found the van with severed fingers on a dirt road near Pleasanton. Larry, Slaughter, and Benton had been identified by their fingerprints, and they were working on identifying the others one by one. Tim went back to the hospital. He signed all the papers and agreed to let his son see a counselor for a while. They needed help to cope with their mom's death. The boys were awake and playing with their grandparents. Nate, the psychiatrist, and the counselor were there too. Tim sat with one boy on each knee and gently told them the news. He explained that their mommy was in heaven with God, Jesus, and the angels. She was happy and looking down at them. She would always be there when they needed her. Mark quietly cried, his tears soaking into Tim's shoulder. Patrick reacted differently. "It was those bad men, right, Daddy? They hurt her. I yelled at them, but they wouldn't stop. I want to find those men and make them pay for what they did to Mommy." Tim felt sad, but knew he had to calm him down. "Patrick, the law will find those men. They will be punished," he assured him. "I don't like policemen," Patrick said. Tim hugged both boys tightly. "Most lawmen are good, but sometimes there are bad ones. Those two are bad. But Ranger Jim is good, right?" Patrick nodded and then started to cry again. "I miss Mommy. I want her here with us, not in heaven. We need her." The next hour was very hard. Both boys cried, and their grandparents cried too. The psychiatrist and the counselor shed some tears as well. Tim and Nate also cried as they tried to comfort everyone. Eventually, the sadness wore everyone out. Tim took the boys home in Nate's pickup truck. Nate followed in his car because Tim was too upset to drive. Once they got home, Nate quickly went to get pizza and spaghetti. Grandma and Grandpa took the boys outside to play on the swing set. Tim called his parents. They said Linda had already told them, and they were ready to come up when he wanted them to. He asked them to wait until he called back the next day. Then he tried to reach Andy, but there was no answer. So he called Andy's housemates. Jimmy told him that Andy was meeting with two girls, their parents, and an investigator. Jimmy also said that Jim Boyd had gotten a search warrant for the AG's office and was there with another ranger. Jimmy offered to stay at his house and promised to keep Tim updated. Tim hesitated, knowing that the next call could lead to big problems if he wasn't careful, but he called anyway. Jeannie answered. "Hello?" she said on the second ring. Tim paused before speaking. He used a serious tone and said, "Jeannie, this is Tim. I wanted to say how sorry I am that your husband is dead." Jeannie took a moment before responding. "Thank you, Tim. I heard that Karen has also passed away. I'm very sorry about that. I know you and your sons are heartbroken. Is there anything I can do to help?" Tim listened closely to her voice and felt a strong urge to be with her. He really needed her care and affection right then, but he knew it was not possible. So he turned down her offer and instead offered his support for the future. He told her he hoped to express his sympathy in person later. She asked about the funeral plans. He explained that it was too soon because they needed to do an autopsy before they could return her body. He asked about Larry. Jeannie told him that his parents would have a memorial service in Chicago, but there were no plans in Texas since they had not found his body yet. They promised to keep each other updated and ended the call. They didn't say anything that could seem suspicious if anyone was listening in, but it was a frustrating conversation. The smell of bacon cooking and coffee brewing woke Nate and then Karen's parents. The boys were already playing in the living room. They seemed a bit sad, but not quite their usual excited selves. Breakfast was a nice mix of eggs, bacon, biscuits, milk, and coffee, and it started the day on a good note. After sending the boys outside to play, Grandma came back in and asked him to call for any new updates. He nodded and went to make the calls. His first call was to the coroner's office, who told him the body would likely be released the next day. His second call was to the sheriff's department investigator, who had no new information. His third call was from Jim Boyd, who asked when he and the other investigator could meet with him. Tim said they could, but he preferred a neutral place. Boyd suggested the Houseman residence in an hour after telling his in-laws he had to meet with the Texas Rangers looking into their daughter's death. Tim and Nate drove to Northwest Austin. The meeting took place around the dining room table at Houseman's, with Boyd and Terry sitting across from Tim and Nate. Jimmy, Patty, and Andy sat at the ends of the big table, listening in. Boyd let Ranger Terry take the lead, who asked the usual questions police ask during investigations. Tim answered quickly and confidently, with no help needed from the three lawyers present. This gave Terry the impression that Tim had nothing to hide or add to the case. A few questions were directed at Nate, but he pretended not to know anything more than what Tim had told the investigator. Ranger Terry left at 4:30, mentioning he needed to be at his daughter's cheerleading tryouts at 6. Once Terry was gone, Boyd checked the room for any listening devices while the others chatted. Then he joined the group again. "Nate is also your client, right?" Boyd asked the lawyers. Nate pulled out 3 $20 bills and handed one to each of them. They said everything was fine. Tim and Nate agreed to keep this conversation limited. Boyd nodded and continued. Based on the information from Andy's clients, Ranger Terry and I carried out a search warrant at the office of a state worker. What we found was very upsetting and shocking. I can't share the details, but we made copies of the evidence and gave the originals to a trusted friend at the FBI. We hid the copies in different spots because we aren't sure how the evidence will react under their examination. We know that many powerful people are in danger, and they will do everything they can to prevent this from getting out. Some might make deals, some might step down, and others might not face any consequences. Or they might go after the whole group harshly. Terry and I will be ready and alert at all times, and I suggest you do the same. Tim, no one knows what part you played in this, if any, but your name is connected to this situation. So, be careful. Now, can I have a few minutes alone with the brothers? I promise I won't ask them any tough questions. The lawyers left the room, closing the door behind them. Tim, did you ever watch the videos you got from Roger's house? Most of them, not all, Tim replied. Why? We need to watch them now if you still have them. This trouble started long before Karen, and it involves many more women. It goes all the way to the top levels of the state and even federal government. Plus, there are some well-known names from sports, entertainment, and business. If any of them are in those tapes, we need to find out, Boyd told him urgently. Can we trust all 3 lawyers, or should we go somewhere private? Boyd asked. Tim reassured him that they had already viewed several of the videos and were completely trustworthy. The quiet laughter faded as they entered the room with serious looks. Jimmy took out the videos from his safe, and they looked at the titles to find hints about the content. 2 untitled tapes were wrapped together in plastic. They seemed to have been used, but Tim thought they were only partially used. They rewound one and pressed play. Both tapes were T200 that had recorded in LP format, meaning they lasted over 400 minutes each. After watching for an hour, they realized that many encounters had been filmed back to back. To confirm who was involved, they needed to watch each encounter. One thing was already clear. The claims that rich and powerful people were deeply involved were true. Tim needed to get back to his family, so did Boyd. They asked the housemates to make 3 copies, keep the originals safe, and give 1 copy each to Tim and Jim Boyd. They agreed and said they would keep the copies locked in their safe until the group could watch them together later. Before you leave, Sharon, Jenna, and their parents want me to keep you 3 updated. Patty, can we use your office for 30 minutes? They were on their way home, happy that the girls' meeting with the sheriff went well. When Nate and Tim got home, the house was lively. Their parents were chatting and laughing with Tim's sister Jan, her husband Gary, and Nate's wife Linda. Karen's parents were cooking hamburgers with all the fixings. Grandpa Paul was watching over the grill, while Granny Beth was washing and slicing vegetables to put on trays. They had already shared their thoughts and support with Paul and Beth before Tim and Nate arrived. Tim's family loved hugs, and many tears flowed during the hugs, especially from his mom. Linda gave Tim a big hug and whispered that she loved him and their boys, reminding him to take care of each other. After dinner and cleaning up, everyone gathered in the living room to watch the boys play and talk. The grandmothers gave the boys baths at 7:30, and their dad read them a bedtime story. Tim didn't finish the story before the boys were fast asleep. He returned to the adults' conversation and was about to sit down when the phone rang. He answered it in the kitchen and was surprised by the voice on the other end. "Hey, Primo, it's great to hear from you. It's been so long," said the caller. Tim stepped back into the doorway and signaled Nate to come over. "Buenas noches, Primo Martín. ¿Cómo estás?" Nate said. Hearing Martin's name made Nate's interest grow, and Tim held the phone where Nate could hear. "Things are tough here. Texas can be a dangerous place," Martin continued. Tim replied, "Yeah, for some people." Martin then spoke sadly about a woman named KJ, saying, "She was a wonderful mother to your boys. I know we had nothing to do with what happened, even if it looked like we might have." Tim responded quickly, "I know that, Primo. I would never hurt your family either." They both understood their words were careful but necessary because Martin was getting ready to make an offer. Martin shared some rumors about a crime, explaining that someone who hurt the victims thought they could mislead the police by making it look like they were connected to a gang. "But we can't be blamed because we have good alibis," said Martin. Tim nodded, knowing they were both aware of the dangers but had to be smart and careful. The talk drifted into the unknown, leaving them both concerned about what could happen next. The police seem confused about the fingers, but they aren't looking too hard because those men were all wanted. The coroner said the fingers were cut off. Dead people, showing they are really dead. I don't know much about what happened at the lake, but it seems they just want to figure out who the body parts belong to. You don't know, do you? No? I see. Pedro. I can ask around if you want, Martin said. I know you, Primo. You want to find out who hurt your wife, your kids, and those other young girls. The news is talking about low Mickey ears. Please, Primo Martin, I do want to know. And I might need help when I find out, Tim said. For me, Primo, Tio, anything I can do, free of charge, Martin replied. Well, you know what you should do, please, Tim asked. Nate shook his head in surprise as they went back to the living room where everyone was quiet. Their dad? John? Michael asked. Interesting talk. Who was it? A very surprising call, Tim said. It was from Cousin Martin. He sent his thoughts and asked if he could help. I thought I heard you calling him Primo Martin. Who is he? Karen's dad asked. He isn't really a cousin in South Texas or northern Mexico. Calling someone Primo means calling them your cousin, even if they aren't family. I met him when I was a sophomore in college. We had some issues that he helped us with back then. He offered to help again, and I asked him to tell me if he found out anything important. He is an important man in Mexico and has influence in Texas, so who knows, maybe he can help again, Tim explained. Linda, Nate, Tim, and their dad were drinking coffee in the living room, talking quietly and watching the early news with the sound low when Tim suddenly sat up straight and turned the volume up a bit. A replay of the Attorney General's update on the fire from the night before was on. He was praising Og Speth, calling him a man of character and courage, and promising to bring to justice those who killed him. Tim looked at Nate in shock. So that's how they're going to play this. They have the tape. They know exactly what happened. Okay, that's it. Forget them all. Time to take serious action. Tim left the surprised group in the living room and called Jim Boyd from the kitchen. Good morning. I was waiting for your call since last night. Tim, before you say anything on the phone, can you meet me for breakfast at that little place we both like? We need to talk. Tim agreed and got ready. I have a meeting with the ranger in charge of the investigation. I'll be back in an hour, or I'll call you. Tim took a longer route, making sure he wasn't being followed. From what Jim hinted on the phone, Boyd was sitting in the last booth at the back with 2 cups of coffee. Tim started to talk, but the ranger interrupted him. Just listen first, and then I'll listen, okay? Tim nodded, and Boyd started to worry. Many of the older boys were in trouble and sticking together. I'm not sure what we can do about it. Got any ideas? Tim replied, "I do have a plan. I knew you would ask me. Do you want to hear it? Or would you rather keep pretending you know nothing? If we're in this, let's go all the way." "What's your plan?" Boyd asked. Tim nodded and looked around to make sure no one was watching as he shared his idea. "I have a friend from college who is doing great in TV news. She's very driven. She believes in our rights and isn't afraid to say so. She'll chase a story no matter what. She's also very smart. Nothing annoys her more than when people misuse their power. I'm going to share a lot of video and audio with her. This will help her grow her audience, and then I'll give her even more." "When is the Attorney General going to speak again?" "Not until Thursday morning at 11. "Unless we give him something to talk about sooner," Boyd replied. "Don't do that," Tim insisted. "It will work out perfectly. She'll be in Austin for the press conference. Are other law officers going to be with him? Will you be there?" "Yes and no. I'm second in charge just in case they need someone to blame. But I'm not allowed to say or do much. I'm not important enough to be on stage with them." "That's good," Tim said. "You've got about 75 hours to find a safe place to hide," Tim warned. The Attorney General took the microphone and gave an update. He stood next to the DPS chief, the tough lieutenant governor, and several serious lawmakers. He finished his speech by praising the local police chief and invited questions from friendly reporters for the public's benefit. The first questions from his favorite reporters went well, but then Carol Ann started asking tough questions. The AG became more nervous as the well-prepared redhead fired question after question, and the men behind him looked uncomfortable. He tried to push back by calling Carol's questions unfair and misleading, but more reporters seemed to know what was happening too, and he didn't get an easy ride. By the time his PR person helped him off the stage, saying he had other engagements, the trouble was clear, and more reporters were ready to dig deeper. As he left the stage, the lieutenant governor pulled him and the others aside and told them to follow him for a meeting. Unfortunately for the governor, by the time he walked to his office, his wife was on the phone, yelling about a video she had seen. She was so upset that it was hard to understand her, but he caught her last words. "How could you? You have daughters that age!" He put the phone back in its place and looked at the group of men. He didn't pay attention to his female secretary. One aide said, "We're in big trouble because of that call." The meeting switched from how to discredit the reporter and learn where she got her strong information to how to save their jobs, their power, and their marriages. That very day, edited videos showing young girls with older men started to play on the Houston station where Carolyn worked. The faces of the girls were hidden, but the men were clearly seen. Some well-known people were easily recognized in the videos, like AG Speth, AG West, and Lieutenant Governor Daniels, along with some legislative leaders. Later, powerful business owners, a senator, and a few Congress representatives were also shown. By this time, everyone across the country was talking about the scandals in Texas. Feminist and religious leaders were demanding justice. Some religious leaders changed their minds the second week when they were seen in the videos, too. One feminist leader left the U.S. to live abroad just before she was in the spotlight. Over the next few days and weeks, moving trucks were spotted in the wealthy neighborhoods of West Austin. The top divorce lawyers were very busy. The governor kept quiet, saying he would let the system take care of this and then act if necessary. By the end of the second week, he felt a bit calmer. His heart rate was coming down. Then he found himself sitting at the dining table with his wife, who looked very angry. His video never aired, but 2 days later, news came out that he had resigned as governor to go back to his law practice. One of his last acts was to name Jim Boyd as the new head of the Department of Public Safety. This was after the last director had sadly passed away. Soon after her video was shown, Karen was laid to rest in her hometown next to her beloved grandmother. Tim spoke at her funeral, honoring her as a teacher, a wife, and a mother who made the ultimate sacrifice to protect her sons. He knew most of the people there, understood the situation of her death from news reports, and that many were aware of what she had done in the last 5 months. But he didn't mention those actions. Instead, he shared many examples of her kindness. Just as he was about to finish and take his seat, he paused and thought about what to say next. He looked at the audience and said, "Before I go, I want to share a story. You can think about it however you like. I'm going to call this story 2." Once upon a time, there was a rancher in South Texas who took great care of the animals on his ranch. He made sure the wildlife was well fed, even during the hot, dry summer months. He fed the quail grain and the deer protein, providing extra food whenever it was needed. The animals thrived, and in 5 years he had the healthiest deer herd in the area. One young buck stood out to him, and he watched as this deer grew. At 5.5 years old, the buck had impressive antlers with 14 points and a width of over 36 inches. He was the leader of the herd, mating with does and passing on his strong genes. By age 6.5, he had 16 points and was expected to break records for typical bucks, with 8 points on each side. News spread fast as locals talked about the buck to wealthy hunters who came to the rancher ready to pay a lot of money to hunt the deer. The rancher said no, knowing that the young buck would continue to breed and share his great genes for many years. The wealthy hunters kept trying, but he stood firm, angering those who were not used to being turned down. There were other threats, too, like road hunters who flocked to the nearby road. The buck was smart. He learned to stay away from the road after seeing other young bucks get shot. The number of road hunters dropped when they faced danger from returning shots at night. They complained to the police, who asked why they were out there at that late hour. Eventually, the road hunting stopped. But the buck's beauty became too tempting for a rich man who hired criminals to break the fence and kill the deer. While the rancher was on vacation with his wife, the buck's head was cut off, and it was put on the wall of the rich man's home. The rancher later found out who did it and made them tell him who had paid them to attack his property. The rich man was arrested, and the buck's head was returned to the rancher. He cried over the loss of what could have been for the deer and the young ones he would never have. The rich man's lawyers got the charges dropped, and he went back to his old ways. In the end, however, justice took its course. The man was killed by a stray bullet during a hunting accident not far from the ranch where he had hunted the buck. This story holds many lessons, but one I want to share is about staying strong. We all can stand up to bad actions, especially when rich hunters have so much power. We need to be like the rancher and be aware of what is happening around us. We must not bow down to the wealthy and powerful, many of whom got their riches through unfair, if not illegal, means. People who do wrong should not be admired just because they are rich. They should be viewed with doubt. Their endless greed needs to be kept in check. Of course, there are good people with wealth who use it to help others, not harm them. They are not hunters looking for trophies. When wealthy people use their money to gain more power at the cost of decent men and women, when they buy political support, it is not democracy. It is rule by the rich. We must stand up against them and their betrayal of what our democracy should be. They buy offices and the people in them, then make laws that help themselves while hurting the rest of us. We cannot let these bad people take over our state and country by buying our votes. This is why we need to honor my wife's memory by taking back control of our government. We must never elect those who ruled with an iron fist until they were caught. Think about this when you vote in the special elections coming up, to fill the seats of the many bad men who had to step down when they were exposed. Remember this in the fall elections when we can change the course of our state and nation. Karen will be missed by her family and friends, but whether her brave death meant something will depend on our choices in the future. God bless Karen. God bless and guide us. Thank you for being here. The room was silent as Tim took his seat. Jeannie looked out the window of her dad's SUV, watching the trees blur past as they drove east toward I-35 and then north to San Antonio. She looked calm, but her face was serious, her body still, and her eyes focused. "What are you thinking about?" her dad asked. "I bet it's the same as me, Dad. Worry about Tim's boys and wife, worry for Tim and everyone going with him, anger at those who are to blame. Am I right?" she replied without looking back. "That sounds about right. And throw in a lot of prayer and we're close. You know he has to do this the right way, honey?" "I know, Dad. After hearing the confessions and seeing his kids and Karen taken away by a ranger and deputy, he knows he can't trust anyone else." "I get that, but it doesn't make it easier, does it?" It went quiet again as the lights of San Antonio grew brighter and the ranch disappeared behind them. Jenny reclined her seat, rested her bare feet on the dashboard, and thought about the time she had hurt her husband. In the heat of the fight, it was easy to push the shotgun away. But now those memories crawled back into her mind. How could she have taken the life of someone she once loved and promised to be with? At that moment, it felt like the only choice. It was kill or be killed. But now she was having second thoughts. You didn't really have a choice, sweetie. He came at you wanting to hurt you. He wanted to use you and then sell you. Yes, he was your husband, but only in name. He gave up his job when he started lying to you and hurting you because you didn't trust him. If you hadn't acted, he might have killed him. Maybe he would have hurt me too, and taken you away. Don't let doubts make you feel unsure. You had to do what you did. She understood that. Hearing her dad say it out loud helped. She went back to thinking about Tim and his hard journey. The thoughts scared her. She tried to face them anyway. He could succeed. He might save his wife and kids and help them escape. If that happened, would he go back to Karen? That thought made her sad because she knew she still loved him. He could save them, but get caught by powerful people who wouldn't let the truth come out. He could find his family dead, take revenge on those responsible, and end up in jail for a long time. People in power might not believe him. He could die trying to set things right. The only happy ending she could imagine was if he saved his family, left Karen, married her, and they lived happily ever after. That made her smile for just a moment, but the chances were slim. When they got home, Joe parked in the garage, shut the doors, and got out of the car with a gun in his hand. He told her to follow him. Amelia and Kathy were waiting inside. They hugged and said hello and I love you. Joe turned to his younger daughter. He held her arms gently but firmly and asked, "Did you see the checkpoints as we got close to home? Jeannie, did you notice the quick light through the trees as we neared the house?" She looked confused and shook her head. "Those are my people. But what if they aren't?" she said. "I hate that we are in this situation, but you must be careful and alert. Your life and our lives might depend on it. We don't know who they are or what they know, but they know you were Larry's wife. They have a price on your head. What happened in South Texas doesn't change that. You are still very much in danger. So are your mom, dad, sister, and everyone with you. The danger hasn't disappeared because some of them are gone. If anything, the price on your head has gone up, and I have one on mine. Your mom and sister could get hurt too. To them, we are just good hostages, but we need to think that those in power still want you for their own reasons. I'm sorry to say this when you're hurting, but you can't walk around feeling regret and fear. We need the tough side of you right now, not the scared little girl." Jeannie hugged her dad tightly and cried. Her mom and sister joined in the hug, crying with her. Her dad stroked her hair and told her to let it out because she needed to be strong today, tonight, and for a long time. She didn't know she could cry that much, but after a while of crying, she felt something new. It was a strange relief, a calm feeling, and a sense that things might be okay. Her mom and Kathy had stopped crying a while ago and were just holding her tight. Finally, she looked at her dad, sat up straight, and said, "Thank you, my dear family. I really needed that. I guess I had to let all this out to deal with the terrible things from last month and what's happening now and what might come next. Mom, Kathy, let's sit down at the kitchen table so I can fill you in." The talk took more than an hour because Jeannie and Joe shared their story honestly. When they talked about what was happening, there were times Kathy gasped and put her hand on her chest. Her mom shook her head and closed her eyes, having a hard time with the thoughts of it all. It was one thing to hear about Joe's wartime stories from Vietnam before she really knew him. It was much harder to think of her daughter being part of such things. All four of them had tears in their eyes sometimes, but they accepted that some things just needed to happen. They wanted to talk while everything was clear in their minds. Joe showed Jeannie where he hid different guns in the house and told her to keep one in her bag. He did the same for his wife and older daughter, giving them small guns with the same advice. They made a plan to protect themselves if something got past the guards. Joe reminded his daughters that they must always think about their safety. 6 weeks ago, I was married to Larry and didn't know any of this was happening, Jeannie said, shaking her head in shock. I must have been blind and deaf, and I was foolish for not leaving the first time he hit me, which was less than 6 months after we got married. Looking back, I wanted him to be someone he just wasn't. I ignored what I didn't like, focused on what I did, and clung to him without thinking. It's no wonder he didn't respect me. Sweetie, I think part of your problem comes from your dad and me. You were so happy and carefree as a child and always the prettiest and most popular girl at school. We didn't prepare you for the hard times you would face or for men like Larry. That was a tough lesson, but you've gotten through it. Now all you can do is learn from your mistakes and move on. But am I doing the same thing with Tim? It feels like he's the perfect man in my eyes. Am I seeing something that isn't real, like I did with Larry? I really hope I'm not, because I've never felt this way about anyone before. But I think I need to get other opinions. Kathy shook her head. Alan says Tim is a great guy, and I think he's really into you. Amelia reached across the table and placed her hand on her youngest daughter's honey jar. I don't know Tim very well, but I see things in him that I never saw in Larry. We hoped Larry would grow into being a good husband and one day a dad, but he never changed. Instead, he seemed more interested in controlling you than in building a strong family together. We worried about that. We worried about you and about Larry. I don't see those same problems with Tim, but Joe knows him better. Joe, please don't ever compare your ex-husband to Tim. Jeannie, they are not the same at all. As your mother said, Larry was not genuine. He looked like he was a real man, but he showed that he had no good values or real courage. Tim has all those good qualities, maybe even a lot of them. When I see you two together, there's no doubt there is a strong connection. It's more than just a spark, it's like a lightning bolt. He paused and laughed, seeing his daughter blush as she remembered that connection. But I'll tell you again, like I said before, take your time. He chuckled again. Or at least, take as much time as you can. When you two are together, it's like a whirlwind that sweeps you both up and everyone else along with you. I should have insisted on keeping you apart, but it's hard to ignore what you see and feel together. Well, that's all in the past now. We just have to hope that Tim and his team succeed, and then we'll see what happens. Honestly, I'm not sure what the future holds for you, or even for Tim, who is in the middle of a big storm of troubles he didn't cause. I know you love each other, but love isn't always enough. And with that thought, it hits me that we're talking about things we can't control. How would you feel about going to the chapel to pray for help, for good to win over bad tonight? Father Jose saw them in the chapel, noticed how they looked together, and went into the confessional. He turned on the light, letting everyone know he was inside, even though it wasn't the usual time for confessions, and waited. Amelia was the first to come in, followed by Kathy. Confessions were a bit worrying, but they were nothing new for a priest in San Antonio. But when it came to Joe and sweet, innocent Jeannie, who he had watched grow up and married in this very church, that was something he hadn't seen since he served in Rwanda in the early 1970s. There wasn't one single thing he could tell them to do to feel cleansed, so he told them to pray and pray some more, prayer without stopping. After they left, he prayed for them many times. He knew he should have told them to promise never to do those things again. But if they hadn't acted, good men would be dead, and Jeannie might be trapped. He had seen what happens when bad men win over good. No matter what the church said now, he knew it was good to fight against dark things. Years ago, Amelia convinced Joe to build a covered chapel and dining area by the barbecue pit in his backyard. The back wall of the chapel had all kinds of crosses and crucifixes, and a statue of Mary looked down from above. As the sun began to set, Joe asked if they wanted him to grill steaks and vegetables in the chapel. Everyone thought it was a great idea. It got even better when he brought out his boombox and played lively gospel music. They kept the chatting light to keep Jeannie's mind off the rescue mission. She seemed to respond, but the worry was clear on her face and her father's face, too. Jeannie ate less than the others, but she picked at her food and kept talking. After eating, Kathy started to throw away the paper plates and plastic forks while Joe cleaned the grill. Amelia opened the storage door beneath the serving shelf, which also served as an altar, and got out some kneeling pads. She placed them on the shelf, took a decorated box from the cabinet, turned to her daughters, and handed each of them a rosary. She suggested this could be a good time to pray the rosary. "Say 3 Hail Marys and ask Mother Mary to help us," she said. Instead of answering, Jeannie took the beads, laid a pad in front of the altar, looked up at the statue of Mary, and knelt down to pray. The others quickly joined her while the soft music played behind them. They prayed the rosary and said Hail Mary 3 times. Jeannie stayed quiet, praying silently for the people being rescued and the ones helping them, until Amelia asked her to sit with them at the table, hold hands, and keep praying. They stayed in the chapel until they heard the phone ringing on the back porch. Around 3 a.m., Joe rushed to the porch to answer the phone. The others hurried and stood close behind him. "No problem, Ranger. I couldn't sleep anyway," he said. He listened quietly for a few minutes and then let out a dry laugh. "Thanks for the update, Jim, even if you're drunk. I would have liked to be out fishing with you, but I had to take care of my own work. Happy to hear you had a good night. Caught some nice fish and no one fell out of the boat. Maybe we can do a fish fry soon after things settle down. But you all need to put the beer away and get some sleep. You never know what tomorrow will bring." He turned back to his daughter, grinning, and said, "If I understood the code right, and I think I do, they saved the kids. They're safe, and no one on the rescue team got hurt." Jeannie sighed in relief, but Kathy noticed and hugged her tightly. Joe kept talking. Jim was having trouble speaking. He said they were all a bit tipsy and suggested I stay up to watch the early news with them because there were rumors about something big happening at Lake Travis. I thought Jim was just joking, maybe to keep things quiet if anyone was listening. But I figured we really should make some coffee and catch the morning news starting at 4:30. The coffee tasted good and smelled even better, but when the news came on, there was nothing interesting until the 5 o'clock segment started. Then they broke in with big news. The news reporter talked about a terrible explosion and fire at a house by Lake Travis. He said the house was destroyed and the fire was still burning fiercely. They suspected it was caused by a gas leak that had filled the basement before it caught fire. The damage was huge, and they didn't say anything about survivors or anyone who might have died, so we waited for more updates. At 8:30, Jeannie got a call from the Department of Public Safety. The caller apologized for the early call and for delivering bad news. He said they had confirmed her husband was dead by matching fingerprints on a severed finger they found. Jeannie asked how they knew he was dead and not just hurt. The official explained that forensics showed the person was already gone when the finger was found. He added that no other remains had been discovered, but they were searching in the area where the finger was found near Pleasanton. Jeannie knew the actual body was about 75 miles away, buried under red sand, and it probably would never be found. This thought filled her with deep sadness. After getting another cup of coffee, she took a deep breath and called his parents in Chicago. They were very upset about losing their son, and his mother made it clear they blamed Jeannie for leaving him. She took a deep breath, shared her sorrow, and talked about some happy times they had all shared last Christmas as they discussed having a memorial service once the body was found. The call became awkward, and his mother started crying again. She wished Jeannie well, said they would talk later when they knew more, and hung up. Jeannie felt like they blamed her for leaving him, if only they knew the truth. Then she broke down again, crying not just for her husband, but also because she felt responsible for so much pain caused to his parents. Feeling tired, Jeannie fell asleep on the couch. Her mom covered her with a blanket, and she and Kathy went upstairs to rest. Joe headed to his dealership but came back a couple of hours later and joined the others in sleeping. Around 12:30, the phone rang. Amelia answered it and then went to Kathy's room to wake her, handing her the phone. Kathy spoke for about 10 minutes before she went to the living room and woke Jeannie. "Jeannie Allen called," she said. "He said Tim's boys were found in the bushes near the fire. They were with 2 high school kids and all were safe. He also mentioned that Tim was going to the morgue to identify his wife's body. She was found on a boat across the lake from the fire. She had been killed." Jeannie cried tears of joy for Tim and his sons. Then she cried for Karen. No matter what happened, no one deserved to die like that. A few hours later, Tim called with his serious voice. He talked about his sadness over Larry's death and offered his sympathy. Jeannie used a serious voice too and said she was sorry for the loss he and his sons felt. She offered to help him. He thanked her but said no. Then he offered to help her. She politely said no again. She knew they could not be together now, but she needed Tim more than ever. This made her cry even more. The Hildebrand family shared a late lunch or early dinner together. They had chicken noodle soup and crackers. After dinner, they went to bed after the evening news. The news gave little new information about the fire. Amelia woke her daughters at 7 and told them to eat breakfast tacos before they got cold. Joe had eaten earlier and left for the dealership. He said there was nothing new about the house fire on the morning news. The three women ate, drank coffee, and had a nice chat that stayed away from the sadness and struggles of the past few days. By 10:30, they decided to go buy groceries and maybe visit North Star Mall for some fun shopping. They talked about getting dressed up a bit, hoping it would lift their spirits. They each chose to wear a sundress and comfy heels. Amelia called the dealership and left a message for Joe, saying where they were going. Mom and sister were about to leave when Jeannie remembered their dad's warning. "Mom? Kathy, did you bring your guns? I'm going back to grab mine. Should I get yours too?" She did. Even though they had gone to the gun range often with Joe, carrying guns wasn't something they did every day. First, they went to North Star Mall because they needed to grab food items that needed to stay cold, and they liked shopping for clothes more than groceries. They had bags from Foley's and Frost Brothers. They stopped to eat at the food court and ended up with another bag each at the next store. They left Jack's and walked toward Amelia's car, which was parked near the big Justin's boot sculpture in the north parking lot. Jeannie didn't know why, but she started to notice a white service van moving slowly, keeping up with them from a few rows away. She watched for a little while longer and then called out to her mom and sister, pretending she needed to stop and fix her bags. They were laughing at her until they noticed the serious look on her face. Jeannie turned her back to the van and pointed with her thumb. "Look behind me, but don't stare," she said. "See that white van? It's moving slowly towards us. I'm not sure if we're in real danger, but let's go back inside the mall and call Dad. If it turns around or backs up when we start to go, drop your bags and run." She laughed loudly, pointed toward the mall, and started walking that way, with her mom and sister right behind her. As soon as they turned to leave, the van backed up, turned around, and sped up to block their path to the mall. They dropped their bags and began to run, but it was clear they were too far away from safety. Jeannie quickly led them behind a large pickup truck and pulled a gun from her bag. Mom and Kathy did the same. They crouched behind the truck, with Kathy peeking over the hood. The van stopped, and three men jumped out. They were running toward them, moving quickly between the cars, and they were holding something. Jeannie took charge. "Mom, go to the front. You take the one on the right. Kathy, you can see over the hood. Take the one in the middle. I'll go behind the truck and get the one on the left. Wait until they come out from the next row to shoot." The men only seemed worried that the women might run away. They rushed toward the women. Each had a gun, but they weren't pointing them directly at the women as they ran. The man on the right came out first, and Amelia shot at him. A moment later, Kathy fired too. The gunman on the left stopped and shot at the pickup, breaking the glass but not hitting anyone. Jeannie hit him in the chest, and when he didn't fall down, she shot him again. The van had moved down the road toward the mall, then turned back when it saw the women shooting. The van sped toward them. Jeannie moved to a corner where she could aim at the driver. Amelia and Kathy faced the van and got ready to shoot. Jeannie noticed the man her mom shot was trying to grab his gun, which was just in front of him. She shot at him, hitting him in the shoulder, and shouted that if he moved again, she would shoot him again. Then a rifle came out from the passenger window of the van, and the man leaned out to take a shot. "Shoot the driver!" Jeannie yelled, and she fired twice at the man with the rifle. She heard 4 more gunshots, and the van swerved, crashing into the back of a Lincoln parked nearby. For a moment, everything was quiet. Then, a man jumped out of the sliding door with a rifle and started shooting at their pickup. When he stopped shooting and ran away, Jeannie took a deep breath and shot twice, hitting him in the back. He fell to the ground, crying out in pain. In less than a minute, mall security and a police car arrived. The women stayed crouched behind the truck, unsure if there were more attackers or if the man they shot might be pretending. The police shouted for everyone to come out with their hands up, but Amelia shouted back, "We're not coming out until you check the van and the hurt men over here. They shot at us and tried to take us away. We need to know it's safe." 2 more police cars arrived, surrounding the area. No one made them come out, but a sergeant with a loudspeaker told them they had to put their guns down before the officers could check the van and the men on the ground. They placed their guns on the pavement and raised their hands but stayed behind the truck. 2 officers went right to the van. One checked the man on the street, who was groaning in pain, while two others looked at the men near the women. Then they called for Jeannie, Kathy, and Amelia to come out from behind the truck. The three women stepped out, hands in the air. They were taken to the police station and kept there for over 3 hours while the police sorted through all the information from other officers and from witnesses. Joe and his lawyer arrived within 15 minutes of the call, but the women weren't questioned much in the first 2 hours. That changed when the police found out the men were part of a local gang. They listed the crimes the gang had committed, including the attempt to take the women. The gang leader, Darius, agreed to talk when offered a chance to lower their charges. He said they were hired by a man who promised them $20,000 each for Amelia, Kathy, and Jeannie. He didn't know the man's name but had a phone number to call when they had the women. That was when the FBI got involved. The FBI received information about related events. They first asked Jeannie about the break-in at her house, the abuse charges she made against Larry, and his recent death. She stuck to her story, and her family supported her. After Joe warned that he might get a lawyer involved to stop her from talking, the FBI decided it would be better to catch whoever hired the gang members. San Antonio police and the FBI worked together to make a plan. Darius made a call to a number and said they had caught 3 women. He asked what to do with them. They were told to go to a warehouse on the southwest side near US 90, close to Kelly Air Force Base. They might ask for ransom. 2 agents went with Joe back to his business to set up a recorder to listen for calls. No one, not even Jeannie or her family, believed the kidnapping was for ransom. They thought it was connected to the threats her husband made about getting her back. But Joe and the agents thought it was worth looking into. They stopped by a local bakery for coffee and sweetbread before going to Joe's office to set up the recorder. While they enjoyed their snacks, the receptionist put a call through to Joe Hildebrandt. He answered, "How may I help you?" A quiet voice replied, "We have your women, Joe Hildebrandt. We plan to take them to another country and sell them to the highest bidder. Your wife will sell for a good price. But your daughters? We could make a lot of money from them." "What do you mean you have them? I just spoke to them a few hours ago while they were at the mall," Joe shouted back. The voice on the other end said, "But you haven't heard from them since then. You won't unless you meet our demands." "I still think you're lying. What do you want?" Joe asked. "First, you need to bring us $100,000 for each woman when you deliver the money. You also tell us where Tim Kelly is. We have people everywhere. Once you share that information, we will confirm it and let you and the women go. But if you call the police, we will kill you and sell the women." "Do you understand?" the voice demanded. "Oh, I understand, but I need to make sure you really have my family. Let me talk to one of them," Joe insisted. "They are tied up in another room. I will show them to you when you arrive in 1 hour. If you're not here by then, say goodbye to them." "Do you think I have $300,000 just lying in my office?" Joe shot back. "I need a few hours to get the money ready." "You have 1 hour to gather the money. I'll call back then. If not, goodbye, babies." The agents contacted the phone company and called their bosses. The San Antonio Police Department had already gotten another van from the same company that owned the previous one. The SWAT team was prepared to act. Their plan was to drive straight to the warehouse, wait for the doors to open, and then go inside. An armored truck would be parked nearby and would respond if needed. There was one big problem with the plan. The call for ransom came from the local office of a state senator. Joe and the 2 agents stayed in his office. The SWAT team began moving toward the warehouse after 40 minutes. They planned to enter only after the second ransom call came in. Another group of officers went to the senator's office, ready to check if the second call would be made from there too. Exactly 60 minutes later, it did. The SWAT team was inside the building just 2 minutes after receiving the call, and they caught 5 more members of the local gang without anyone firing a weapon. The senator and 3 other men were in his office when the police rushed in with their guns ready. He was still on the phone with Joe, who was trying to set up the drop, when his life of comfort and control changed forever. Joe and Jim Boyd decided not to tell him about the kidnapping attempt. They knew he would take it hard and could interfere. Tim found out about the plan through the news and papers, but only after they had everything under control. So they made him believe it was all over. He expressed his anger that he hadn't been told, but he accepted the result. In the following days, Tim saw much of the state government fall apart on TV. Wealthy business people, preachers, and some women were caught in scandals as the news revealed more each night. They knew who was behind it all, but they didn't make any calls to say thank you. This was not the right time to show themselves. They went to Karen's funeral, which had been delayed by the investigation and autopsy. It took place in her hometown, and they sat near the back with Jim Boyd and his wife. They were joined by housemates Alan, Chet, Jennifer, and Randy, along with many of Karen and Tim's other friends and co-workers. Tim gave a speech that moved everyone to tears. Afterward, they gathered outside before the burial service. Alan called everyone together, quietly lamenting Karen's mistakes and early death. He asked them to join him in a silent prayer for her soul. Jeannie prayed hard and promised to care for her children if she got the chance. After the short burial service, the Reverend invited everyone to the American Legion Hall to remember Karen's life and her work for school children. The room was filled with photos and keepsakes from her personal and work life. At the center of the tables, a beautifully framed photo of her with her sons and husband stood out, with food and drinks set nearby. They all looked so happy in the photo, which made her tragic death feel even worse. The little boys remained calm throughout the day, standing in the line with both sets of grandparents and their father. The moment Laura and Will hugged them, things started to fall apart. It broke completely when Patty and Jeannie knelt in front of them, reaching out their arms. The boys jumped into their arms, hugging tightly and crying hard on their shoulders. This made everyone stop. Tim suggested that the Reverend say a prayer, and then everyone could get a plate of food. They wanted to talk to everyone before leaving. Tim turned away for a moment and cried as well, but then he wiped his eyes with his coat sleeve. When he turned back, he saw the women standing up, holding the boys close as they talked to the grandparents. Chet wrapped an arm around Tim's shoulder on one side, and Will hugged him from the other side. "This is so hard, Tim," Will said, his voice heavy with feelings. Jim Boyd, standing in front of Tim, quietly added, "Yes, it really is." Tim could hear their sorry cries, and it made him wish he could make things worse for the people responsible. "I promise I will find a way to make it harder for those still here," Tim said through gritted teeth. "I would bring back the others just to hurt them again, but this time slowly and with more pain." He hugged Chet, and then they all stepped back, feeling a bit shy about showing their feelings. But the crowd was focused on Patty holding Mark and Jeannie holding Patrick as they picked food for their plates. Tim knew he needed to explain things to Karen's parents, but he didn't think it would be hard since it was innocent. Still, he didn't want them to think badly of Jeannie and Patty, so he would find a way to clear things up. Tim joined his sons at the table and took some food, but the emotions of the day had drained him, and he wasn't that hungry. Chet Allen and the Hildebrands were taking care of Karen's family, trying to keep them busy and help them forget their sadness for a bit. It seemed to work, as even though they didn't eat much, they smiled a few times during the meal. While he was away, the board had offered Tim the job of head football coach and athletics director. They gave him a month to decide if he wanted it. Part of him just wanted to move on, but he finally decided to take the job, sell their house, and buy a new one closer to the high school. There was no escaping Karen's memory, and John Allen, the last of the poker players, had moved to another state after a tough divorce. Selling the house would take time, but he couldn't stay there, surrounded by memories. So Tim rented a nice older home with a big yard. The apartment was ready because an older couple had recently moved in with their daughter in Dallas because they were not well. Tim changed the mattresses, but kept the other furniture. At first, the boys felt sad about not being at home, but they thought of it as a new adventure, so they quickly got used to it. They both went back to work in late April. Out of respect for Karen, Jeannie and Tim decided to only speak casually at school and during meetings. Jeannie felt for Tim and his boys, but they all needed time to heal. She also needed support to deal with the trauma from the fight at the ranch and her part in Larry's death. Knowing she would not live there again, she sold their house and moved into an apartment. When school ended in mid-May, Tim took the boys to see their grandparents for a week and then to visit his parents for another week. At first, he was nervous about talking to them about what happened with Karen, but he didn't need to worry. Jeannie had already told them everything, and she had been honest, if not in full detail. Tim explained how the boys had become close to Patty and Jeannie when they stayed at the house just before he was attacked. They knew about those visits because the boys had shared it with them. Tim's father-in-law finally stopped him and said, "Tim, you are a wonderful husband to our daughter. You are a great father to our grandchildren and a good son-in-law. We understand that you need to move on. All we ask is that you help the boys remember their mother and let us be part of their lives." Tim smiled and said, "Children can never have too many grandparents, right?" Tim agreed. He promised to always honor Karen to her boys and to keep their grandparents involved. After school ended, Tim started calling Jeannie every few days after she returned to San Antonio. Their talks were friendly, not romantic. Both of them were hurt and scared to move forward. Larry's parents planned to hold a memorial service in Chicago on Memorial Day weekend, but neither Jeannie nor her family were invited. They had their own private memory of Larry, focusing on the happy times they shared. Jeannie felt sorry and prayed for Larry. That night was tough for her, and she went back to her counselor the next Tuesday to talk about the difficulties of loving someone who can hurt you and how to protect yourself from that person. On the second Wednesday in June, Tim called Jeannie and asked if she wanted to go to the coast with him and the boys for a week. She was excited and said she would love to go. She asked when they would leave. They both cheered happily before Tim came back and asked if she could drive down to the ranch the next day. He wanted her to meet his family and her new friends for a few days, and then head to Port Aransas. She got there just in time for lunch with Tim's family on Thursday. They spent the afternoon together, and he showed her around his hometown. She met more of his friends and family. On Friday, she spent the morning with Tim, Patrick, and Mark exploring more sights in town. They had a tasty lunch with his family in Area 8. After that, they went swimming at the city pool. Even though Jeannie's swimsuit was modest, she still caught the attention of the moms watching their kids. Tim got attention too. That evening, the four adults played games with the kids and put them to bed at 8. It was a relaxed but fun day. On Saturday, they visited the museum in town, which had displays about local pioneer families, including Tim's mom and dad's families. Saturday night, Jeannie enjoyed a nice dinner with Lois, Tim, and their spouses in the ranch shed. Everyone brought a dish to share, and the women were very eager to put some of their food on Jeannie's plate. They playfully warned her that the meals were too spicy for someone like her. Theodora came to her rescue after she had eaten way too much and drank a gallon of iced tea to cool off the heat that burned in her mouth. She felt like she had swallowed something on fire and dreaded the heartburn that would hit later. They didn't serve any alcohol because this was not a party. It was a time to appreciate that none of them had gotten hurt and that they had achieved their goal. Sheriff Miguel stood up, raised his glass, and thanked everyone for sticking together when it mattered. He was grateful they were all together that night. Then Tim stood up and shared his love and thanks for everyone. He got emotional and sat back down. There was a moment of silence, but then Jeannie spoke up. She thanked them for welcoming her and making her a part of their family. With a laugh, she thanked the women for teaching her the fun Mexican dances when they were together last time, and for the great food that night. She lightened the mood, and soon the happy atmosphere returned. They got home to Tim's parents after midnight. He kissed her gently on the lips, and they went to their separate rooms. It felt like their connection had been sparked again. The next morning, Nate and Linda joined them for breakfast, and then they all rode out to the ranch together while the grandparents took care of the boys. There was a sense of worry about the events from their last visit, but it was hard to know what to think. They had done some ranch work. Nate didn't take Tim to see the old grave site, but he said that if he had, no one would have known what had happened. After checking on the cattle and horses, they went to the ranch house. There were no signs of anything strange there either. Linda brought sandwiches, chips, and drinks. They stayed for hours, just eating and talking, letting their worries fade away. By the time they left, laughter came easily. Nate shared funny stories about bad dreams and the sound of wild cats at night. He even reminded Linda how Joe laughed at his daughter's funny moments. Jeannie joined in, and before they headed out, she playfully pointed at their bed, smiling at Tim while they remembered the dolphins jumping playfully when they took the ferry ride. As they returned to the landing, they hopped back into the pickup truck. They talked excitedly about the dolphins, eagles, and swimming in the ocean, where they had to be careful of jellyfish and sharks. They had rented a house, part of a small group of 3 houses on the sand dunes close to the beach. A small sandy road led up to the houses, which were built on wooden stilts, much taller than regular telephone poles. All 3 houses sat high above the dunes, with a shared parking area in the middle, and each house had its own parking spot below. Tim rented the smaller 2-bedroom house in front. The 2 bigger houses were empty until Wednesday morning, when Jeannie and Tim's parents and their siblings would arrive for the week. The larger bedroom had a big bed and a bathroom. The smaller bedroom had a queen bed and its own bathroom. Tim and the boys would stay in the bigger bedroom, and Jeannie would take the smaller one. That was the plan. They covered the boys with sunscreen, made them wear beach hats, and set up a shade to keep their food, drinks, toys, and chairs out of the sun. Then they hit the beach, playing in the waves and searching the sand for shells. They forgot all about being careful in the sun. Luckily, Jeannie remembered and insisted they put on more sunscreen and keep their hats on before they started building sandcastles. Tim was good at making moats and walls, but he struggled with the finer details of building. Jeannie, however, was great at shaping and smoothing the sand. So Tim became the worker, carrying sand and water for the sandcastle builders. They had hamburgers and shakes from a nearby stand, sitting on the deck, watching ships, planes, stars, and the moon rising from the water. Mark fell asleep in Jeannie's lap, and Patrick followed, settling down on Tim's lap. When they tried to put the boys in bed, Mark wouldn't let go of Jeannie. "I want to sleep with Mommy," he said sleepily. Tim shook his head but smiled. Jeannie smiled too, but tears filled her eyes. The lines between work and play were starting to blur. On Tuesday, they tried fishing off the shore. Dad set up the lines and threw them into the water while Jeannie helped them hold the rods. That became too tricky, so they decided to fish from a dock instead, using floating bobbers. They were happy to catch whatever small fish would nibble on their bait. Even though their catch was empty, they had a great time with lots of laughter. Afterward, they stopped at the seafood market to buy some fish and shrimp for dinner, and they got hot dogs for lunch, plus a half-gallon of frozen custard for dessert. They took longer naps than usual, which gave Jeannie and Tim more time to chat. At the beach, Jeannie wore a simple swimsuit, but it didn't hide her curves well. Tim noticed how nice she looked. Jeannie enjoyed showing off, and Tim appreciated it. They played in the water and then searched the beach for shells and sand. The boys were curious about men who were whistling and cheering as they passed by a group of older boys. Dad explained it was just for fun. A little further down the beach, Tim fell behind. He let out a loud wolf whistle saying, "Yeah, baby," just like the other boys had. Jeannie grinned. Patrick and Mark looked confused, so Tim pointed to a sand dollar he had found. The boys rushed over to add it to their bucket. Tim winked at Jeannie, and she winked back, playfully swaying as she walked. The boys held Jeannie's hands while Tim carried their bucket full of treasures, some driftwood, and the beach bag he always took. As they walked along the shore, an older couple stopped them. One woman said, "We saw you walk by earlier. You have a beautiful family." Tim thanked them, but Jeannie seemed a bit shy and didn't say much. The boys were excited to be called beautiful, especially after their lovely dinner of stuffed fish and shrimp. Later, they watched the sunset. The lights on the oil rigs and boats lit up, and the stars began to shine. The moon was already up and looked silver, not orange, as night came. They all cuddled on the rocking chair, and soon the boys fell asleep. However, when Tim tried to put them in the king-size bed, both wanted Jeannie to sleep with them. So Tim took her nightgown and changed into his sleep shorts, and then they switched rooms. Jeannie lay between the boys and held them close, quietly wiping away a few tears. Tim went to bed, amazed at how quickly the boys had grown fond of Jeannie. He realized he might need to make an important call soon. The Kelly family arrived in 2 cars at 10 o'clock, while the Hildebrand and Allen families showed up at 10:30. Tim and Kathy sat close together in the back seat, and it was clear their friendship was getting stronger. Once everyone was ready for the beach, Tim asked Nate, Linda, Jan, and Gary to take Jeannie and the boys down to the beach, set up everything, and said he and the parents would join them shortly. They looked a little confused, but agreed without fuss. Tim explained, "I called you here because I need your advice. The bond between Jeannie and the boys has grown quicker than I expected. Mark even called her Mommy on Monday night, and both boys slept with her last night. I know that's not bad, but I don't want Karen's parents to be surprised. He considered inviting Karen's parents to stay in their third bedroom. I think if they could see the connection for themselves, it might help. What do you all think? They talked it over, and after some back and forth, they agreed. Tim's mom decided she and Amelia should invite Karen's parents, and they did. Karen's parents accepted the invitation right away. Jeannie was surprised when Tim told her and felt nervous when they arrived later that day. At first, Karen's mom was a little tense, but after a few hours, her jealousy faded. She felt love for her grandsons and accepted that they liked Jeannie. The families spent time together with meals, fun at the beach, shopping for souvenirs, taking photos, walking at night, and looking at stars. This brought everyone closer. The boys thrived with all the love and attention. The three younger couples went out to a club on Saturday night to have some beer and dance. Nate, Gary, and Tim had to ward off college boys trying to flirt, but they managed, and the girls felt even more special with the attention. Nate and Gary were eager to get back to the houses because they hoped for a special night. Tim was deep in thought on the way back, and once they arrived, he grabbed some towels, his truck keys, and Jeannie. They drove south down the beach to a quieter spot. Jeannie moved close to Tim and asked, "Where are we going?" "To a private place," he replied. "We have the whole house to ourselves. Remember the boys are staying with their grandparents tonight?" she asked. "But why do we need to go somewhere else?" Tim replied honestly, "I have something planned that might keep them up too late." She playfully teased him. "Oh, really? You think a lot of yourself, don't you? I'm not like that." They arrived around 1 o'clock, and the beach house they saw was lit up bright when they arrived. They were dressed and sitting in the pickup, watching the waves under the moonlight. When the deputy drove up and asked with a grin if they heard any strange sounds, they hadn't. He casually suggested they might feel safer a mile down the road, where there were no homes and no one to complain about noises. They thanked him, and he drove north. They continued south for another mile to go for a swim in the soft moonlight. People camping 2 miles south thought they heard a big cat around 3, but they just zipped up their tent and tried to sleep. For Tim, their earlier time together was unforgettable. But tonight felt like a big change that would ripple out, reaching far-away places by noon tomorrow. He thought that if they got married someday, he would buy the best soundproofing for their house so their kids could sleep well at night. Their group was a mix of different Protestant churches and Catholics. They all went to the early service at Trinity by the Sea Episcopal Church and felt refreshed after breakfast at a cafe. They packed up and said goodbye. Karen's parents thanked everyone for the support, and then her grandmother whispered, "She's a lovely girl, Tim. I can see she cares for the boys, and they care for her. I know Karen wouldn't want you to raise them alone. I hope things work out for you both. We love you and the boys. We know you'll include us in their lives as they grow up. We lost our daughter, but she gave us 2 wonderful grandsons and a great son-in-law," said her grandmother. Tim hugged them both, and the boys did too. Then they drove away. "What did she say, son?" Tim's mom asked. "She said Jeannie is a lovely girl who loves her grandkids, and they love her too. They hope things work out for us," Tim replied with bright eyes. Jeannie tilted her head and said, "Really? They were nice, but I thought they might be upset, you know. They want you to take good care of Patrick and Mark. As long as you do, they will accept you, and I can see that they love their grandsons very much," Amelia explained with a smile. Jeannie made a pouty face, tilted her head the other way, and replied, "I mean, these boys are wonderful, but their dad can be a handful." Nate, noticing the boys beside his parents, casually asked, "So, Jeannie, how was the moonlight ride? You didn't hear any scary jungle sounds or wild cats, did you? I only asked because I thought I heard something once, and then a cop rushed down the beach." He knew she would blush, and she did, which made the adults laugh. Tim went to hug her, and Patrick asked with wide eyes, "Are there really big cats at the beach at night?" "There must be," Nate answered. "I really think I heard one. It sounded just like what we heard at the ranch." "Who do you think would win in a fight, a cougar or a shark?" Patrick asked with excitement. "If they're both in the water, the shark would win," Nate answered. "But if they're on land, I'd bet on the cougar, especially this cougar. Daddy is a cougar, like a big, pretty cat. Mark said. "I think our teacher showed us a picture of one. If it's a big cat, then yes," Nate added. "Yes, Mark, this one is definitely a pretty big cat. I don't know how dangerous they are, but they can purr and scream really loudly." "So maybe they are dangerous enough," Linda said, trying to calm her husband and protect her friend from the laughter. Of course, she was laughing too, and Jeannie, with her face turned toward Tim, was smiling and giggling softly. "Now that my little kitten has been exposed and teased in front of everyone, I think it's time for us to go," Joe said. "When are you coming home, kitten?" "Maybe never, Daddy. You, Mom, my sister, and Alan are all having too much fun with Nate's silly jokes," Jeannie said with a pretend frown. "Kitten, before you get upset, remember I was at the ranch too." Everyone laughed loudly, and Tim hugged Jeannie close, covering her ear with his hand. She smiled like a Cheshire cat, recalling what made her giggle and yell happily the night before. At the ranch, Nate picked her up and spun her around, saying, "It's just because I love you, sis." They all hugged and agreed they had a blast. They wanted to do it again before football season started. Then, Jeannie, Tim, and the boys waved goodbye from the top of the dune. "Can we stay just one more day?" Jeannie asked hopefully. "Already taken care of," Tim replied. One more day and night at Port Aransas. After 3 more days at the ranch, Jeannie went back to her parents' home in San Antonio. Tim and his sons drove to Austin to their rented house, but he was ready to look for a place to stay for a long time. The next morning, he woke up early, eager to get things moving in their lives before focusing on the upcoming football season. He took the boys to the Happy Lions Learning Center, the daycare they had used last year and would use again this year during school. Miss Beverly was just as happy to see them as they were to see her and their friends. After watching all the excited hellos and hugs, Tim got serious about finding a permanent home instead of working with his realtor. He asked around because he knew many locals, and they were always aware of what was going on in the area. Tim decided to start at the administration building. It was a place where people talked a lot and thought they knew everything. First, he went to see the superintendent, who gave him a warm welcome. After their meeting, Tim stepped outside and asked his secretary if she knew of any nice and affordable houses for sale near the school. She suggested that he call a builder she knew. She told him that the builder fixed up old houses, and his name was Daryl Cunningham. Tim remembered Daryl, so he found his number in the phone book and called him. Luckily, Daryl was in the office and said he had the perfect place for Tim. He invited him to come and take a look. Both of them were free, so they agreed to meet in half an hour. After shaking hands and exchanging a friendly Texas greeting, Daryl told Tim about the house and land he was going to show him. The property used to belong to an older couple who had to move to Dallas because their health was not good. They sold the house to Daryl for a good price and were happy with the move. Daryl felt a bit guilty about getting a great deal, but he was glad that the couple and their kids were happy. He had started fixing up the house by removing the old carpet and refinishing the wooden floors on the first floor and the stairs to the second floor. There was still a lot to do. He needed to update the electrical and plumbing systems, repaint the inside, and replace the roof. The rock walls were in good shape, and the house was surprisingly well insulated for its time. The living and dining rooms had thick paneling over concrete blocks, while the other rooms had gypsum board. The yard was also well cared for, with trimmed trees, shrubs, and grass. Tim explained to Daryl that he couldn't buy a new house until his own house was sold. Daryl then offered to help with temporary financing for up to 6 months. However, Tim was worried about making 2 mortgage payments at the same time. So he called the realtor who was selling his house. She sounded excited and told him she had a buyer interested in his home. She asked if he could meet her there. When the realtor arrived, she had a young couple with her. She introduced them as her niece and her niece's husband and asked if she could show them around the house. Tim agreed, but he warned them that the house had not been cleaned or organized in over a month. They didn't mind at all. They loved the house and made a full-price offer right away. Tim had already signed the papers needed when he hired the realtor, so he accepted their offer, and they all signed more documents. The couple wanted to move in 3 weeks from Monday, so Tim knew he had to act quickly. He called Daryl to let him know he was ready to meet. When Tim drove up, Daryl and his son Dale were on the roof checking the old cedar shingles. They climbed down and shook Tim's hand. Dale and Tim were talking about the coming season when Daryl spoke up. Sure, I can't sell you this place right now, coach. I'll sell it to you for what I paid plus 10% and the cost of the repairs I've already made. Trust me, that's a great price for a house like this on 11 acres filled with trees," he added. "One day, those other 10 acres could be worth a lot, maybe $1 million, and that day will come soon." Tim chuckled and said, "Well, Daryl, I hope you don't expect me to pay $1 million. I'll be about $750,000 short." Daryl laughed too and explained, "Coach, I can take the $250,000 you have. If you let me handle the rest of the repairs and fixes, I can make this work. To be honest, I'm a bit stretched for cash right now, but with your help, I can take on a bigger deal. And who knows, I might be a millionaire before you are." They spent the next hour and a half looking closely at the house. Dale made a list of all the things that needed to be done. When they finished, Daryl gave Tim a rough idea of a price he could manage, and they shook hands. Daryl mentioned his teams were busy today and tomorrow, but he would send a plumber and an electrician to handle some issues right away. Since there was no realtor involved, they wrote up a simple sales contract and chose a lawyer they both knew who had a title company. The survey was up to date, so the title company should be happy with it. If there was a problem, they could hire the same surveyor for a low cost. Daryl and Dale left, and Tim wandered outside to see what he needed for the lawn, bushes, and trees. He wanted to check all 11 acres, but decided it was best to wear his boots and jeans first. After changing, he got into his truck and drove to the small grocery store about a mile away to buy a 6-pack of Lone Star beer. When he got up that morning, he owned one house. 8 hours later, he had sold that house and bought another on 11 acres. He felt like sharing this news with someone special, Jeannie. He returned to his old home, opened a bottle, and amusingly called it deceptive beer. They talked on the phone for over an hour. He knew the call would cost him, but he didn't mind. Her voice made him feel alive. When he reached home, the boys were ready to leave. Since it was still early, he took them to see their new house. The thought of a new house thrilled them. They chatted excitedly about it the whole way. They loved the big yard and all the trees. However, Mark asked why the inside of the house was messy and why they didn't have any furniture. Daddy explained that their furniture would arrive later, once they finished fixing up the house. For now, they were staying in a motel, which they liked because it had a nice pool. Tim dropped off his kids at daycare at 8 the next morning. Then, he spent the morning changing his utility and phone accounts to the new house. He also updated the address for his mail and took Karen's name off the bank accounts. As the person in charge of her estate, he had the death certificate and other important papers. There was so much to do that it felt like too much to handle. The life insurance money had come through. He thought it was best to give that money to her sons. So he created trust funds of $100,000 for each of them. He put $10,000 into savings accounts that earned interest for each boy and gave the rest, $80,000, to his friend Danny in Round Rock. Danny was good at investing money. Danny made smart choices with the money. He bought $1,000 of shares in tech companies like Apple and Microsoft for each boy. Then, he also bought $1,000 worth of shares in Walmart. He invested in some well-known companies but put most of the money into real estate near Lake Travis. Tim really trusted Danny's judgment. He took $15,000 from his account for land and cattle and handed it to Danny, telling him to use it wisely. Normally, Tim would use earnings from his cattle to buy more cattle. However, 25 years later, investing that money boosted his teacher pension a lot. While Tim was outside talking with the plumbers and electricians, Jeannie showed up in a brand new 1980 Jeep Grand Wagoneer that her dad had given her. The Jeep was stunning, white with wood paneling, a powerful 360 engine and 4-wheel drive. But the real reason work came to a stop was because of Jeannie herself. When she stepped out of the car wearing sandals and short shorts topped with a red and white checked blouse, everyone noticed her. She looked great, with a nice tan, and everyone stopped what they were doing to watch her walk over. She greeted Tim with a kiss on the cheek, said hi to the workers, and asked to see the house. She was amazed by the beautiful woodwork, the railings, the fireplace, and the size of the living and dining areas. She liked the large bedrooms and closets, too, but she wasn't too happy with the kitchen layout, the built-in appliances, or the 3 bathrooms. On the other hand, she loved the yard and the 10 acres of trees around the house. After she shared her thoughts, Tim called Daryl's office and asked him to come over when he could. Daryl arrived right after lunch, and Tim suggested they do another walkthrough with his interior designer. Daryl smiled and said, "Let's go, Miss Jeannie." Jeannie pulled Tim aside and said, "I didn't mean to make more work for you, Tim. You asked for my opinion and I gave it, but if you like how things are, maybe you should leave them as is. This isn't my house." Tim smiled and took her arm, leading her back to Daryl, but she thought she heard him say softly, "Not yet." Her heart raced before Daryl sent them off. Jeannie knew the costs of the changes were important, but Tim's choice to put on a metal roof instead of cedar shakes helped save money. Daryl had a roofing team looking for work and some spare metal in a color that matched the house's rock walls. They made a good deal together. The metal roof would be safer and hold up better in storms, and it looked nice too. Plus, it was cheaper to put on and take care of over time. The plumber and electrician were finishing up their first work, but they switched to the new projects in the bathrooms and kitchen. They measured everything and gave Tim a sheet full of drawings and numbers. "Let's go shop for appliances," Tim said with a smile. Jeannie looked at him seriously and reminded him that her ideas were just her personal choices. He shouldn't spend money on something he didn't like. He just smiled back and said, "Let's go. I need to pick up the boys at 5. They went to an appliance store that Daryl recommended, closer to Austin. Tim was thankful Jeannie came along. He didn't know what colors or styles to choose, so he gently nudged her to talk to the saleswoman. "All right, but don't say I didn't warn you," she said with a frown. She thought he would care about the kitchen appliances, but he didn't. Jeannie had a much better eye for style than he did. The boys were excited to see Jeannie and quickly filled her in on everything they had done since they last saw her. Mark, feeling pushed aside by Patrick's chatter, held her face and started to tell her his own stories. Tim laughed while Jeannie handled the lively talk like a loving mother. Both boys got to share their news. Before they left her Jeep in the garage at the new house, she grabbed her little travel bag and went with them to the motel. She wasn't sure what the plans were, but she wanted to be ready for anything. After a fun swim, they had dinner at a cozy family restaurant and then headed back to the room to get ready for bed. Jeannie read Winnie the Pooh to them, turning the 100-acre wood into the 10-acre wood, just like their new house. She tucked them in, gave each a kiss, and got ready to drive home. Tim wouldn't let her go back so late, so she called her mom and stayed the night with Mark in her bed, while Patrick and their dad shared the other bed. Tim gave her a sweet goodnight kiss, making it harder for her to sleep in the same room with him. They dropped the boys off at daycare at 9 after breakfast and some playtime at McDonald's, then went shopping for bathroom fixtures. Jeannie thought it would be a good idea to put in custom tile showers and granite countertops, so they chose toilets, sinks, bathtubs, and faucets for the sinks and showers. Tim made a quick stop at the nearest Sears. He already had a push mower, weed eater, and other lawn tools, but to keep his large yard and the sides of the road trimmed, he knew he needed a riding mower. He bought a Craftsman 42-inch mower and ramps to load it into the back of his truck. Jeannie did not get to help decide on this, but she felt as little about the mower as he did about the kitchen appliances. Over 2 days, Jeannie moved from the passenger seat to the middle of the truck. Tim kept his hand on her leg whenever he could. She felt cozy and happy given the situation. It was still too soon for them to be open about their relationship, but in her heart, they were already a couple thinking about their future. Time went by quickly. Jeannie moved into her new apartment with help from Tim and his sons. Coaching school began, and the boys went to stay with Karen's parents for 5 days. The staff was ready, made up of people Tim knew and trusted. He kept some of the old staff and brought in 2 great new coaches. Coaching school was about learning new things and building a strong team. They went to talks and workshops until noon. Then they returned to a conference room at the hotel. They enjoyed a catered lunch, and Tim taught them offensive techniques they would use for teams from 7th grade to varsity. After lunch, his good friend Bill Owens, who was a successful coach, trained the staff in defensive techniques. They discussed the plans and tricks they would use at all grades. At 5:30, they went to the hotel bar for drinks, games, and conversations. By the end of coaching school, everyone was on the same page about coaching beliefs, how to support kids, and the details of offense and defense. They also became friends, which was important during the long and tough high school football season in Texas. Being a single father, head football coach, and athletic director while taking care of 2 kids was tough. He talked with the superintendent and the board when they offered him the jobs. They believed he would do well. At the time, he wasn't so sure, and as the season got closer, he felt even more uncertain. Jeannie also had her own teaching and dance team responsibilities that kept her busy with practices and games. Tim was facing a challenge, but then people began to offer help. Miss Beverly said she would take care of the boys until their dad finished practice, if they could come home with her and eat dinner with her family. Sharon and her sister offered to watch the boys when needed, especially during varsity games. They also had other babysitters they could call if they were busy. Sharon still looked at him with hope, but she accepted that he had a new girlfriend. Her own life at college was getting busier. The boys' grandparents and siblings began wanting to take them to home games. They would stay until their dad was done on Saturday afternoons, which helped a lot. Jeannie did everything she could to be with the boys and keep them happy. She often picked them up, cooked for them, and got them ready for bed. If their dad wasn't there, the boys got closer to her. It wasn't perfect, but they managed. The football season was the best in 20 years. They only lost 1 game, and that was a last-minute kick to the team that became the district champions. Even though that loss kept them out of the playoffs, the champions went on to win state by a big score. Once the disappointment wore off, everyone felt good about the season and looked forward to next year, especially since 18 starters would return. Both the junior varsity and freshman teams had a great season too, and the junior high teams won all their games. The future looked bright. Meanwhile, Jeannie's dance team and band did well in contests, finishing in the top 5 at state. She felt great too. They had some sleepovers now and then, but nothing more. Jeannie loved their new home, but she joined the boys' wish for a swimming pool for next summer. She even told Tim she had some nice swimsuits he hadn't seen yet. While they were careful not to show too much, it was clear to others that they enjoyed each other's company. The time spent at Tim's house, the looks in school, and her bond with the boys showed that they were more than just friends. One of the boys, Mark, called her Mommy when he got tired at the games and put his head on her shoulder, making many nearby spectators sigh. That made Jeannie feel so happy that she sometimes wanted to cry. No one ever spoke about it, but they were seen as a couple. Most people thought they were pulled together by the loss of their spouses. Some knew about challenges in Tim's life and were glad he and Jeannie found comfort in each other. They both received invites to parties, and they always ended up together. Tim tried hard to keep his plans to himself, but when he asked Jeannie to marry him in front of her parents on Christmas Eve, everyone, including Jeannie and the boys, was ready for it. He called home to share his news. Nate joked, saying, "Oh, you finally got to that. We thought you were done with that a long time ago," he added, remembering football season. But then Jan grabbed the phone and said, "Well, we have some big news too. You're going to be an uncle." Tim grinned as she carried on. "Gary and I are having a girl, and Nate and Linda are too, so save March for family time." Their wedding was set for early June and took place at a rustic shed on the ranch. Many friends came to the wedding, both from their hometown and their college, which was 200 miles away. Father Jose, the local priest, led the traditional ceremony. They promised to love, honor, and take care of each other, and they vowed never to leave each other until death. They spoke their vows loudly, showing they meant every word. Their first kiss as a married couple was a lovely moment filled with love. Afterward, they went on a honeymoon to a quiet spot in the Caribbean and returned with sun-kissed skin. 9 months later, they welcomed a beautiful baby girl named Gina Marie. The little boys adored her right from the start and became her strong protectors. As the years went by, their family grew with another boy and girl. Tim never got the soundproofing for the walls that he wanted, but he did manage to do it for the master bedroom. Jeannie learned to use pillows to keep quiet when the kids were home. When they were out, she used the trees around their house to muffle the noise. Still, their closest neighbors always knew when they were alone, and this gave them some funny ideas. For the house, Jeannie picked the kitchen gadgets and the bathroom fixtures. She wanted the boys to help her with cooking. Mom got the swimming pool they had wanted, and Tim finally got the fancy infrared and fiber optic security system he had been dreaming about. They all agreed it was the best choice they ever made. Thanks for listening to One Infidelity Hit. If you liked what you heard, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and drop us a like.